What is up, everybody? Somebody needs to put their microphone on mute because we're getting echo. All right, everybody, thank you so much for joining us for yet another epic after show. I'm going to be talking for a few minutes. Everybody, keep your mics on mute. I'll let everybody know when we can start talking. All right, so I hope everybody enjoyed the debate over on modern day debate between myself, Smokey Saint, Amy, and James W. Interesting one. We decided to dive into the subject of, is the Christian God reasonable? As usual, it kind of devolved into who knows what, a variety of jump around positions and different discussion talking points. But tonight we're going to have an after show. I usually don't do after shows for my own debates, but tonight, it's kind of had the urge to do one. So here we are. So for this first portion, before, as my after shows usually do, end up degenerating into something completely off topic. Initially, we're going to talk about the debate at hand, what your thoughts were, who won, who lost, best one-liners, best comebacks, and were you swayed? What do you think was substantive in the overall conversation? Or did it just degenerate into complete and utter dumpster fire, as Smokey Saint likes to often use in his streams? All right, so the first person who joined the stream was PMAR. So, man, you are up. Go ahead and share your thoughts about the debate, and then when you're done, Otangelo, you will be up next.
Okay, thanks. Well, I guess it went like most debates I've seen, although I guess James brought some arguments about scripture, but it's just usually the atheists they read the Bible, I feel, with this like bias, and they're looking to get you or get Christians and find contradictions and all this stuff. So I don't think they go into very good hermeneutics or the history, or they try and put things in context. It's just whatever suits their bias. So I think Smokey did a good job of exposing that. And I've watched a lot of flat earth debates, and these debates kind of remind me of that, where like the atheists are sort of like the flat earthers, where they just kind of go, oh, we don't accept your evidence. They just deny the evidence for God, and then they like offer no model. Like the flat earthers never have a model for the globe people to like test against or something, and that's what the atheists do. They just expect us to accept a universe without a God, but they provide no model of a universe that could function without a God. So Yeah, I guess that's what I thought. So thanks.
I also appreciate that. Otangelo, thank you for joining the after show. What were your thoughts about the debate tonight?
Yes, hello, John. Hello, everyone. Well, I think that your first introduction was actually providing the standard arguments for the existence of God, but not in specific for the Christian God, which was actually the topic tonight. And I think that the arguments which point to the Christian God, they are different than the usual, the cosmological, the ontological argument, the fine-tuning argument, origin of life argument, and so forth. And I would have pointed out that there are, in my understanding, three main lines of very strong evidence which confirm that the New Testament and the Christian God are true. And I would have mentioned the prophecies in the Old Testament. There are over 300 prophecies pointing to Christ, to the Messiah. Then secondly, the extra biblical references. There are all over 40 different references mentioned in the 1st and 2nd century of Christ. And the third, which in my understanding is not just evidence, but actually empirical proof, which is the Shroud of Turin, which is strongly disputed with C14 carbon testing from 1988. But more recent research and scientific investigation has demonstrated that carbon dating was incorrect back in 1988, and the imprint of the Shroud of Turin is an unexplained phenomena. Science has absolutely no clue how that image was made, and the man depicted on the shroud has all the characteristics of Christ, and that, in my understanding, is very, very powerful evidence that the resurrection happened and that Jesus is a historical figure. So when I have to debate about Christianity, I would have brought these three arguments. And of course, also the consistency of the New Testament of archaeology confirms the places, the costumes of the 1st century in Judea, also the places like Nazareth and so forth. They are also internally consistent. So I would have brought forward this kind of evidence to demonstrate why Christianity is true and not simply a general creator.
Interesting. No, I can definitely see where you're coming from on that. I'll address that later. Now I'm going to skip a few folks. We're going to jump over to James W. because he was one of the men of the hour tonight. So James, you're more important than all these other folks. Go ahead and share. Take the mic and share your thoughts.
Well, I just wanted to. Can you hear me? Is my audio on?
Yeah, audio's coming through fine.
All right. I just wanted to get some feedback, see what the other side thought of the debate. I know, like I said, there's a lot of issues to unpack. There's a lot of things that we just don't have time to get to in a debate like that. But I know I enjoyed myself. I think you guys did too. Otangelo actually made a good point about, and you were saying you were very prophetic because you can predict the arguments that are going to come. But I'd say we could be a little prophetic too because we saw the arguments that he was talking about, the deistic arguments and things like that. But overall, I know I enjoyed myself.
Well, glad to hear that. Now, Randolph, are you also an atheist or an agnostic?
I'm an atheist because I don't believe in deities. I'm the founding president of the Canadian Atheists, a national organization that advocates for normalizing atheism in society, particularly Canada, but all over the world. And I definitely would fit the agnostic category because I don't know whether deities exist.
Gotcha. And what were your thoughts about the? I know you said in private chat you said you only caught a portion of it. What were your general thoughts of the debate?
Well, I only caught the question and answer period.
Then you missed everything.
But I missed a lot. But from what I did hear a few comments about what atheists expect of Christians, and so that sounds like myths to me. And I'm hoping we'll get a chance to talk a little bit about that in this conversation.
Awesome. All right, well, let's get back in correct order. Praise I am that I am. You are up next, my friend. What are your thoughts about the interesting dialogue that went down tonight?
What's up, everyone? I thought it was kind of frustrating for you guys. I'm not sure if that was how you guys feel, but it was frustrating for me because someone that is familiar with ancient Near East scholarship, it felt like hermeneutics got butchered there a little bit with anachronisms, misunderstandings of scripture, and falsehoods. And I mean, that's maybe not the fault of atheists, maybe because they go to certain sites or whatever, but it goes much deeper than what James was presenting. So maybe it'd be nice, maybe Smokey could have a stream and address some of these, James' opening, because a lot of those were mischaracterized. But I thought it was basically a respectable debate, though, on both sides. So I mean, kudos to you guys. You stayed in there really well, and good job.
Appreciate that. Nicholas, you are up next, my friend. Go ahead. What were your thoughts on tonight's verbal combat?
Well, I sure agree with everything that Otangelo was saying. And I think the person who performed the best in the direct debate was definitely Amy. Not that it's saying too much. There were some weaknesses there. But when Amy was asking for Christian arguments instead of deistic arguments, it seems like the whole Christian message was just assumed and not really presented. And then what I think are two of the most powerful, and Chris Keith also mentioned the prophecies, and that's not my first go-to, probably because it just takes a lot of study that I haven't really gotten down yet. But the effect of Christ in history, Jesus the Christ is the Lord of glory. The scripture prophesied that. That's a testable prediction. Now, what is the Lord of glory? Well, that's the supreme one, or the supreme authoritative one of a righteous fame. And he definitely is indisputably the most righteously famous person who has ever existed. And I think putting them on the hot seat when it comes to their history denialism, and then all they can base that on is naturalism of the gaps. So they have a really, really weak case if we actually go to the strength, which is Christ himself. And then the other really powerful argument is the beauty of Christ. And while the beauty of the cross, because it condemns humanity, is something that humanity hates, and it's foolishness to those who are perishing, that is, those who do not trust him. To those of us who trust him, it is the power of God. And the thing is that's the truth. We can't force ignorant people to stop ignoring the truth, but we can present the really, really powerful argument, and Christ really deserves that. And I was extremely disappointed with you and Smokey. The best moment I think anyone had was Smokey did have a really perfect response about the sacrifices, about the incorporation of into daily life, between the intimacy between God and the people of Israel. And if I may just say one more thing before it passes from me, is Mr. E. Arthur is here. And I'm going to presume a he because it starts with Mr. He challenged me about the sacrifices, and I cited Smokey's answer. I also cited that they were just a shadow of Christ to come. And then I also cited the visceral experience of the animal dying for the death that we deserve. And when Mr. E. Arthur pretended that those were not good answers about why God would do those sacrifices, I told him that, if you're desperate to justify yourself and you don't want to accept that you deserve death, then I see how you wouldn't see the beauty of God giving us this intimate, visceral experience so that we can understand how he's reconciling us to himself. And so, yeah, those are a lot of my thoughts on the debate.
Appreciate that. The okay, we've got, let's see, Sunflower was up next, I believe. Welcome to the stream, man. Appreciate you stopping by. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I thought the debate was great. I thought John and Smokey did a really good job, especially considering, some of their sort of real-time responses. I mean, maybe I'm a bit biased, but I do think that James and Amy more so like repeated kind of, I think like someone said, like ad nauseum or just arguments that have been sort of posed so many times, whereas at the very least it felt more like Smokey and John were in real time giving sort of coherent and like novel retorts, and as opposed to just kind of saying like but that doesn't mean God's real, and then like kind of like grinning with glee. So I mean, look, I don't think it was a dumpster fire, but I thought it was generally good, and I thought Smokey and John actually did a good job. So yeah.
Well, I appreciate that. And I'm gonna Chris Keith is up next, and I'm gonna respond after that, and then we'll go into a little more dialogue. Chris, what's up, man? Appreciate you coming into the after show. What are you?
Hey, brother. Hold on a second.
Mike's a little bit loud.
Is my mic good now?
A little loud. Turn it down just a little bit.
Sorry about that. What about now?
You're perfect right there.
Okay, sorry. I'm in agreement with Nicholas. I think it started to go dumpster fire, and you guys reeled it back in at the end, and I'm glad you did a little bit. But Smokey, his Achilles heel is his insults, because I mean I thought he did a couple beautiful jobs. The one Nicholas went over, and then I forget where she asked him something. He explained it very well, and then she just glossed it right off. But because he followed it up with an insult, so it didn't really probably stick. But that would probably be but it's his passion. You know what I mean? You get a little spice with Smokey, so I mean that's what that could be what makes him such what he does. So but it would probably be best to serve it in a debate though to tone that down. But as far as the debate overall, I mean, I don't know, toss up 50-50. It's just me being honest. But I do agree with Nicholas as far as like, it would have been nice to get a little, hit a little prophecy in there, or maybe a little typology in there. Just ask them if they believe Jesus was real. Try to pin them down what they believed a little bit, so you could kind of come back around and maybe hit them with some stuff that they don't know, like the suffering servant passage and things like that. But you did well. I mean, because they took it to levels. Brenda's gonna do what he does or she does. So I guess
it was Amy. It wasn't Brenda. It was Amy.
Oh, I mean Amy. I'm sorry. They're similar in a lot of ways. Go ahead.
Well, no, I appreciate that from everybody. And, it's a sidebar to all of the atheist haters who claim that my after shows are nothing but a circle jerk. I'm pretty sure that the people who issued the most negatives against me or my side of the equation are theists in this after show. So y'all can take that accusation and go shove it. As far as
they always do that,
but that's that's another side. I say that with a little bit of
that's
a grin. But in context of tonight, in direct response to some of the points you were making, I'm guessing also like Amy, you theists didn't pay attention to my opening statement, in which I directly stated that one was dependent upon the other. Number one, in terms of existence of God and Christianity. And then secondarily, that in spite of all that being relevant, there would be attempts to completely destroy the entire foundation of Christianity under the auspice of any other aspect of God's existence being absolutely false and completely unreasonable, which is the entire point of what I'm talking about. So if you're going to operate and you can't even get your opponents to concede that any aspect of God's existence is remotely plausible or logical, plausible, or probable, as my opponent James tried to insert multiple times throughout the debate. I get where you guys are coming from in terms of you wanted to see a more theological.
Yeah, but it's like I told Nicholas inside.
Hey, Chris, your mic's gone back up again.
Oh, sorry. Let me turn it. That better?
A little. He's got a little more.
Is it loud? You said.
I think. Yeah, do check your settings in StreamYard and see if you've.
I probably got it jacked up here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, see if you got the automatic adjust.
That might be for me. Oh no!
Because that's what's been happening to me a lot.
What about now? I just unplugged it and I just used my computer mic.
No, you're going to have to do it LPP. So you have to click on his name and do it from there.
I don't have any settings here. I'll try to
there
talk
it
a
goes.
little.
That's better.
Okay, I got it. Yeah, you are jammed all the way to the top. Hang on. Hey, okay, plug your mic back in.
Okay.
All right, now go ahead and talk.
I'm just gonna talk normal. Am I loud?
No, you're good now.
Okay. What I told Nicholas in the chat though was like the minute though that you try to like do say anything about Jesus, they would I want to know if they would have been accepted if he even lived. So then you might have that would have put you down a rabbit hole. You know what I mean? So I kind of see where you might have.
No, and the point that I made multiple times throughout the debate was I agree with you guys. That is what should be being discussed, right? And that is something in context because not all, so don't take this as a blanket statement, but a significant percentage, at least of the atheists that I've interacted with in debates on YouTube, refuse to have any, like, Christianity is false, God does not exist, right?
Yeah.
God does not exist, therefore Christianity must be false by default, which was the entire point that I was making.
Yes, that is very new. That is very normal. I see that very often that atheists, they justify that they became agnostics by saying, oh, I was a Christian and I read the Bible and I did start to have my doubts and then slowly I lost my faith in the Bible and now I'm an agnostic atheist. That means I do not believe that God exists, but I have no explanation of why we actually exist. So they are not positive atheists.
Yeah.
I maybe was a little bit one-sided, John, that I only pointed out that in my understanding the best would have been to focus on evidence specifically in regards of Christianity. But I think also that at the opposite side, that James and Amy, they did also not focus on that. And we have people like Godless Engineer, which has made it to a hobby actually to deny even the existence, the historical existence of Jesus.
Yeah, that's just dishonest.
Well, in line with that, we got Salvador just joined us. We're going to let him talk here in just a moment. In line with what you're talking about there, in terms of tonight, there were multiple, by the way, James, after Sal, give Sal the mic, we'll go back to you if you want to have a respond, and then Randolph, if he wants to engage. When Christ dying on the cross was brought up by the atheists, by the opponents tonight, they refused to even consider that there was a substantive reason for it. And then I'm pretty sure I went into a whole exposition on like experience and why things are justified, from a external perspective, all that kind of stuff. And it's like, if you're not even going to accept that there may be a validation point for the death of Christ on the cross from a Christian perspective, from just a religious perspective in general, then how are you actually having any level of substance in your conversation is the kind of the position I take. But enough of my tangent. We'll go back to all this stuff in a minute. Salvador Cordova, thank you so much for joining us for the after show. You're always welcome. I know I saw you in the side chat talking about folks over on MDD. And for everybody who doesn't know Sal, he's got some fantastic content on his channel. He keeps creating a new one. So Sal, make sure you post a link to your new channel in the chat.
Salutations, Sal. Good to see you, brother.
But Sal, go ahead, man. What are your thoughts on tonight's debate? Best one-liners, who won, who lost? Give it to us straight. And if it's me, I'll accept your condemnation.
I actually I missed parts. I had to tune out some of Smokey screaming. That was just a little too much for me. I value evidence, reasons, and civil dialogue. The ad homs I just had to tune out. When James said you were rejecting all biology, I just kind of laughed. That seemed kind of ridiculous because some of the best evidence for the Christian faith is now being found in biology, and there are quietly a lot of people in the medical sciences and in biology who are researchers who are quietly very supportive of intelligent design. I can definitely sense that. Not to mention there are some now more and more prominent biologists that are rejecting universal common ancestry. So that's what I felt. I wanted to say that I don't think God reveals himself to everyone equally. And I think that's clear from the scriptures. Some people he'll actually send strong delusions to, as it says in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verses 11 through 12. The examples that I thought of, first off, was Charles Duke, the youngest man to ever walk on the moon. He prayed when he returned to Earth. He became a Christian because he had a troubled marriage. He prayed in the name of Jesus for a blind girl, and within a few minutes she was healed. So as far as Charles Duke and that blind girl are concerned, Jesus is real enough to them. The gospel is foolishness to those who are perishing. And then, I don't know if you mentioned anything, but your own story, John, how God worked in your life. I mean, or anyone's. Christianity spread not because it was some great marketing campaign, but the 1st through 4th centuries, there was a lot of healing and exorcisms. There's fewer exorcisms now because there's not as much demon possession after Christianity spread. When people were worshiping idols, they were worshiping demons, and so it was relatively abundant. Demon possession, it's not very abundant now, but there are cases of it now. The number one creationist publication in 2018 was about UFOs and demons. So those are my feelings. So I'm sorry I just had to tune out all that screaming and ad hominem. I don't find it very persuasive. That when you have to scream at someone, it's like, okay, that's the sort of thing you do when you don't have a good case. And even if someone had a good case, if they behave that way, it just kind of detracts from. It just doesn't look confident and strong. It looks kind of weak and whiny. That's just my opinion.
Gotcha. Well, appreciate that. All right, James. I think it's who was trying to talk there.
I am.
I think that Saul brought very important evidence up, which I entirely forgot to mention, and that is actually demonic possession. And I have presenced it with my own eyes. Here in Brazil, there are still many African cults like Candomblé and Macumba, and we have a city nearby where I live. And recently there was an evangelistic campaign where I was invited to go, and I went there. And some people, they went to the personal counseling, and a woman, she fell into trance. She went possessed by a demon. And a friend of mine, which is a pastor, he prayed upon her, and he demanded the demon to leave in the name of Jesus Christ. And immediately when that happened, she fell on the floor, and it took some 10 or 15 minutes or so, where she was screaming and talking in different voices and so forth. And then suddenly she felt like in a coma state, and then she woke up. And then she told her life story and said that she was consecrated to a demon when she was 7 years old as a child, to the Macumba cult that she belonged to. And during her entire life, she was a slave of that demon. And she had a very bad life because of that. And she went into possessed without being in control of her own body. And we know that demons, they live in the name of Jesus Christ. They do not live in the name of Otangelo or John Maddox or Chris Keith or Nicholas or any other kind of name that you can invoke when someone is possessed. But when you invoke the name of Jesus Christ and command the demon to leave in the name of Jesus Christ, demons leave. And this is, in my understanding, very strong evidence which we have still today. And we know that the name of Jesus Christ has power in the spiritual world. And demons, they obey and leave. And if someone claims that the demonic possession is just a mental illness or so, then I recommend to see some videos on YouTube which demonstrate very clearly that this is not the case. Demonic possession is real.
I appreciate that, Otangelo. Okay, so now we got to get back to James.
Well,
James.
I have a good segue, and
Nicholas.
I can make room for Smokey. If I can just say the couple things I have to say and then get out of here.
Okay, go ahead.
I can wait for Nicholas to make his point. That's fine.
Yeah, okay. So my first point is, Maddox, there's a good chance that I missed some of the details of your intro. I had it on double speed because I was catching up after being distracted earlier. So
I'll forgive you.
And I think it still may have been more of a touching base on it to connect it and not the presentation that I would have hoped for. But and I liked your guys' intros, both you and Smokey. I was like, cool, they disarmed the opponent. Now when it gets time for the discussion, they can like really bring their side of the argument. So at the time of the intros, I liked them, but it seemed like the discussion was kind of more of the same, disarming them and not as much making the case, in my opinion, or in my assessment. And then I want to just give my opinion about James's side of it, which can be a good segue to you, James, because what I think of assuming the scholarship that goes against the idea that Christianity is real is a deliberate straw man. It doesn't really address the debate of Christianity maybe being real, which would require the steel man. And then not only that, but that scholarship is mostly arguments from silence. If you go into how they back up the secular side of scholarship, and not only is it mostly arguments from silence, but they use the presupposition that there are no miracles to justify using all those arguments to come to those conclusions. So it's assuming the conclusion of the debate. And so I did think that your choice of what scholarship to cite was a massive failure in my assessment. And with that, I'll go so that Smokey can come right in as I leave. And
hey, Nicholas, good to see you.
Shalom, Nicholas.
Just trust Messiah.
That's his new name coming out in the channel too, ain't it?
All right, Smokey, click the link. Click the link. All right, James, go ahead, man.
Right. So the way I'm approaching it is that if the Bible is inspired by a supremely intelligent, loving God and he wants to communicate with us, it's a big book. There's a lot in there. You might expect to, when you're going through that you might come across a few issues that are not so straightforward, that are hard to deal with. But my issue is that literally we have page after page after page, things that seem to contradict what we know about the natural world and seem to contradict logic and reason. And you constantly have to bring in these rescuing devices and these complicated theological webs that you have to weave to make everything work together. It would seem like if it was just a couple issues here or there, but the rest of it was all straightforward, we might be able to say, well, it seems right. There's just a few things that are really difficult to understand. We'll give the text the benefit of the doubt. But that's really not what we see. And to touch on the point that Maddox wouldn't bring up exorcisms because he's a very savvy debater, and he understands that all those types of things happen in other cultures. There are Islamic exorcists, and those exorcisms happen a lot like the Christian exorcisms. So that's not really proof of Christianity. It's proof that these people have certain mental illness, and when someone in their faith is ministering to them in that way, maybe it, alleviates some of their whatever mental problems that they're having. Um, if you look back in time, if you look back even 300 or 400 years ago, what was considered to be a severe problem in society was witchcraft. It was considered to be, this huge bane on society that we had to execute people for practicing witchcraft. I mean, we don't do that today, and it's not really much of an issue. Is that because it stopped, or was it just always nonsense from the start, and therefore it's not real because doesn't seem to be uh, an issue today. And what I was talking about with biology, why I said that he contradicts the entire field of biology, is because that's all built on evolution. And I understand if you want to make the case for intelligent design. I really didn't want to make this a creation evolution debate, because creation doesn't necessarily prove Christianity. But that being said, if you still go forth and you deny the vast consensus of biologists that evolution by natural selection is a viable theory for the diversity of life, it is what we witness. I mean, you're welcome to take another opinion, but you have to concede that you are going against the entire weight of the scientific community, the whole field of biology. And as far as the spread of Christianity, I think that the biggest factor in there was it became the official state religion of the Roman Empire, which controlled a vast swath of the world, and therefore its reach got, it did get a lot of publicity that way.
Its reach
You
is
know,
all the way out there, James. That's just a historically fallacious. Your grasp of history is really, really bad. It's really, really bad. You revision all of this. The church didn't become a state entity until the 300s, and it had spread everywhere, all across the entire world before it was instituted as a state entity by Constantine in the 300s. You're just trying to shoehorn in false history and bad logic, dude. Please. It's
Also, I wanted to add that like the early church didn't teach against witchcraft. That was only until like the 3rd and 14th century when witchcraft became popular, and I think it was more of a politically motivated thing than like a theological.
Well, it says in the Bible not to suffer a witch to live, P. Mars. So I mean,
yeah, Smokey just did a stream about that the other day.
Everybody quiet. Okay, so welcome to the stream, Smokey. I hope you're feeling regenerated after your burrito.
I am. I feel
so uninterrupted. Smokey gets to share his thoughts about tonight, and then we'll get back into back and forth dialogue, folks. So
sure.
Smokey, the floor is yours.
It was fun. It was interesting. I appreciate Amy and James providing themselves as excellent tapestries to paint the fallaciousness of the challenges of atheism to the Christian spectrum. And just to address, I think what is unfortunate is that some of the Christians, the theists that were listening to the debate, tuned out some pretty pristinely important points that were proactively spread to the defense not only of the Christian faith, but spread in such a way as a defense that also levied against the challenges that they were pitching in their argumentation. Now, I'm not the type to generally try to completely sidestep what people put in their openings, which I do see in a lot of debates. I really do try to want to focus on it and address it, because if they are providing this as their falsification criteria for the claim, I do want to be able to address it and use it as an opportunity to show how fallacious that argument is. As for the positive positions of Christianity, Maddox and me were putting forward, we're both on the macro and micro level, and they're not separatable. You can't have the issue of challenging the incoherency of part of the claim with not having an accountability to addressing the coherency of it as a whole. And when we were addressing and defending for the benefit of the Christian God claim, it had to do with a fixation on understanding what their base level of falsification might be, and therefore exposing to the benefit of the audience that they're not even operating with what can be considered a foundational functional definition of evidence. Amy was a good example. Amy, as I exposed earlier on in the debate, and I guess few people caught it, is that all of her challenges to the resurrection of Christ and the existence of miracles was by forcing a naturalistic assumption, a naturalistic paradigm into the text to judge it by, and Amy does not have the means of which to judge nor present evidence that naturalism is true, that naturalistic mechanisms explain everything. Therefore, it's unfair and fallacious to require that as the standard to judge the narrative inside the text. Also, her statements about what was required to believe in a resurrection were fallacious. It made no sense to try and say the standard of evidence isn't good enough. And when I confronted her and said, what is? She doesn't have an answer, because we have an orgy of evidence, as many scholars say, an overwhelming amount of evidence that the narratives are true and multiply corroborated. And as I stated, by the rule of thumb for historical scholarship, if you have multiple corroborating accounts of an event, let alone a biographical event, which is extraordinarily rare, you tend to take it as absolute truth. And the atheists just meander in minutia and nonsense trying to deny the blatant, and Maddox and me definitely wanted to address that, and I think we pretty adequately did. So I appreciate it. It was a great debate.
Smokey, I mean, I agree with you, man. It is very. I mentioned this before you came on. The refusal, the adamant refusal of and I'll just put this in context of the YouTube atheists. They just categorically refuse to consider anything outside of a strict naturalism paradigm. Like there is no other possibility. Therefore, anything you present must be false. And I mean, and that's why I was, tonight I kind of.
And they can't justify that worldview that they're using and substituting as a standard that all of us should abide by. They're demanding evidence, and they can't provide the evidence for their paradigm. Their evidence is simply the denial of our evidence. It's not. Well, it's a worldview of nothingness.
And I think by default, the existence of anything that's axiomatic kind of debunks the whole premise of pure naturalism in the first place.
Right.
So you agree that they exist, but they can't be explained just through naturalism. But naturalism is the only thing that can be considered to explain existence.
Right. What is naturalism, by the way? Maybe Randolph or an atheist can explain that to us.
Actually, I'd like to find out what you mean by YouTube atheist.
we had a bit.
Specifically, Randolph, just you. That's what we're talking about.
What I meant by that was I was giving a pass to some of the more deep thinking atheists, like say in academia, for example, who acknowledge the points that Smokey and I have been making, and other folks have been made throughout debate after debate. But then when you hop on to a YouTube debate, magically all those things that are recognized external to specifically a lot of the hardcore new atheists seem to just vanish.
I call them honest atheists we were talking about. But we had a little thing going at the first of it where we were talking about atheists, and I said there's really, I mean, not a lot of people want to take that plunge and say they're atheists. I noticed they always say they're like agnostic atheists, because that gives them, because if you say you're an atheist, then you've got a burden of proof because you made a knowledge claim. So
well, hang on.
But go ahead, Randolph. And by the way, sidebar, Chris, he did call himself an agnostic atheist at the beginning of this. But go ahead, man.
Okay.
I fit both categories, but not believing in deities. What burden of proof or justification do you think that I have for that?
You would have to justify a naturalistic explanation and worldview where the mechanisms which bring forward the natural world are sound and are capable, and that would be simply randomness, because the only alternative that you have to intelligence to explain the natural world are unguided random events, which would bring forward the universe, the Big Bang, the chemical evolution, abiogenesis, the origin of life, biodiversity, all these kind of things, the laws of physics, the math which is behind the laws of physics. You would have to have compelling explanations by natural means which top intelligence in creative power. And that is something that I see very frequently, Randolph, that atheists, they say, oh, because Christianity is not sound and compelling, it is not true, therefore we don't believe what theists claim. But that is not the kind of evidence which would make a solid case for atheists. They need to have positive evidence that materialism explains the natural world.
And just to clarify, you said theists, not deists, right?
Well, what I am saying is basically.
I'm just asking about one word you said. I just want to make sure I understood you correctly, that you were talking about theists, and you're not specifically talking about deists only.
Well,
theists with th.
Well, basically, there are two worldviews: one where there is a God, and one where there is not a God. So you need an explanation which tops either deism or theism. It goes both ways.
My problem with accepting a worldview without a God is that, like, the logic to me can't be derived from flux matter, because if logic comes from matter, then it would be subject to the evolutionary process, which would mean it could evolve into the opposite of itself, which would be self-refuting. So, like, to me, there has to be this, like, immaterial world or whatever that logic prescribes reality.
Well, yeah, and what Otangelo, I hope I'm saying your name correctly.
Yes, yes.
Okay, Otangelo was saying is you raised a lot of issues that are scientific claims. They're in the realm of science, and they're not particularly in the realm of atheism. There are scientists who are Christian, scientists who are not Christian. Some of are specifically atheists. It's all over the board, and many of them are studying these different fields and have different viewpoints on them. And there is, but these are incidental to atheism. So when you say that, like when I was asking Keith earlier about this burden of proof I have, when I tell you I don't believe in a deity, I'm not making a claim for whether a belief. I'm not stating a belief position for or against deities. I'm just telling you I don't happen to hold a belief in them.
Yes,
and
I have a problem. I have a problem with this, Randolph, because if your only claim is I don't believe you, then what urge do you have to confess your unbelief? Why do you think that others should know about what you don't believe?
Yes.
Trying to just shift the burden of proof onto the theist, and like, you don't want to have any burden of proof on yourself. I don't think that's fair.
Okay, I got a question for all of you. How many of you believe in the Marklar on planet Marklar?
Say what?
Do I identify? wait. Here's a better question.
Would it
Randolph.
be fair to say that most of you do not hold a belief in the Marklar then?
Randolph, let me ask you a question.
Hang on, I'm asking a question. We'll get back to you in a sec. But I just want to get an answer to this. Follow through with me on this, please.
Randolph, it is
Otangelo, let's let Randolph make his point.
I'm trying to demonstrate something here. So would you say that it's fair to state that most of you don't hold any beliefs in the Marklar?
I'm unsure. I'm undecided.
Mm-hmm. So you don't hold a belief that they exist. You don't hold a belief that they don't exist.
Correct.
All right. So this is the Marklar, just by the way, are an alien species who are introduced by a television show called South Park. Some people may be familiar with the Starvin' Marvin episode, in case they're wondering in the live chat. Now, when it comes to deities, like some people may be familiar with it, but the same for me. Your reaction is that you're not holding a belief on it. You don't have this kind of belief position on it. That's me when it comes to deities. I'm not saying deities do exist. I'm not saying they don't exist. So when people tell me I have a burden of proof, that's why I'm asking, what burden of proof do I have? It's normal to not believe in the Marklar, and to me, it's normal to not believe in deities.
Now, Randolph, here's the kicker. Does anyone here identify as an Marklarist? No. So why do you not only identify as an atheist, but you're the president? Like, this is actually a fundamental part of your entire identity, your career, your goals, your projects. So everyone here that doesn't hold a belief about Marklarists doesn't even have it they don't consider it, they don't think about it, they don't engage with Marklarists. It's not relevant to us. But it's very different with you. It's actually
so here goes
one of the most important parts of your identity. So go ahead. Yeah.
It is a significant part of my identity. That's correct. It's perhaps not the most important part, but it is way up there in priority. So for all intents and purposes, I agree with you on this.
I feel like this is a category area.
No, but did you?
There is nobody, as far as I know, who's trying to limit the rights and freedoms of people who don't believe in the Marklar. But there are people who are actively trying to vilify atheists.
Wait. Don't
and trying to limit the rights and freedoms of
atheists. You just conflated vilify with limiting the rights of.
So I have become an activist
in
this area.
It's a non sequitur, though. No, it's the baggage of your atheism that's the issue. It's not the term atheism we're worried about. It's the baggage that comes with your atheism that we're asking a justification for. Does that make sense?
This is a massive.
Randolph, who's trying to limit the rights of atheists in Canada?
You may want to get some clarification.
Hey, everybody, hang on. Sunflower, go ahead and make your response, and then P. Mars will go next, and then Chris.
Yeah. So Randolph said, well, no one's trying to limit the rights of Marklarists.
No, people who don't believe in Marklar.
So people who don't believe in Marklar. But then he said, but there are people trying to vilify atheists. Well,
and limit the rights of atheists.
Who in Canada is what significant threat or powerful force in Canada is actually trying to limit the rights of atheists? Please tell me.
There are politicians who are doing this as part of their political parties at provincial and federal levels. It does happen a little bit. Mostly they're pushed off on it, but people need to push back on it or they'll get away with it.
Why do you have to disclose whether or not you believe in a theistic God in order to oppose those who seek to limit the rights of atheists? You wouldn't have to be an atheist yourself. For example, I could say I'm a Christian who opposes, or I could say I refuse to speak about what I believe in, but either way, I oppose the limiting of the rights or the vilifying of atheists.
Right.
So, but you are simultaneously saying I'm an atheist and I oppose. These are not even necessarily related. You don't have to. These are mutually exclusive. They don't have to be related at all. So why does your identity as an atheist matter if all you care about is the limiting of rights or vilifying of atheists?
You may be interested to know that some of the members of our organization are Christians, and they support this freedom of religion that we are promoting and championing for.
So why ever state your own personal belief if it's unrelated? It's like sort of asking someone like, well, I understand that you're pro-LGBTQ,
not a belief.
But are you gay? No, but it's like your political movement has nothing to do with your personal belief. But you bring both to the forefront simultaneously.
Yeah. I'm bringing it to the forefront because I believe that it's important to push back against those who mean to oppress. And
why is your own lack of belief important?
I happen to be for this organization. I just happen to be.
Randall, I'm asking you why your own lack of belief in a deity is relevant to the fact that you are compelled to push back against the limiting of rights or vilifying of atheists. Your own personal belief is actually totally irrelevant to that. Why do you always
I agree that it's irrelevant, but it is something that is expected of me with people who want to support what we're doing. So I happen to be a really good fit for it in that regard.
Yet there's Christians in the organization and they're not good fits for it? And they're not good fits for it?
No, I didn't say that. I said I happen to be a good fit.
Why are you a good fit if the Christians aren't not a good fit?
I didn't say they're not a good fit.
Then what makes you a good fit besides the fact that you're an atheist?
Well, people seem to be happy with the work that I'm doing.
Would that be different if you said you were a Christian? You think that would undermine how fit you are?
No, but I think it would be more difficult
for.
I think it would probably make the organization less interesting to people.
Well, I think I rest my case here. I'll defer to the rest. I think I've made a very, very compelling point here, but thanks.
No, you didn't.
Can I ask Randolph a question?
Hang on, Praise. P. Mars
Okay.
is up next.
Okay, so I just wanted to say that I feel like this Marklar scenario is a complete category error because whether the Marklar exists or not doesn't affect reality. And
right,
God is defined as being reality is contingent on God, so it's like you can't really compare that. I don't think because anyways, that's all I want to say.
Okay,
I'll
Chris,
be
did you have
brief. I'll be brief.
Okay, Chris, and then Praise. You're right, man.
Did you say you were a naturalist? Did you not say that too?
No, I didn't.
Oh, you did not? Okay.
No.
So, because
I have no objections to naturalism, but I'm not. I don't formally follow it or anything like that. I don't know enough about it.
Because I'll give this credit to Lena. It wasn't. I mean, I had the thoughts, but she said in the chat like we have two options. Either where we live at is either a product of intelligent design or it's not a product of intelligent design. Would you agree with that?
Based on what seems to be the case, I
mean, not that you agree with one or the other, just you agree that those are the two options we have currently.
Well, I'm saying based on what I'm seeing out there, it seems to me that those are not an unreasonable set of options.
Okay. And I did see somebody say, which I thought was honest, they said they were anti-theist. Would you consider yourself anti-theist?
No, I don't hold a position deities don't exist. So I don't fit the anti-theism classification. But there are many anti-theists I know who do hold that position, and I feel that they also carry a burden of proof.
Okay, I just find it fascinating that atheists have a lot of definitions. You know what I mean? It seems like agnostic would just be the term.
It is a natural consequence of holding a position that there are no deities to also be an atheist as a matter of consequence. Because if you're taking a position there are absolutely no deities, then you would probably fit that classification of not believing in them. But being an atheist doesn't mean you're automatically an anti-theist.
Okay, now before we turn things over to Praise, I just have to ask a question in line with what you just said. You're claiming not to be an anti-theist, but is not the entire purpose of your organization from a political perspective to minimize and reduce the influence that any theist has on society?
No. We actually aren't doing that. We actually don't.
You described that as something very similar to that being your objective.
Well,
so just like neither believing or disbelieving. So now, just like not believing or disbelieving.
Well, I'm trying to clarify.
I'm clarifying my point. What I want to answer, which is, what the heck is the purpose of? Like, reiterate. What is the purpose of your organization then?
Okay. Well, to carry on with what I was saying earlier. One of our purposes is not to try to remove religion or eradicate it or anything like that. And the reason I mention this is because sometimes people assume that about this kind of organization.
I never said you were trying to eradicate.
No, I know you're not.
I asked if you are actively attempting to minimize the influence.
No, what we're trying to do is to make sure that atheists are treated equally in society and regarded equally and not vilified for not believing. Because there is that going on, unfortunately. Sometimes some people can come knocking on the door to invite me to their church. I've never met them before, but the door knockers, they come door to door and do this from time to time. And when I tell them I don't believe in deities, sometimes some of them will react with shock and dismay and surprise, and they're all worried for me. And I consider that to be kind of a negative reaction, because it shows that there's an expectation and a misunderstanding of some sort that we're in some kind of a trouble because and we're leading our life the wrong way or something because we don't believe as they do.
Hashtag first world problems.
Okay, Praise, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I just had a question for Randolph. So, let's say we're talking about quantum mechanics, and I say I just don't believe. It's a real complicated subject, quantum mechanics and Bohemian mechanics, and I say, well, I lack a belief in that.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that those type of things are unfalsifiable. Why are they even brought up in the first place? So no one cares. You can't test a lack of belief. You can't test your your non-belief in something. So shouldn't we just leave it out completely and just say you don't know knowledge? I think knowledge is what matters more than a belief. Would you agree with that, or do you disagree?
Well, knowledge is epistemological, so of course there's understanding things is very important. A belief is more of kind of a personal faith thing that's kind of more psychological. So definitely there's more credibility in the knowledge camp than in the belief camp, I would say, and the lack thereof in both of those as well.
Yeah, but I think my point is that maybe society should probably not care about people's beliefs or opinions or whatever. Those are unfalsifiable. There's nothing you can gain from that. So that's that's my point. Yeah.
Here in Canada, we do care at a constitutional level as well, because the Canadian Constitution, under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, considers it a fundamental right and freedom to believe what you want to believe, or to be associated with a religion, or to express yourself. And all of that means also not believing, not expressing yourself, not being associated. Otherwise, it's not freedom if you can't not do those things. So we actually have it in our charter. So we actually do care about that here in Canada.
Yeah, no, I know. I mean, that wasn't my point. I'm talking like intellectual discussions. And we're talking about the falsifiability of a belief or a claim. So asking someone who is a non-believer in God, can you demonstrate that God exists or not? You can't just say, well, I don't believe, and then that's sufficient. I don't think that's sufficient in intellectual discussion. That's my point.
If you want to have an honest and comprehensive intellectual discussion, then getting the perspectives of people who have not taken a belief position could actually be quite valuable.
So then we go to argumentation then. So you're saying that maybe you follow up your non-belief with some type of argumentation. I agree with that. I'm just saying, I just don't believe, I have a lack of belief. I'm thinking that is so useless, and I think it should be shunned in intellectual arenas.
And see, this is the very foundation of the vilification that I am pushing against. Because to say that people should be shunned because they haven't taken a belief position.
No, not necessarily them,
wrong.
But that
no
argument
one is shunning you.
Right. I'm saying the argumentation itself, the line of reasoning should be shunned.
Oh, line of reasoning.
Yeah.
Any line of reasoning can be countered or disapproved of in some way. It's just an idea. So certainly ideas can be critiqued in any way possible. I'm all for that.
Oh, awesome.
I consider that to be part of what I call the free exchange of ideas.
Yeah, then we agree then. Awesome.
Okay, cool.
All right, so James hasn't gotten a chance to talk. James, you got anything you want to insert into the equation?
Yeah, I want to hear what James has to say.
Say about what? What do you want to know my opinion on?
Oh, just
everything.
anything. We're just giving you the floor, man. You've been quiet for a while, and a bunch of people have been talking.
Yeah.
Well, I've just been absorbing a lot of it. I mean, there's a lot of different points. I think that the biggest thing I could say is that for me and Aby, in terms of we didn't like we don't find the magic hypothesis to be very compelling. So we do have a basis towards naturalism, but as I've gone and explained before, that's not an absolute basis. If you could provide solid evidence for something supernatural or some type of non-naturalistic force behind something, we've just never seen that happen before. It's not that it's impossible, it's just we've never seen it before. So we do have a bias that it's probably not taking place, but I wouldn't say we reject it outright. I'm willing to look at evidence. I just haven't seen any.
But the problem is science is a study of the natural world, so I don't understand how you're going to use science to find supernatural evidence.
Well, and like we've said, like T-Jump has said before, if you prayed to a certain God and that God granted your wish 100% of the time and you kept on doing it, I mean, it wouldn't be absolute proof that deity was real, because I guess you could believe there's a naturalistic explanation.
If I may, if I may, it wouldn't be proof of any deity at all. It would be proof of the emergence of a natural phenomenon where doing that thing every single time would cause that thing to occur. It has
It'd be proof of a
absolutely
demon.
nothing
That's
to do.
a possible explanation, but that's not the only explanation one could draw from
Yeah,
that.
well, that's what we're saying is it's not functional as some sort of evidentiary proof of anything other than now there's going to be emergence of a new natural phenomenon. It's not doing anything for you.
If there's two possible options, it could either be an undiscovered natural phenomenon, or it could be that the supernatural claim is legitimate, and you can go on either camp of those. But there are a good amount of people who would be convinced by
James,
that
are you
type of
skipping over the
evidence.
fact? No, are you skipping over the fact that that's just garbage evidence? Like, you sit here and talk about how we don't provide good evidence, and you substantiate something that is legitimately garbage evidence. Like, and we're trying to
What's
point that
garbage
out.
evidence, Smokey?
That expectation of 100% of the time, like T-Jump did this to me in the debate with the gold brick. You pray for a gold brick, and every single time a gold brick appears. Well, that's not even evidence of anything other than a natural emergent phenomenon of some sort of Amazon.com. That's not God. That's not a person. That's not someone making decisions about what is right or good for the person and deciding whether or not to operate on it exactly how they ask, differently than how they ask, or not at all. Based upon their own personal relationship with the creation. You require something outside of the reality of the claim that wouldn't even do anything to substantiate the claim anyway. So it's just a ridiculous point to even drive at.
Well, I disagree with your characterization about how we view evidence, and I do think that there could be evidence of something supernatural that would not necessarily. It wouldn't have to be a natural phenomenon, that people would be open to it. But again, you have different options. It could be supernatural. It could be natural, and you'll have people on both sides, and each one, can make their case. That's all we're doing, is we're making which one we think is more likely to be true.
Well, I feel like there's a supernatural phenomena that we have evidence for, which is time, and God is the only thing in my mind that can explain how time can exist in our universe. And the atheists have provided no model of a universe that can have transcendental properties like time without a God.
That's a very complicated question, because there's time in the abstract, and there's the physical space-time that exists, and there's time as an abstract concept, and they're very complicated. And that's why I said that's where God has been reduced to hiding. He hides in the two things we know the least about: origin of life, origin of the universe. Pretty much everywhere else, we've explained everything away through natural processes.
I need to follow up on that.
Okay, hang on, Sunflower. Sal's been very quiet, and I think he was trying to insert himself into the conversation a minute ago.
Oh, absolutely.
Sal, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, this is the thing I get when people say, okay, if I prayed for something and it's granted 100% of the time, then yeah, maybe I'll believe. Okay, so what sort of God would that be, that he obeys every whim that you have? See, what that basically is saying then is that you'll find it more believable when you can control God. You can do what you want on demand on your experiments, which I sort of understand. Maybe it would be more believable then. But with that, eventually, if you take that to its logical conclusion, it's like, well, you believe in God when you're God yourself. So, that has logical sense. But it's a veiled way of saying that you're not going to. There's almost no bar. You'll have an arbitrarily high bar, and you'll keep it so high you'll never believe, and that's fine. I mean, I asked someone straight up. I said, okay, if you're that blind beggar in the parable, not the parable, I'm sorry, in the account in John 9, and Jesus came along and healed you. I asked Tracy Harris this. She's the co-host with Matt Dillahunty. I said, would you follow Jesus the rest of your life if Jesus came along and healed you? And she said, no. I said, okay, that kind of settles it. All right. So, what she said, she'll look for some naturalistic explanation, or she'll say, well, why doesn't God just heal everyone? So it's like, okay, everyone will just has their their level of what they'll believe. But the thing I'm getting is it's not really, it's not the most transparent. It's not being very transparent. It's really saying nothing's going to persuade you to believe, short of you being God. I mean, that's essentially what you're saying.
Well, if I may, I'm not saying that's the only. I'm just proposing a way that you could be convinced of the supernatural. Not that that's the only thing that would ever convince you. Is if you had to pray and it had to happen 100% of the time. The statement that's being made is that even if that were to happen, you still wouldn't believe in it. And I'm refuting that. I'm saying no. If that really did happen, that is a possible way that you could justify belief in the supernatural. Not that it's the only way, not that it has to be that way, but that it's possible. And, it's the thing, well, you would just come up with a naturalistic explanation. Well, you'd look at the possibilities and you'd make a rational judgment, which was more likely.
And how many options will we have for this universe generating mechanism that isn't God?
We don't know. It could be there's a lot of different models and we just don't know. And that's
Right,
being honest. If we don't know and we're working on it, it's not like, well, since you can't tell me exactly how it happened, then it's just as likely that there's a cosmic pixie that farts out universes. I mean, that's a very silly claim.
Okay,
but
could I follow up on this, please?
Go ahead.
James, are you familiar with the ultraviolet catastrophe, the black body radiation problem that existed in the sort of early 20th century? It was like Planck did work on this.
I've heard of it before, but I don't know a whole lot about it. But if you want to fill me in, that's fine.
Yeah, so there was something called the ultraviolet catastrophe. I'll be very brief here. And it was basically before when all they were working with was classical physics. There was basically a catastrophe. It's aptly named because there was an idea that a black body at thermal equilibrium, a black body is just sort of like an idealized thing that absorbs all electromagnetic radiation and like radiates it out. It's like a I think most things are anyway, Google up the definition of black body. Anyway, it was called the catastrophe because it was using classical physics. These objects, these black bodies, would release an arbitrarily high amount of energy, and it would essentially release all of its energy. And this was like, obviously, it didn't make any sense. It was impossible. It contradicted classical mechanics. Then, Max Planck derived this thing that was super controversial. People said, people didn't understand it. It was strange. But he basically said, well, what if electromagnetic radiation can only be emitted or absorbed in discrete packets called quanta? Now, this is basically the birth of quantum physics. To say that there was simply unknowns, as in like before the inception of quantum mechanics, to say that like, oh yeah, we'll figure this out eventually. Like, classical mechanics has solved everything thus far. It'll probably solve the ultraviolet catastrophe too. It's like, this is entirely missing the point. There actually was a insane rift in our complete understanding that this phenomenon was only able to be explained via this thing. So what I'm curious about is when you simply say like, okay, yeah, origin of life, origin of matter, science has solved pretty much everything else. It'll probably solve that too. It's how and why are you doing that when we have such a precedent for groundbreaking developments in our entire understanding of physics, matter, and mechanics being the only way to explain previously perplexing or seemingly impossible phenomena?
All right, now before James, before you respond to that, P Mars is going to jump in real quick, and then he's going to bounce out, and Amy's going to be able to join into the stream. So before you respond, James, think about you're going to respond to Sunflower. P Mars, go ahead, man.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I just thanks for having me on, and one of my things that I like that Jesus said is to love your enemies, and lately I've been trying to think about that towards atheists, and I do think that Christians should appreciate atheists because they can make us, when atheists are being honest when they're criticizing Christians, they can actually help us to become better Christians, because we definitely fall short of following Christ, I think, as in terms of the body of Christians. So thanks for having me on, and have a good night, everyone.
Hey, P Mars, it's nice to meet you.
All right, Amy, go ahead and jump in. Link in the description. I'll get you in. Nobody else try and join. And James, go ahead and if you want to, you respond back to Sunflower.
Right. So you proposed a problem. There were things in physics that we didn't quite understand, and what mechanism did we use to solve that problem? We used the scientific method. We conducted experiments, and we figured out that there's a whole new level of physics called quantum physics, but it's still physics.
Well, wait.
Okay, it just functions a little differently than classical physics.
Let him go and make his point, and then you can respond.
Okay.
You know, quantum physics is physics. It's just on the molecular level, things behave differently than on the macro level. There's a lot we don't quite understand about that, but we are always doing experiments and always finding out more, and that's the beauty of science. We when we look at something, we don't just say, "Oh, it must be magic," because we don't have a model for that, or we can't fully explain
This
it.
is pure rhetoric. What does magic have to do with the existence of God?
Well, God and magic are, you're claiming God does things through magic.
Nope. So the magic is actually tied with the occult. So God actually, there's several commandments in the Pentateuch that condemn people to death for practicing magic. So God, why would God practice magic into something that he's condemned to death with?
When I say magic, I mean something that's happening that is in contravening or opposed to the laws of physics. So something's happening that we don't have a physical explanation for, but yet it's still happening, would be considered magic. So therefore, God doing something that would contravene the laws of physics, like parting the Red Sea, you could look at that as a magical act. And it doesn't mean it didn't happen. We just have no evidence that magic has ever been real.
Yeah, that might be the wrong term to use. I would use wonder or miraculous, something like that, rather than magic. I think it has a negative connotation attached to it. That's just me, though.
I can pretty.
I understand your point.
All right, man.
All right, James. I think it's really important to clarify what you just went over in terms of the ultraviolet catastrophe. So classical mechanics versus quantum mechanics. It's really important because you said we use the scientific method to discover quantum mechanics. That's not true. It was proposed. Often in theoretical physics, particles or mechanisms are proposed first and then tested and confirmed later. So it's not like we just did a bunch of tests and then said, "Oh, there's this thing called energy exists in discrete packets." This was proposed by Planck and then verified. So what I'm saying is it was actually it was and is. You cannot solve the ultraviolet catastrophe with classical mechanics, period. Now people could say, they could propose, "Oh, well, if you just invoke this principle and that principle, you tie these things together, maybe it would have been possible that under the classical physical model, there's no problem with the ultraviolet catastrophe." However, they're wrong, and Planck actually the stuff that he proposed, which was considered strange and weird, was the idea that electromagnetic radiation can only be emitted or absorbed in discrete packets. There was no evidence for this when he initially proposed it. It was theoretical, and then it was confirmed. So what I'm asking you is, why isn't there a theoretical aspect that has no basis or precedent in our current understanding of science and physics that could explain phenomena that are as perplexing and seemingly impossible as the origin of life or the origin of matter. It seems like you're kind of saying the same way people could have been saying that Planck was crazy when he proposed the discrete packets idea, because all they had was classical physics, and that worked up until that point. It's like you're saying, no, you're crazy if you invoke some sort of supernatural God idea, because whatever we've used so far has solved everything. Why would we ever need a new force or particle or sort of explanation? That's what I'm asking here. Why is that not possible?
Okay, well, I think you're misunderstanding when I say the scientific method. So step one in the scientific method is to formulate a hypothesis. So you have a problem, you come up with a hypothesis that you can test, and then if that test is confirmed through repeatable experiments, you can then elevate that above the it's no longer a hypothesis, it's been confirmed, and then you can put that into a model and it becomes a theory. So that is actually part of science, is to come up with a proposal that you can test. But the thing is that when the God claims, they're not testable, because again, you're any way that we could test God, you could say he works around all that because he's outside of time, he's outside of space, so you can't really test him. So it's an untestable hypothesis that you can't falsify. And that's why I said it's impossible to prove that there is no God, but it's impossible, like what's the gentleman's name, the atheist from Canada, like he said, you can't prove that there's no planet somewhere with beings on it. We just don't have any evidence to believe it. So it's probably not a good idea to hold that belief.
Well, so you'll push the origin of life to other universes with no problem and having no real evidence, and you'll come up with a new hypothesis every single year, such as the dozens of RNA world hypotheses that have failed over the decades, but you'll have a new one for next year. So you're not answering anything either.
I mean, we have answered a lot. There are things we don't know.
With the origin of life?
But James,
with the origin of life?
James,
what have you answered?
We know, again, I'm not a biologist, and that's not really my field, but I'm arguing more from a logical, reasonable standpoint, is that we are doing work on abiogenesis. We don't know exactly how it happened, but if I were a betting man, I would put my money that eventually we will have a breakthrough in that. I can't prove it, but
James, one quick question. Would you at least agree that there's a hypothetical 3.5 billion years ago, even if abiogenesis, let's say you come to you find a theory that's compelling that it could have happened, are there not things that could have happened naturally but that didn't and were caused by an intelligent designer? And how would you ever know? Like, essentially, when we talk about predictions in science, we want to do stuff that we can actually utilize moving forward. We don't want to figure out, was it an acorn that fell somewhere and it just so happened to cause a chain reaction? Or was it a person that designed this? That's not actually useful. Okay, what's useful is determining mechanisms, not sources, not causes. So what I'm asking is, even if you say, I've got a model where abiogenesis could have happened, you're never, ever going to be able to say, therefore, it happened. An intelligent designer can do things that can be explained by natural causes, even if, like, deliberately. So what do you gain from even proving what you're proving? It's like, yeah, you can prove that the Mona Lisa was just a lot of wind splattering ink around on a canvas. It just like that could happen naturally, but where does that take you? It doesn't take you that it probably did happen naturally. And so we don't even have a model that it could have happened yet. We're just saying science figured everything else out. Therefore, we'll probably figure out how the Mona Lisa could have happened via wind blowing paint around. And yet, even if you did that, it wouldn't even prove that it was the case. So it's a weird thing to get hung up on as to what caused life, when all you're really doing is trying to argue if it was possible that it was natural, that abiogenesis happened. I don't see the utility in that.
All right. You made your point. Can I go?
Yeah, James, go ahead, and then Amy has joined us, so we're
And
gonna
then we'll let
her
Amy speak.
jump
Yeah.
in.
After. Okay. So what you're saying is that things happen the way they do naturally, but even still, God could be somewhere making it happen, and that's an untestable hypothesis. We can't test that, so we can't falsify it. But the theory that has the least amount of assumptions is usually the correct theory. I mean, that's like the concept of theistic evolution, which you can't falsify, because that's saying, yeah, biologists are right, evolution works, but God is still somewhere making it all happen. I mean, that's an unnecessary thing to just insert in there without evidence that it
What makes you think that a human or intelligent source created the headphones you have on right now versus it happening naturally? Is one of these more compelling than the other?
I mean, that you're getting into design and everything, and yeah, we know man-made objects are man-made. We don't know. We have no knowledge about a universe-creating, life-creating genie that just always existed. We don't have any knowledge of that except writings in old books.
So you think there's less compelling knowledge that that life was intelligently designed than there is for any single thing you ever observe in the world that appears to you like it was made by a person?
Yeah, I don't subscribe to intelligent design, and I'm not a biologist. That's not my particular field, but yeah, I don't think the intelligent design arguments are persuasive. And
okay,
Abiogenesis is
hang on, guys. Before we go down this rabbit hole, because we're going to go down this rabbit hole. Amy, welcome to the stream, and go ahead, share your thoughts about the debate, and then we'll get back into discussion.
Yeah, so I thought it was a good debate. I don't want to smack talk too much because that'll just end us going in a loop. I'd rather just say that it was fun. James, you were an awesome. As I'm about to say something nice, he takes this helmet off, or this off, headphones. But I thought it was a fun debate. We had some good back and forth. See, I'm trying to think of what to say without starting a fight. I was just thinking more along the lines of what Sunflower was just talking about with intelligent design. I don't see any intelligence in space as far as we can see in the stars, and everything, the planets seem to be naturally occurring systems that follow physics, and life seems to have developed on this planet because there was the right elements for it to happen. But it was a good debate.
All right. Okay. So, wow, there was so much could be unpacked in that one.
Really, yeah, that one almost gave me a headache.
Oh wait, hold on, James, because you took your helmet off or your headset off. You were an awesome debate partner. I had a great time.
Well, thank you, Amy. I had a good time too, and thank Smokey and Maddox for participating. It was nice of them to donate their time to us. So,
awesome. So, in line with the admission by there's denial by Amy, and then the admission by Randolph and James both that they haven't actually gone and looked at the underlying requirements for life, yet cling to naturalism and debunk from their perspective. Intelligent design, for example, is debunked, but you haven't actually gone and looked for yourself. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Randolph, do you want to go first on that one?
Well, I'm my profession is that I'm not a scientist working in physics or biology, so these areas, or evolution, so these are not areas of specialization for me.
So are you? So let me interject here. So do you question your own IQ points not being high enough to go and understand something for yourself if you went and did some basic research?
How do IQ points factor into this?
Well, I mean, you're claiming to not be a scientist, so I'm asking if you I'm finishing a point here. Are you?
I didn't get to finish my point earlier. Okay, go ahead.
I'm clarifying. Are you not going and doing research because you don't think you have the capacity to understand it for yourself? Or you're just saying, I'm going to let some other people handle it. I'm going to listen to whatever they have to say.
I just don't have the time. I'm busy. I work in the computer field. I am a software engineer, and I look after internet servers. So I have to be careful what I put my time into. So I don't have a whole lot of time to develop a specialization in that. And there are other areas that interest me more. So, life is finite. There's only so much time in the day to study these things. So I do rely on other people who I consider to be reliable, people like Carl Sagan, people like Stephen Hawking, and many other very well-educated scientists in this field in those fields who do research that stuff and are able to articulate it very well to the general public. So, and if I do want to know more, I know where to research it. It seems to me that the theory of evolution and theory of abiogenesis both seem plausible in a cursory reading, and that's what I wanted to answer a little bit earlier there. But again, I can't credibly take a position on those being absolutely true because I just don't have enough knowledge about them. I tend to lean toward them quite heavily, though. That's about where I could go with that.
And
Okay.
abiogenesis has no evidence, and biologists don't handle the origin of life. So you guys are way off.
Okay. So I understand there's been some developments in it very recently.
Like what? Like what? Name one scenario that's ever led to anything.
Tony, hang on. So I looked you up and I saw that you've done some stuff in blockchain and other things, and you said you're a professional software dev, right? So
yeah.
In
part of what I do in the computer field, yes.
Okay, awesome. So I'm assuming you have understanding of information theory, code mapping, syntax, all those kind of things, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
I've not heard the term code mapping, but I think I have a general idea of what it is. So yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, code mapping is a fundamental component of information theory, but I mean, it applies to the creation of syntax. I mean, how values are assigned in programming.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's basic programming. Yeah.
Right. I mean, I'm talking about on the fundamental level, like all the way down. We're not talking about up at the higher level languages. We're talking about all the way down at the fundamental levels, a literal data transfer.
Yeah, machine language programming when I was elementary school level. So it's
yes. Okay.
I understand the stuff quite well.
Okay. So do you operate from the perspective that it is a rational conclusion that the forethought that is required in order to execute the assignment of values in code mapping is possible without intelligent agency?
Can you give me an example so I can make sure I'm understanding your question correctly?
I forget the exact numbers on it, but could 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, I think it's one more 0, 1, equaling A, could that value assignment ever occur without an intelligent agent?
Yeah, I suppose it could, because you're starting to delve into randomness.
Could the voltage requirements that must be translated to represent and translate and be equal to the pulses equaling the value, could that ever occur without an intelligent agent?
You want to interpret them that way? Perhaps. I don't see why not.
So you think that one of the
Depends
servers...
how you put them.
So are you suggesting that one of the servers that you manage on a hardware perspective, as well as the translation logic that's required and the immaterial value assignments, you're suggesting that stuff could create itself? Are you willing to go to one of your peers and tell them you think the server could create itself? Well, I asked you if it was plausible to happen without an intelligent agent, and you said yes in both instances.
You're asking me about a value. You're not asking. You're asking like
I'm asking you a fundamental question about information theory and hardware software requirements. I'm asking you if you think that those things are remotely plausible to come into existence without intelligent agency.
From what I can see, very unlikely.
Okay. So if from both a hardware and a software perspective, you have all of the fundamentals that are required for what I just described that are occurring in biological systems, are you suggesting that those things in a biological system, which have all the same requirements, it's totally reasonable to conclude that they could happen, but it's not reasonable to conclude that the exact same functions can happen in a computer system that you manage?
Biology is not software.
That's not biology. That's origin of life chemistry. So you're
well, no, it's in biology. So and Sal can talk about this in great deal from a structural biology perspective, but we have literal hardware software, and this is recognized in abiogenesis research. Like there's papers on this out the wazoo. There's papers on code mapping.
No.
And
you're asking me about something that I told you I don't have expertise in now.
Well, I know, but I'm asking you fundamentals of if the same requirements exist in biological systems and are recognized to have to be in place in order for life to exist, is it still your position that it's totally plausible and reasonable that something that you don't think is remotely rational on one side is totally possible, but in terms of a fundamental question about our very existence, somehow it's totally reasonable to discount the requirement?
Hypothetical. You're asking me about a hypothetical.
Well, no, I'm asking you about a literal in the context of life.
Well, you started with an if. It's a hypothetical.
I'm making I'm putting forth a hypothetical that actually is actually reality.
Well, the thing is, I've told you that I don't have the specialization in abiogenesis, and if you're asking me a question about abiogenesis, I couldn't give you an answer because I don't know. That's my answer. I don't know.
Okay, cool.
I have
so
to
you don't
know more about abiogenesis.
Okay, so you don't know. So do you think, given your expertise in your field, do you think it would be reasonable to go and see if what I'm saying is true in relation to the fundamentals of life?
It's a different field. I think I'd have to learn more about abiogenesis before I could give you such an answer.
So you don't have to learn about abiogenesis to go find out whether or not what I'm talking about in terms of information theory and those logic rules and those that being a reality. You don't have those things are written by. There's co-authored papers with computer scientists working with biologists and chemists who are literally describing all this stuff in great detail. And there's reasons that companies like Microsoft and Google are funding genetic engineering out the wazoo because they also recognize this to be true.
And there's also $10 million for anyone that can produce life from non-life, and no one has come close. You can't generate information through a random mixture of chemicals. No scientist in the world has come close.
That's all we're talking about.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Abiogenesis, life from non-life. That's exactly what we're discussing.
Yes,
enough
all life, theistic or atheistic,
I'll let
is
people
life coming from
get back
non-life.
into the conversation. The point I am making in all of this is that, and this is my point about standard talking points from YouTube atheists, is the ongoing dismissal, denial, and refusal to even I'm not an expert in this, so I'm not going to actually go look for myself. There's papers that dive into great detail from a computer science and information theory perspective about dual use syntax, all of the different code mapping logic rules. They've literally mapped it out in great detail that somebody who is a computer scientist will understand because it's literally in that language. And yet I hear never-ending excuses for why A, that is not worth, I don't actually have to go look at that. And B, for people like you, Randolph, who are expert, I'm assuming you're an expert in your own field, that you have the company you run and the blockchain venture that you're involved in and such. I'm assuming you would understand these things. And so I really wonder.
I'm not involved in any blockchain ventures.
Well, it said you were in your LinkedIn profile. That's why I was bringing it up.
No. I used to work at a company that was doing it, and I don't work there anymore. LinkedIn is weird about the way they list current employment. Just Microsoft hasn't fixed that.
Well, there's a pre-existing function where you can say I'm no longer working here. But the point I'm making,
but it messed up. So
interesting. But anyway, the point I'm making in all this is the positions that I'm taking in all of this are I mean, they're blunt reality of where things are right now. So I find it so entertaining when I hear, oh, there's all these advancements in origin of life research. And it's like, yeah, they keep discovering things that, like what I'm describing, that have to be accounted for.
That's the nature of science.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But are you, the point I'm making is if we are understanding things on a fundamental level, that there's things such as dual use syntax that is being expressed in all biological systems. You have to be able to, now you have to come to the realization that in order for life to exist without a intelligent agent creator, you have to account for these sort of things on the absolute fundamental level for life to exist. There was a paper this year where they're sitting here trying to map out, like, how is it plausible that the entire code base could create itself? Well, yeah, I guess it is kind of possible if the whole thing didn't have to exist at the same time. But hey, actually, it turns out that proteins all require basically all the amino acids. You actually do have to have codon assignments to all of the different amino acids. So actually, we do have to account for that. And the only way this is actually plausible is if we don't insert the third codon variable, or sorry, the wobble effect variable until the very end. I mean, the hypotheticals are having to be developed in order to even come to any remotely plausible explanation, which then end with, well, we still haven't solved this.
And they never,
more and more
they never
I think where there's a misstep here.
The people double down on that.
It seems to me
it's hilarious.
Hey, John, I gotta leave you for a few.
It seems to me that there's a misstep.
Hey, Randolph, 1 second. I've been on a long-winded diatribe. Praise, go ahead and you say you're bouncing. Do you have something you want to say before you leave?
Yeah, Gavin, when to come in, is it all right if he takes my place, or is anyone else trying to get in? I don't know.
Yeah, Gavin, if you want to come on in, feel free when Praise bounces, and then I'm going to shut up. Randolph, go ahead and take your point. And then who wants to talk after Randolph responds?
Thank you, LPP.
Make one response.
I wanted to say something about
a misstep. There's a misstep here. It seems to me that when you're trying to compare computer programming to genetics, which abiogenesis definitely seems to be intertwined into, that doesn't seem to be a very well-matching category. Are you kind of thinking that there's some kind of that they're similar somehow, that there's a lot of similarity there, that they can be compared?
Yeah. You have to generate information through random chemical processes. How would you do that naturally?
Yes. So, Randolph, did you not listen to a word that I said?
No, I did. I ended up getting a phone call for about 20 seconds there. But
okay. So so for programming to occur, does every language that you have ever written in, does it have, and that you manage and work with, do they all have syntax?
Well, of course.
Okay. I mean, that's an obvious point, right?
Yeah, language. That's the language is like that anyway.
Right. Obviously, right?
Yeah.
Does I assume you're familiar with the premise of Turing complete?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Now, are most of the markup languages Turing complete? Most, like, is HTML and CSS, are they Turing complete? It's a rhetorical question. No, they're not. But like JavaScript is, right? Do you think that it is remotely plausible that a syntax that is a code base that's Turing complete, do you think it's remotely plausible that that could come into existence without an intelligent agent?
I think when it comes to the computer languages, these are things that we've invented.
Not just computer language. I'm talking about anything that is Turing complete, because all sorts of stuff can be Turing complete. Doesn't have to just be a programming language. I'm just saying, is there any code base that is Turing complete that you think could come into existence without an intelligent agent?
I don't know.
Yeah. Of course you're going to. Yeah.
Okay. So, do you think it is remotely plausible that a Turing complete code base, such as PHP or JavaScript, could come into existence with no intelligent agents being required?
I'd say it's probably it's highly improbable to the point where I wouldn't expect it to happen.
Okay, so genetic code is recognized as being Turing complete.
How so?
It literally fulfills all of the requirements.
You just explained it.
This is recognized. This is recognized by genetics groups around the planet. This has been recognized for a long time.
Well, let's review the requirements. Let's review the requirements.
Do we need to Google this real quick? Okay, let's pull up all the requirements for being Turing complete. Well, I know one of, for example, is let's see, what being able to be translated into anything else, right? That's equivalent, correct? It's one of the fundamental.
You broke up. Your audio broke up.
Okay, we'll dive into this in a minute. While I'm pulling all this stuff up, anybody who wants to go next? And I think actually Gavin. I think Gavin is in, or did he leave?
I'll be back in about minutes. I have to take care of something here. Okay.
I wanted to say something while you're doing that, if I may.
Go ahead.
Well, like you were saying before about the, do you think you're not smart enough to understand all that, the technical aspects of that, and it's very complicated stuff, and I haven't spent nearly enough time researching it to speak authoritatively on it. But I don't want to fall into the Dunning-Kruger paradigm of doing a little bit of research and then thinking that I know more than PhD professors who've spent 40 years researching the topic. So I am going to give their opinions on that a lot more weight than anything
John, can you hear me?
Could just pull out of myself.
Yes, we've talked to plenty of PhDs that.
Everybody be quiet. Gavin, go ahead, man. Well, I know you've been trying to get in here for a second, so go ahead and say your piece. We won't interrupt you.
He's on a delay.
Hi, can you hear me, John?
Yeah, Gavin, we got you, man. Go ahead.
Okay. This is going to solve all the dodging that's going on in the room by the atheists. Here's the thing. We're talking about the laws of nature, right? They are both prescriptive and descriptive. If they're prescriptive, then they need a prescriber. And the best example of prescriptive and descriptive laws, all in the same bundle, are mathematics. 2 plus 2 equals 4. The results of the...
Oh man, we lost Gavin. He dropped off.
I almost thought you did that.
No, I didn't.
I was almost done with what I wanted to say.
Gavin, sound check, Gavin.
Go ahead, James. Go ahead and finish your point, man.
So, yeah, obviously the vast majority of PhDs, there are dissenters among them, but I think the vast majority of them affirm the naturalistic explanation, and I don't know enough to challenge that. And we no one's an expert on anything. We all rely on experts in some fields, and on this particular field, I'm going to defer to those experts who have spent the time studying and everything. And math is an abstract concept. It's not I don't know that it's prescriptive. It's just our attempt to explain numerology. And as far as everything goes, with the information and the languages and all this stuff is all chemicals following the laws of physics. That's really all that's happening.
Wrong, totally wrong.
No, it isn't.
And
following the laws of physics.
Mathematics is both prescriptive and descriptive.
Hang on, James. All right, Gavin, go ahead, man.
The results of a mathematics equation are descriptive. However, the parts of the mathematics equation are prescriptive. The number 2, the symbol plus, and the other number 2, and the symbol equals, and the sum 4 are all prescriptive of the equation. the total equation is descriptive. So if those parts of the equation are prescriptive, that entails a prescription writer, e.g. God.
And origin of life chemists never start from scratch. We could give you all the chemicals you want, and you still can't put anything together and bring it to life.
Well, we've only been trying for a few years, but
no, we've been trying for decades, and it fails every single time.
We have had some failures, yeah.
What?
That's how science
What?
works, right?
And it always fails. You haven't had any real success that has led to anything.
Well, the biblical science hasn't had any success that's led to anything either. In fact, it's done nothing but hold science back with their ideas. All this is chemicals obeying the laws of physics. They can't do anything else. They're physical
Okay, take
objects.
a bunch of chemicals and bring them to life then.
Or
one day maybe that'll happen.
Okay, everybody, hang on. Okay, I'm pretty sure that Salvador has been flipping his gourd and over there wanting to respond to all this. Sal, do you want to interject into this conversation?
I don't know how to respond to someone who, I mean, I do sympathize with James that I respect both Randolph and James for saying that they don't know. That's a reasonable thing to say. We don't know. But if they're going to start, if someone really cares to find out, it's going to take work. God hides things to some extent so that the people that really want to seek after him are going to have to expend some effort to find that miracle. And that's just kind of the way it is. But appealing to other men and trusting your soul and your destiny, I mean, okay, that's your choice. I just found it, all I could say is the more that I used to believe the whole story of abiogenesis and evolution, but the more that I studied science, the less believable it became. It became to be absurd. When people were saying that there's no evidence of intelligent design, what would count as evidence of intelligent design? We have systems like the bird, the cryptochrome protein that exceeds anything that man can build as far as its ability to sense magnetic fields. Biophysicists like William Biolek have pointed out, quite a number of them, biophysicists as a matter of fact, have pointed out that biological systems are optimized at the extreme limit of physics. It can't, humans cannot build systems this elegant and exquisite. If you want to dismiss that, okay, that's your choice. We've laid it out for you. And if you're going to make a case that, Christianity is not very reasonable, and you're just going to base it on the fact that, I'm just relying on what other people said and their ignorance and their faulty science, and you're just going to argue from authority, that's fine. But let's not represent it as saying that there's no evidence. It's just the fact that you haven't seen any evidence and you're not showing a lot of interest in it. And I do respect that you have other needs pressing against your time, but you can't just go around saying it's unreasonable when you haven't even considered it. So before you say it's unreasonable and declare it and just base it on what other people say, it might gain a little bit more traction to some of us if you actually expended some effort looking. I mean, I think it's fair to say, I don't know. But before you jump and say that, Christianity is unreasonable, it just doesn't sound credible to say, well, it's unreasonable because I don't know. I haven't looked into the matter. I mean, there's things like Noah's flood. There's a lot of things that have changed in the last 20 years, especially both in terms of Noah's flood, planetary formations. When I studied cosmology and astrophysics, there's stuff that just kind of made me laugh. I said, "Do you guys really believe that?" I was sitting in a cosmology class and they were trying to explain the Big Bang and this thing called the inflation field. And I just laughed. I said, this is just a concocted thing. And I'm not the only person that feels that. There's secular scientists that thinks it's ridiculous. So, if all you can say is that the evidence for Christianity isn't good because I haven't studied the matter, okay, that's just your opinion because you haven't studied the matter. And I've studied the matter for 20 years, maybe even 40 years. I could say since I've been a Christian, I've been considering it. And so, I mean, I'm not trying to be harsh, but if you're going to declare that, well, you know, that's all I have to say. I mean, I do respect that we have our limitations each individually in terms of how much time and knowledge we can gather, but it's jumping the gun to say that, you know, this is just silly, because the evidence now is getting stronger than ever. I work for a geneticist who's a famous geneticist who invented the gene gun. A good fraction of the genetically modified organisms on the planet were through his process. He was an atheist. He became a creationist as he studied the science. We're deteriorating genetically. It's not consistent with evolutionary theory. People don't want to admit that, but they're having to come to terms with it because we're becoming weaker and sicker with each generation. And this is totally consistent with the idea that long ages of the patriarchs. So, you know, I do respect when people say they don't know and they don't, you know, they think they entertain it as a possibility and they just haven't had time to explore it. I totally respect that because I was there myself. But to be saying that it's unreasonable, you can only say it's unreasonable to you. It's not, you know, it's not unreasonable in terms of all the evidence available, especially evidence that one hasn't even looked at. No, thanks a lot. Thanks, John.
Could I do a quick response and then I'll let someone else speak?
Yeah, James, go ahead and respond, and then I think Nicholas wants to. Nicholas has rejoined us. He can jump in for a second.
Yeah, I'm going to jump in after that for a second, but go ahead. After
Sal, so I appreciate your remarks on that. I appreciate your sincerity, and I'd be more than willing to have any conversation with you about all the reasons I think Christianity is unreasonable. In this context, I'm not just saying because I don't understand abiogenesis completely, or you know these because I'm not an expert on that. That's why I dismiss Christianity. I'm just saying I have looked into it. I'm not an expert, but everything I've seen so far, I'm not convinced by that argument, and it's just one piece out of many as to why I don't think there's good evidence for the Christian God hypothesis. So
I appreciate that. Go ahead, Nicholas. Welcome back. You have something you want to say?
Yeah, when I heard, I'm glad the opening came at the right time because I was chomping at the bit as soon as I heard that Christian perspectives have held back science, because literally the assumption that most of the genome is non-functional or only minimally functional held back medicine for decades and decades. And now intelligent design is being proven true, and we're finally making that progress. And who knows how many lives could have been saved if it was not for that just nonsense religious assumption that the genome was non-functional. It's like the ultimate prediction that they made and the ultimate failure. So you just do not know what you're talking about. The one thing you do know what you're talking about is when you say that you don't know, but you have taken from what, from your perspective, are priests. Instead of looking into the science, you've taken the scientists as priests, and you stated the exact opposite of reality. People have died unnecessarily because your false religion held back medicine for decades. That is a fact.
And Smokey's doing a mic drop.
This is the problem with atheism, Randolph. Seriously, it hurts people.
I disagree, Nicholas. I disagree.
Hang on, Amy. Chris, I think wanted to say something real quick.
Yeah, I needed to apologize twice to Amy. I did not mean to. I accidentally hid you in the chat. I don't know how that happened.
You're fine.
And then earlier when I accidentally compared you, Brenda, that was way out of line, and I apologize on that too, by the way, because you are very different interlocker. So I apologize. I got you confused with somebody else. So you're all good.
Okay, appreciate that, Chris. Okay, Amy, I think you were wanting to say something next, right?
Well, it's going to be inflammatory, but here we go. I mean, I've been doing research and looking for intelligent design articles that point towards abiogenesis, creation, the genetic code being intelligently designed. There just aren't scholarly peer-reviewed articles that other peers confirm. I would love to see, like, not just like, because a machine was Turing complete. Technically, it was Turing complete before Turing was alive. So they were first.
Okay.
So it naturally arose. There's good evidence. I don't even know why we go improbable, because it was highly probable it was naturalistic.
It exists, therefore the probability is 1.
No.
Oh my god.
No.
Now, Amy, I'm not going down this rabbit
Water,
hole again. You talked about inflammatory.
sun,
This rabbit hole you like to go down
freezing water
it's
carbon can make chemical reactions than all other elements combined. Oh, I just hit my mic. So it's highly volatile. We also have liquid water. We are the rare space that it's not freezing, it's not burning. There is good reason to why life developed here.
Okay, Amy, yeah. Randolph, do you think it's remotely plausible that something that requires dual authentication can exist without intelligent agents?
Authentication, our genes.
Dual authentication from a security standpoint. You're on mute, Randolph.
Thank you. I think that there's a possibility that it depends on the authentication mechanism, the level of complexity. I think as it's less complex, its probability increases.
Okay, so you think do you think that 3-dimensional structural authentication systems are likely to occur? Just
I think
purely
you're providing an example of a complex authentication mechanism. So I think the probability decreases as the complexity increases.
Okay, so and by the way, Sal Cordova is an expert on this. He actually gives a very fascinating lecture on this topic. Did you know that one of the fundamental components of biology is dual authentication in a 3D structure perspective?
Nope. Like I told you, I don't have a specialization in biology.
Okay. Well, the reason I'm bringing this stuff up is that my background's also in technology, software, dev, things of that nature. And when I learned about, started learning about some of these the structural biology components in conjunction with the information theory requirements, the code-based protocols, like all these different things, the dual use syntax, all this different stuff that we're discovering, a huge portion of which in the last, 15 years, plethoras of it in the last decade, and lots of it in the last 5, and discovering new things on a very regular basis. I mean, when we've got things like, and by the way, Sal also does a very interesting topic on discussion on this, I'm about to say, which is when you have real-time read, write, and erase nanomachines that go in and alter data in real time to modify outcomes in a controlled method. I mean, to me, and it's being done in a 3-dimensional structure. I mean, that stuff is so mind-bending. When you think about it from a complexity standpoint, and then you're talking about, oh yeah, and there's literally hundreds of thousands of variables that have to be in place in order for this protocol to be executed.
Oh, that sounds like a complex system.
Right. So it just happened, right? Just happened.
Oh, you're talking
I said it just happened. Sal, can you explain how a single protein fold could never occur on the early Earth?
The complex folds, especially the multimeric. But I wanted to say one thing that I am working on, because I came from the software industry. It's very difficult to go through 3 years of biology training, as we are all short of time, anyone who's a software engineer. But I am working on trying to create educational materials that software engineers could study very quickly without having to go through 3 years and suffer through 3 years of chemistry and general chemistry. Even if
that sounds fantastic.
Yeah. So even if someone, no, it's to meet these needs, because I don't want to pounce it was a very difficult transformation for me to go from software engineering physics to study biology. And so I ended up having to accumulate 5 science degrees, which wasn't fun. That was pretty miserable. And so I think
and probably a lot of debt. That's what I'm about to figure out.
So I was about to say, one thing I realized as far as the question of origins, it'd be nice if someone could set aside, let's say, a weekend or two, and they could learn the essentials of the biology that we're talking about and learn some of the terminology, and then at least be better informed about what the creationist arguments are. And some of the creationist material written before is actually not that good, I'm sorry to say, partly because we didn't know as much as we do now. Some of it is definitely much better, and it's written by professors teaching at secular universities like Change Loratan at University of Missouri. There are probably some others that I shouldn't name because they'll be thrown out, and also people at the National Institutes of Health. Not to mention maybe now some top researchers that are either retired or heading toward retirement. They're coming out in the open. So the quality materials has gotten much better. So I'm happy to try to, that's kind of my next project over the next year and a half. So thanks for the kind words, Randolph. And, I
always encourage people spreading information. I think the more people are looking at information in different ways, the better.
Yeah. I mean, I respect people that are skeptical, because I nearly lost my Christian faith 20 years ago. I asked many of the same questions that you all are asking, and at a very personal level, the problem of evil cuts deep. My aunt was raped and murdered in the 1990s in Kenosha, Wisconsin.
For my condolences.
Yes, thank you. There's actually I just found there's actually a memorial written in honor of her in Kenosha. Her name's Connie Reyes. There's the Connie Reyes Award. So that was my aunt. So I definitely had wrestled with a lot of the questions that were put on the table. But the fundamental thing that persuaded me of Jesus, some of them is just the miracles I've seen in people's lives, and then also this thing about Noah's flood and the deterioration of our genome. It just seems too consistent with the Christian faith. And so even if someone may not be persuaded, at least I respect you, Randolph, for saying that you seem, at least you're not too quick to discount that possibility. And
oh, sure.
Yeah. So people who are on the fence,
that's respectable,
and who are, especially those who are Christians that are about to leave the faith, that is definitely my target audience. But then even people like yourself, Randolph. So if nothing else I've gotten out of this conversation, it puts urgency on this work to try to make biology more accessible to IT professionals and people outside of the biological disciplines, because I know it was a miserable process for me to learn biology, and it's like, well, I really didn't need to learn all that much biology to explore the questions of origins and some of the questions of abiogenesis.
Yeah, so no, it's good, and I hope your project does well. It will be interesting to take a look at. Are you planning to make it available for sale, or to put it out for free, or do you have any intention like that, or are you not gotten to that point of planning yet?
It's going to be split. Part of it is I'm committed to helping Dr. Change Loratan, who is a Christian creationist who teaches at a secular university. She was a Harvard postdoc. Physical chemist, very, very smart, and she wants to offer her molecular biology course free online. So that'll be more technical. I will probably get a few freebies out there. Maybe the way I'll monetize things is maybe to sell books, because people do like books, but maybe the videos will be the avenue of advertising the book. And but
I would suggest that you talk to an organization like PragerU, because they might be interested in funding stuff like this. They would probably see it as potentially advancing their positions. This is funny hearing this from an atheist for sure.
Oh, good idea. Thank you. So
Maybe
John
they'll
Maddox
fund the whole
gave me
thing
advice
for
for that. And you know, I also think when we start to talk,
Hey, Sal, time out real quick. Okay, so I need to open up at least one slot because I know that Standing for Truth wants to hop in, and Erica also knows Guts at Gibbon. I know she wants to hop in on this as well. So, Smokey, are you?
I'll bow
were you
out.
saying?
Yeah, that's more their forte anyway.
Yeah, I'll bow for
Yeah.
one of them. So
yeah, I'm gonna take off. But appreciate it, guys. It was
Okay.
a good night. It was a good
Have a
debate.
good night,
Sal,
Smokey.
Sal, I love
Good night,
you, but
Smokey.
let's have a talk because you don't know what an ad hom is. I wish you stuck around for that part where I explained it, but we'll chat about that sometime. God bless, guys. Hope you all have a good
God
night.
bless.
Have
Good
a good night.
debate, Smokey.
yeah, and I'll bounce out. I just want to say spontaneous
Shalom, brother.
generation has been disproven long ago, and you have to believe in that to believe in Abiogenesis, and it's not going to happen. Okay, I'll bounce out.
Appreciate it, Chris. All right, standing, the slot's available now, so hop in. Link is in the description. And if Gutsick Gibbon is still in the chat, let me see.
Yeah, let her in. She was supposed to take our Abiogenesis challenge.
How many people in the chat?
If Gutta Gibbon is willing to come in here, please. I mean, I'm just gonna ask everyone. Like, we should owe her some respect because she usually doesn't. She usually is, at least as far as I can tell, like kind of.
Okay, so she's getting her microphone and standing. I know you're mainlining coffee right now. Hurry up and click the link. Okay, now go back. Sunflower.
Tony,
I think
I was going to briefly say, Gutta Gibbon is at the very least very diligent and hardworking. So, if she comes in, let's like give her let's be respectful and give her a fair shot. But I just wanted to. I have a burning question, personally for I guess the current atheists are, and not that really matters, but the current whatever are Randolph, Amy, and James. This is a question I often have. Why and I guess you can each answer briefly personally. How do you guys feel about the naturalistic intelligent designer theory, which would just be the idea that, everyone likes to say aliens and they post a meme, but it doesn't really have to be a meme. Why? And I'm not assuming you guys do think this is silly or stupid but how do you guys feel about the possibility that there was a naturalistic intelligent designer of the origin of life on Earth? Is this for some reason impossible to you or implausible to you, or do you think it's possible but there's no evidence? How do you guys feel about that? And I'm just curious.
Any of you want to go first?
You can go, Amy. I'll go after.
Okay. It puts it for me in a much higher realm of probability because we know that life has occurred. And so taking the step and saying it occurred multiple times is not a big step for me. In fact, it probably is true. I think it's harder to get to. I think we forget how many levels there are of going from single cell, multi-celled, thinking so well that we can make tools and stuff. So it would have to be a super intelligence that, they went through all the steps like we did billions of years ago, and then they seeded here. I mean, it's possible.
Yeah. Well, given the Fermi paradox and given the fact that we exist now and moving forward, there doesn't seem to be a projected end of time. Even if humans do something like this, well, then it just seems it almost seems exponentially likely that as time moves forward, all life, even if it originated from some kind of abiogenesis thing, if that initial abiogenesis resulted in something as intelligent as we are now, then all the life that followed as the millions of years goes on, it's more likely we would be responsible for it than it having that abiogenesis having occurred again in a similar fashion. It's kind of like that, the idea that once something intelligent enough to create something exists, from that point onward, it seems way more likely that thing will create or iterate or affect future iterations of something similar than it to happen spontaneously again in a purely random naturalistic way. That's kind of what I'm asking.
I will say, I think James of all the atheists actually has the interesting position on this. So
Well, I mean, look, I've come out before, and I do believe that there are alien races. I think it's highly possible that they could even be actively operating on Earth right now. As far as like the aliens, the theory that they seeded life on Earth, that's definitely a viable theory. We haven't obviously don't have proof of that, but it definitely is possible. But it's also possible that life here arose. You know, either way, you're kicking the can down the road somewhere. It had to arise, and the atheist perspective would be that it was probably through natural processes.
But
now,
here's my but wait.
Well, one moment, let me just finish up, and then I'll go back.
Sorry.
The Milky Way galaxy is one of the oldest that we know of. Okay, it formed maybe a few 100 million years after the Big Bang, which in cosmic time is not really that old. And the Earth is only about 4 billion years old. So it's very possible there are planets in the galaxy that have had life that is billions of years ahead of us. And even with without warp drive or any kind of crazy things like that, they would have had enough time to get here. And I do think they would know that we're here. We're obviously can't prove that they are, but it definitely is a interesting hypothesis to throw around.
SFT, what's up, man?
Brother Tony, good to see you, my man. Good to see you.
Anybody? Nobody's taking on our Abiogenesis video challenge, huh?
No, we've got a series of interviews over the last couple months with a number of PhD chemists, and we've got an Abiogenesis challenge out there for people to answer all the chicken and egg problems with RNA, world, metabolism first, all the different, stories that are being pushed, and nobody's taken the challenge. Not even Dodgeball Dan, Tony. Not even he's willing to take the challenge, and he's an evolutionary biologist.
Right. Well, they don't have anything other than it happened somewhere on another planet that we just, can't show today, but it still happened.
Can I do it?
Well, here's my thought. I'd like to point out that there's one thing that was said a long time ago that I'd like to comment on. It's that claim. I think it was James who said it, but I can't quite remember. It's been a crazy after show and a crazy debate. But apparently, we are the ones as biblical creationists that reject science or biological science, I think it was, when I truly believe it is quite the opposite. I mean, we're literally accumulating way more mutations generation after generation than selection could ever remove or filter out. But my point is, man is clearly degenerating, okay? And yet we are to believe that pond scum evolved into people through processes that are either one, fine-tuning, or two, destructive, like mutations. How is this science? So my point is, it appears to me that it's the naturalistic evolutionists like Amy and James here who are the ones who deny science. I mean, like James, for example, since you're the one who made the claim, would you ever say that man currently is getting better, improving biologically?
I don't think that's the claim that evolution makes. It doesn't. There's no objective better. It's just suited for your environment. So it's not a, is man better or not? It's, are we suited for the environment that we're in? That's all evolution really cares about. It doesn't care about what's better, or, it's just about fitness for survival.
Yep. It just happens to be we're the species that's adapted very well.
Well, here's the thing, though.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to point out the fact that we understand biological evolution. We understand the mechanisms behind it. But here's the thing. The more we learn, and the fact that all population geneticists would admit that man is presently degenerating, and the evidence would seem to suggest that we are degenerating from a point of perfection. And that's why my question was that these mutations that the theory of evolution would say are the driving force behind taking a fish to fisherman. Now, I understand all the typical talking points, like you said. There's no direction. Evolution can explain up, down, right, left kind of thing. But here's the empirical facts. Here's what we see today. We see that generation after generation, we are accumulating more mutations that are deleterious than selection could ever remove. Take that back to a point in time of least mutation accumulation. You are now at a point of perfection. Okay, a perfect genome, perfect creation. So it is the naturalistic evolutionists that are saying that pond scum evolved into people over billions and billions of years of incremental changes, mutation accumulation. How is that empirical? Let's look at the empirical evidence. How can natural selection, acting upon random variation, these mutations, of course, how can that take pond scum to people? How is that science? And I don't want to hear talking points or just textbook answers on how biological evolution works. I understand all that. Address the actual data, because apparently we're the ones that reject science. So that's kind of my question that I would have for any of the evolutionists on the panel. Go ahead.
Well, do you realize that the vast majority of biological scientists affirm the theory of evolution? Is that not?
Well, that's an argument from consensus and majority. So once again, okay, we transmit here. I'm going to teach some basic science. So we transmit
I'm just
a small.
asking if that's what you accept.
Actually, there are a huge number of PhD scientists, many of which I have interviewed. You can check my channel. I've got a playlist of about 15 of them that reject evolution. And even your evolutionary scientists, like your population geneticists, they will admit, like Kondrashov, they will admit that man is presently degenerating, but they are still holding to the bigger picture of pond scum to people evolution. Therefore, they are coming up with stories and rescue devices on how to explain away the data, right? They're not going to question the bigger picture. So I admit that those biased scientists, they have a position that they have to hold to. My question to you is, though, and I understand what their rescue devices are regarding mutation accumulation, but how would you guys, using your own critical thinking skills and avoiding arguments from majority, how do you explain the removal of all of these mutations that are deleterious pouring into the genetics of humans? How do you explain that according to your model?
The Gibbon has entered the room, and she's far more qualified to talk about
She is.
that.
She's the most qualified.
I would just say that I don't think the data supports intelligent design. I would say that you are also really biased because you really, really like the idea of there being a God, and you really like the idea that he poofed everything into existence. So you're going to be biased toward that conclusion. Any data that you see, you're going to try to make fit that paradigm. And, we all have our biases, and the scientific method is designed to try to weed those out and get us to be more objective. But that's it's how you look.
Okay, well, let me just
standing. Hang on. Before we go down that rabbit hole, Erica, welcome to the after show.
Hey.
I know you were watching the debate as well, so we're going to rewind, everybody. We're going to rewind back to the beginning of the after show. Erica has now joined us, so she gets to insert her opinion about the debate, who she thought won, lost, best points, best comebacks, and then we'll return back in any other. And feel free to insert anything else you want into the conversation. Then we'll go back.
Absolutely.
First
when you moved your hand like that, I was thinking, these are the streams you're looking for.
Can everyone hear me okay? Is my volume level fine?
Yep, you're coming through great. Okay, everybody shut up. It's Erica's turn to talk.
Yeah. I'm super glad to be here. It's been a while since I've managed to actually make one of these after shows. I'm sorry if I'm talking a bit quiet and it took me a while to get in. My fiance's brother is in town, and so I had to sneak into the room where I keep all my stuff to go snatch my mic and on my computer charger. But yeah, I really enjoyed the debate. I really did. I thought that things stayed typically things can get pretty heated with those kinds of conversations, but I thought that it stayed pretty civil, all things considered. And I've heard Amy and John and Smokey debate before, but I'd never heard anything from James W before, so I thought that was kind of neat as well. I think the only issue really that I had was I felt like there were times when the two teams were almost discussing different things. There was a little bit of talking past each other where the direction was almost a bit aimless. And I think that I think Chris is an awesome moderator. I think she did a great job. And everybody has different moderation styles. I don't know that I would have done anything different if I were in her position, but I think that maybe a more active moderator than either of us two would have been able to say something along the lines of, let's make sure we're on the same page, discussing the same direction, and things of that nature. But yeah, I genuinely thought everyone did a good job. As for who won, I mean, the thing about those kinds of debates is I don't really think you can say who genuinely did win or lose and be objective. I think it's very difficult to say the very least. All I can say really is that I enjoyed everyone's performances, I guess you would say, for a debate, and I found the side chat very stimulating. So, and I'm glad to be here and talking about it.
Well, I appreciate that, Eric, and I'll insert a different opinion question for you.
Sure.
So, debate aside, in the after show, do you think there has been at least an attempt to have good back and forth dialogue from both parties?
You know, I gotta say, John, this is probably one of my favorite after shows I've seen you host. I really do. I think that the panel is going really well. I think that everything's stayed really civil and that people genuinely, for the most part, are trying to understand where the other side is coming from. And I think that that's like the very first stumbling block that any kind of debate or argument has is, are we genuinely trying to understand, even if we're dead set against agreeing and think that the other party's basis is just as far from reasonable as possible. The very least we can do is try to understand the perspective of the other person that we're having a conversation with. And I think everyone here has really done a good job at doing that from what I've seen. I've been a little bit in and out, but that's my opinion.
Well, I appreciate that. Now, before this degenerates into SFT versus Erica round 75, I think that Sunflower had something he wanted to insert, and then Standing, we'll go back to you because you were talking.
Yeah,
Sunflower, is something you wanted to say?
Okay. Yeah. I guess it's not off topic, but I guess it's something that hasn't been brought up yet, and that's that, like, so when I think about, like, let's say when discoveries are made, like Göbekli Tepe, or even cave paintings, or even certain things that kind of, when they're discovered, that's like, oh, this radically changes our model of anthropology, and how did they have this before that, and how did they have religion before agriculture, and things like this. When you see things like this, it seems to me like we have a lower standard of human civilization or intelligent design, because it's like, oh yeah, of course Göbekli Tepe was just humans building a worship temple, or of course the cave drawings were humans sort of drawing what they lived with. But then when we go back to Abiogenesis, it's kind of like, for some, what I don't really find is consistent is like, well, we have to make the parts fit so that it wasn't intelligent. It's like, why can't we look at cave drawings and say that this was random? This was sticks smacking against the wall, or it's like everything else is just accepted as like, oh wow, this is now new information that humans lived here and intelligent people took part in these things. But then when we go back to the big enchilada of how something arose without intelligence, it's kind of like, let's try to make the parts fit together as best as we can, so that it doesn't invoke an intelligent designer. And I feel like that's a little bit, I just don't really see why, because the intelligent designer doesn't even have to be a god or a supernatural force in that case. You could just say, oh, it sort of seems like maybe a intelligent alien life form, or some sort of primitive but yet intelligent ancient life form on Earth kind of like had something to do with this. We don't know if that's true, but it's definitely a possibility. It doesn't seem like that's ever really considered. It always just seems like we must formulate the best hypothesis of how this happened with zero intelligence. And that's why I when I juxtapose that against Göbekli Tepe drawing, things that are like possibly human or maybe likely human, why are we having?
Hey, Sunflower, you're getting really muffled, man.
I'm sorry, what was that?
You went like you got really muffled there for a second.
Oh crap! What was it? Should I reiterate my last point?
It was just like the last sentence.
So,
I think we got the good gist of it for sure. But if you want to summarize it, by all means.
Okay, really quickly. So it's like this: the standard we apply to evidence of human, or at least intelligent, like sophisticated human design or interaction, in terms of things like cave drawings, Göbekli Tepe, or other things, seems just far lower than the standard we apply for origin of life, in which it's almost like we not only have to reject a possibility of intelligence, even if it's naturalistic, we have to figure out how this happened without intelligence. So that's the gist of my point.
Yeah, they're
Cool.
failing anyway.
Okay, yeah, I want to respect the rules of the after show. How do we decide who? I know Standing wanted to speak for a minute, John. So do I need to wait my turn?
Standing, are you back to mainlining coffee, or are you still ready to talk?
I've got my
Erica,
coffee
can
in
make a
hand.
Okay, so Standing,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead and.
I wanted to go too, John.
Before
After a minute.
Erica makes a point, do you mind if I can? Because I think she can then add to it or say it better. But
Okay,
but
go
then
ahead,
I'll
Amy.
secede myself.
Okay.
I just want-
Amy, hang on. Amy, go ahead. Then Tony can make a quick interjection, and then we'll go back to Erica, and then Standing. Just go ahead,
Totally
Amy.
perfect.
You're a
And
good
yeah,
moderator, John.
Yeah, you've been awesome. And I think, like I said, I want to hear Erica's thoughts on this. You were asking about pond scum to people. And to me, because I'm highly fascinated in that specific subject and going through all the stages. And to me, the real linchpin between what got us between these simple celled organisms and the multi-celled is this symbiotic event that happened with mitochondria. As soon as this symbiotic event happened, where mitochondria became these energy sources, all sorts of interesting multi-celled organisms began sprouting up. And it does seem with that, and then to piggyback on that, photosynthesis, so almost like a third symbiotic relationship, that's why we have all these crazy organisms. I don't know if Erica is, but that's my pond scum to people.
Oh, God.
Okay. Tony, go ahead. Okay, Tony, go ahead and make your point, and then Erica can go ahead and respond to Amy. Go ahead, Tony.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, Erica, me and SFT, we've been chatting in the chat for, I guess, years now. I don't know. We've never crossed paths. I've been trying to get a debate with your leader, Aaron Ra, for about 10 years, and he keeps dodging me. But we got a couple Abiogenesis videos that we'd like you to, I don't know, make a rebuttal video, address some of these problems with the RNA world and metabolism first and protocells, which have all been plagued with problems, and we get no response. So SFT can go a little further on that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think you guys both post some interesting ideas. I think Sunflower's point should be absolutely commended, because the idea is essentially this: it feels like there's this double standard, right? We look at things that are clearly made by humans or hominids, or at least intelligent, what we consider to be intelligent human-like organisms of the close to modern day, and we feel very comfortable looking at those and saying this was done by a hand, this was done by an organism, something with opposable thumbs that thought, hey, maybe I'll draw an antelope today on this cave painting, or the likes of Göbekli Tepe, or many of our sort of early Paleolithic sites. But I think that the primary difference that these kind of issues between what feels like a double standard between abiogenesis and the likes of early hominins is what evidence is there to support something versus what evidence is there to preclude something. So in the case of cave paintings, right, humans make cave paintings today. Humans have made cave paintings almost throughout our entire history, from recorded to what looks like even prior to that. And of course, the way that we know this is because, well, we see them doing it today, and we've never seen anything else do it. Now, that isn't to say that you can definitively say one way or another that every cave painting was made by a human. I could look at the likes of humans making cave paintings today and find an organism that isn't a human, like, for instance, what happened with Neanderthals and Homo erectus and other hominins, and say, well, this thing has a pretty big brain case. And it also has hands that look like it can manipulate tools and perhaps maybe it did the same things. And all of a sudden that broadens this area of consideration from humans are the only things that cave paint to maybe other things do too. In the case of abiogenesis, we don't see anything else making life in the modern day. We don't see any abiogenesis or genesis events from intelligent beings or otherwise. We can't even do it ourselves.
We're trying.
But we are engineering. Hold it. We are engineering RNA in the laboratory through highly manipulated, controlled processes that would never occur on the early Earth. In fact, PhD Fuzz Rana made that exact point to Aaron Ra, and his answer was, I don't know. I don't study origin of life.
Yeah, so the thing is that I don't either, and that's typically why I don't debate abio very often. But that being said, there's again, this is kind of why I made the distinction early on in sort of my monologue here. There's a huge difference between a lack of evidence for something in its entirety and evidence that exists to the contrary. Now, in the case of intelligent design, I would argue that we don't have evidence for or against it. But the problem is, in the event that you have a hypothesis, right? I'm struggling to think of an example kind of off the top of my head. But let's say I wander into the woods and I find I don't know, a teepee or something along those lines, a structure that's clearly been made by something. Well, I could posit that perhaps the Boy Scout troop down the river made it during their annual troop meeting, and then maybe I find out, well, actually they didn't have a meeting that week, or they weren't in the area, or something along those lines. And then someone else comes along and says, well, that's really interesting. My neighbor camps in the area, and he's really into like the YouTube videos where you make like old-timey structures out in the middle of the woods, like the where the guy makes the pool out of like mudstone and stuff like that. It looks really awesome. What am I looking at? What am I thinking of? You guys know the videos I'm talking about? The dude
I've seen those. Yep.
Yeah. I forget what they're called. There's like a specific channel that does quite well. He'd do very well for himself in like a post-apocalypse. But the difference between those two hypotheses is in the second one, right? Both are viable. You don't have evidence to prove that the Boy Scouts did it. Maybe I don't know about it, but they had an emergency troop meeting, but I don't have that information at hand. Both could potentially be viable, but one has more evidence than the other. One has more support than the other currently does. And so in the case of science, that would be the one that we would consider. And in the case of abiogenesis versus intelligent design, that's kind of how I see it. I don't think that you could say that intelligent design is off the table necessarily. But that being said, I think that while we don't have the entire thing figured out, we have relatively large chunks of it figured out. And this is the important part, this is the big one, there is no evidence to preclude it. That's the biggie.
Okay, but Erica, are you aware that chemists, when they run their experiments, they don't start from scratch? They have to filter molecules and purify things to get the desired structures that they want.
Tony, I'm sorry. I think Erica gave a really, really great response to my question. If I may could I maybe respond?
Go ahead, Sunflower, and then Standing, you're up next, buddy.
So I agree absolutely with what Erica just said, at least insofar as we can't necessarily preclude abiogenesis. However, it raised an interesting question in my mind, and that is that now that we are intelligent beings and we're trying to create life ourselves, whether or not it's through an attempt to demonstrate that it could have happened originally, or whether or not it's just like people trying to kind of play God and create like synthetic life and so on and so forth. So it's like we know we're trying to do this to various extents in the scientific field. I feel like I see that as kind of a way to strengthen the argument when you say, well, we make cave paintings today. It's kind of like, well, we also attempt to spawn life from non-life today. This was the the Miller-Urey experiment. I mean, as we move forward, all of our experiments that are attempts to any experiment we make that attempts to prove it could have happened in an abiogenesis early Earth is being done by us as intelligent beings, and thus doesn't that kind of imply that like the origin of life as we know it here was a previous intelligent being trying to do experiments about how to prove that they could create it's like we're all of our experiments to prove that early Earth abiogenesis is possible are being done by us.
Yeah, with intelligence.
Well, yeah, but what I'm just saying is that, like, couldn't it be possible that
it's the very thing they're trying to remove from the scenario is an intelligent agent, but the very thing needed to generate genetic information is an intelligent agent. That's how stubborn and delusional they are, the atheist community.
Wait, Tony, hold on. I'm also agreeing with Erica in that it's not impossible that it could have happened. It could not have been naturalistic abiogenesis in the first place. But as time moves forward, doesn't it become increasingly likely that all future iterations of life were then the result of like let's say there was there was the initial abiogenesis, and then from that you got a bunch of intelligent human-like creatures that tried to prove it via experiment, and this happens for like billions of years, and like at a certain point every iteration of life is just the result of a previous intelligent species trying to prove that it was possible. I know that's crazy, and I know it sounds a little bit just tinfoil hat, but
no, I like it. I think it's an interesting point. I would love to respond to it, but I want to give Standing his go too. So I'll pass that on to him. But I would love to. Yeah, I think it's a really, really interesting idea. I'd love to give my thoughts.
It's too late. My coffee's done. I'm tired. I'm going to bed. No, I'm just kidding. Good to see everybody.
Yeah,
Good.
so Standing usually is mainlining coffee until 4 to 5 a.m. I don't want to hear any. I don't want to hear any excuses. Go ahead, man.
Even coffee at 2 a.m. for me, John, is too late. Yeah, good points from everybody. Erica, good to see you here. Great moderating the other day in the debate with me and good old Walker. You're always nonpartisan and neutral, so good job. Yeah, so let me see here. I guess based on what we were discussing earlier, Amy, so I guess the question would be regarding what she was talking about would be, can the endosymbiosis theory explain the origin of eukaryotic cells? Actually, before I continue, is my audio okay? I was hearing some feedback there. I'm not okay.
Yeah, you're coming through, man.
So from my understanding on that theory, it has many problems and it's not very empirical. I think it's actually been dealt with in the 70s and 80s. I know there's numerous problems with it. But I would say that the major problem is the fact that given what we know today about mutation accumulation, there are obvious shelf lives on genomes, like we were discussing earlier. So the question I had was, what type of selection can filter out so many new mutations, right, that are both slightly deleterious and unselectable? What's fascinating is the fact that numerical simulations have actually confirmed that even with purifying selection and other realistic parameters, the genetic degeneration of the human species is inevitable. And some of those papers, they are in the mainstream journals. And the only rebuttals you'll find to them have come from blogs or YouTubers, which obviously isn't very convincing. So the numerical simulations, the data regarding genetic degeneration still stands. It's empirical. So I do think I made my point with James. I was simply just pointing out the fact that it is not us as biblical Christians or creationists that reject science. It is the naturalistic evolutionists that reject empirical science. So given James's response, it seems like he's just choosing to simply trust the consensus, which to me, as an answer, is a logical fallacy and just blind faith in those that actually, what's interesting, in the blind faith in those that acknowledge the problems with mutations and selection, taking a fish to fishermen, but simply what they're doing, when you read their papers, they're invoking rescue devices and a number of hypotheses to explain away the data. So they're acknowledging it And now they're trying to come up with solutions, right? When in fact, to us as biblical creationists, the data is very nicely consistent with our model of a once perfect creation that has what? Has degenerated to where we are now. I think it's fascinating that you can take this point of most accumulating mutational damage to a point of least genetic degeneration, which would be a point of perfection, a point of creation. So I think our model and our position is very empirical, very consistent with the scientific data, and can lead to retrodictions and predictions. So that would conclude what we were discussing earlier, I think, before we got onto a couple new topics. So I'm good with that. I'm good with that.
And can I ask Gutsa Gibbon or Erica, what would be your answer to, I hate that word, pawn stone to people, but what would be your explanation for how going from like multi-celled to how we are, or single-celled to how we are now?
I mean, that's a great question. Again, you're asking someone who looks at the very, very tail end of, like, in depth, so to speak, at the very, very tail end of the evolutionary history of humans. And even then, I don't even focus on humans. I focus on extant primates in general. So it would include humans, but typically because humans are narcissistic, we like to give our own ology. So we get anthropology and everybody else gets primatology. But yeah, so with regard to that, now, again, there was a period of time when I was much more brushed up on my abio stuff. It was actually earlier this year. But I really dug as deep as I could into it. And I got about probably about 3/4 through John Maddox's, through John, actually, your lovely paper compilation, which has been a beast to get through. It's a lot of papers. It really is. I commend you for collecting them all, because there really is a lot to get through. And my general thoughts on the matter, it really boils down to this. The likelihood of life coming from non-life, that is to say, organic life coming from an inorganic soup of chemicals, when you look at the bare numbers of it, it's unlikely. I mean, obviously, that's putting it mildly. We don't see it happening today for a completely different reason. I mean, today it's impossible for new life to emerge simply because everything else is already just absolutely perfectly selected to their niche, and because of that, there isn't any room for anything that isn't ideal for its environment to come into being. But that being said, it starts with, and this is my opinion of, again, recalling what kind of I studied several months ago, but chemicals, inorganic chemicals in and of themselves, to a degree, self-organize. And we see this in chemical reactions every time a reaction occurs. They go from a more unstable organization to a more stable one. Now, there have been some really interesting physics papers put out by the likes of England et al., who essentially said, okay, well, if it is in the best interest for things to go from at least on a small scale, a state of relative disorder to a state of order, which the idea behind that in chemistry is that in the long term, it ends up increasing entropy. So in the short term, it looks like you're getting more order, but in the long term, you actually end up getting more disorder. There's a lot of weird physics that goes into that, and I only took undergrad physics 1 and 2, so I'm really not the person to talk about that either. But that being, I mean, I could talk about hominids all day, of course, or primates, but that being said, there have been some really interesting papers put out by physicists like England et al., who have said, okay, well, interestingly enough, the formation, the structure of RNA and DNA actually are one of the best organic mechanisms of creating more entropy, so to speak, creating, more heat release overall, et cetera, et cetera. And I can link, I don't have a wrench, but I can put them in the side chat in StreamYard. And I've provided them a few times in some of my video content as well. But the idea is that the second that you can get a single time the formation of the basis of RNA, or even metabolism first, which would then yield RNA, is the moment that you start to see a heavy, incredible selection for that entity or organism to reproduce. So the question becomes, okay, well, how do you get that in the first place? And the answer to that is a very complicated one that we have not solved. I will be the first one to say it. Abiogenesis is not a solved issue, but I liken it back to the entire idea of there isn't anything that precludes abiogenesis. And initially, from square one, we were like, well, we don't have any of it figured out. Well, now we've figured out that lipids self-organize next to hydrothermal vents. We can see this in real time right now. We can see that there are many different natural substrates that self-organize RNA from its bare minimum bases. And we can see that the likes of some amino acids can be found naturally in, crazily enough, meteorites. Now, I don't personally subscribe to panspermia or anything like that. It's just an interesting side note that you can get all of these components together at the same time in a prebiotic Earth. So now the question becomes, okay, well, just because you can put all the pieces of a plane together, it's the classic tornado in a junkyard. You can put them all together in one place. How do they self-organize? And that's, of course, an entirely different issue. And that's the part that we're having a lot of trouble figuring out. Not the least of which because we don't know with any 100% certainty what the prebiotic conditions of Earth are. Now, it's shifting a lot less than it used to because thanks to geochemistry, we're able to hone in on it a lot more and figure out within a better margin of error what it was probably like. But you know, that's going to take still quite a bit of work. I think, though, that we've got a decent starting place on that. And I think that the biggest factor on the side of abiogenesis is time. And I've said this before, Kent Hovind hates this. And he's like, oh, yes, of course. Well, you give them enough time and they'll, you know, it all works. It all comes down to time. Time is their God. And, you know, in a way, you're kind of right. But I have yet to meet a creationist, a young Earth creationist, who can grapple with the reality of the ancient timescale. That, to me, is the linchpin argument of where I'm coming from as someone who is into the idea, who leans heavily towards abiogenesis, but certainly is very into the theory of evolution.
Okay. So Eric, let me interject here real quick.
No, I'm done anyway.
And I know,
monologue.
Oh, of course. And I think Standing wants to get involved in this too. And I know Sal, when he gets back, wants to hop in here.
I wanted to respond to Standing at some point too.
Sorry, who was that? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
James.
James, okay.
James.
Okay,
I just want to say Nicholas has a fabulous beard. I just want to point that out.
It's quite epic, isn't it?
Oh, I am jealous.
And I'd like
hang on,
maybe
everybody time out for a second.
So maybe we should go time rebuttal now since everybody wants to talk.
Yeah. Okay, so Amy, I've been literally stroking my beard for like 4 hours straight now. And Nicholas pops on camera for like 30 seconds.
Funny.
And you're like,
you have
his beard is amazing. I'm so insulted. Right? I'm so
Your beard's pretty cool too, John.
You have a sexy beard too.
I'm messing around. Okay,
All
so
beards.
I'll insert later. Standing, go ahead.
Well, I know, John, you wanted to say something there. You can go first if you'd like. I don't want to.
I'll need a long-winded diatribe. Go ahead, man.
Okay. Okay.
Mine's really quick.
Nicholas, sorry, we just don't really care what you have to say. So here, I'll go first. Nicholas, I'm just kidding. You're just here for the beard, Nicholas. So go ahead.
Now that I'm on camera, am I allowed to talk?
Okay, Nicholas, go ahead, man. And then Standing.
Pull the shirt down where it shows. No, the thing that I don't see any scientific indication of is this concept that chemicals can possibly self-complexify into what do they call it? Into specified systems of manufacturing and computation. So I don't know of any science that indicates that that's possible. I only know of scientific testing and observation that indicates that that is impossible. And the time frame does not matter to that.
Agree. Nick, I think you just muted yourself.
I think he was done.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm done.
Okay, gotcha. Sorry, I thought you muted yourself. Okay. Great points, Nick. And yes, I will have a diatribe about that too. Standing, go ahead, buddy. You're up.
Sure. Okay. So I guess now onto the abiogenesis issue, since we just kind of covered the genetic degeneration and the nature of empirical science. Well, when it comes to abiogenesis, here's the problem, is the fact that there are insurmountable problems associated with chemical evolution. Chicken and egg problem after chicken and egg problem after chicken and egg problem, no matter what scenario you're looking at, RNA world, metabolism first, you name it. One that comes to mind in terms of chicken and egg problems has to do with enzymes. And actually, one thing Erica said had to do with like RNA and DNA. The thing is, RNA and DNA both have major problems in any origin of life situations. And I see a lot of, I'm not saying specifically from Erica, but I've just seen a lot of storytelling and a lot of, hypotheses that really just go untested when it comes to abiogenesis. Now, here's the problem. RNA is actually more unstable than DNA. DNA is unstable, but RNA is even more unstable. And in our cells, we have what? We have about 1 million DNA breaks every single day. And most of these turn out to be fixed by these amazingly designed repair systems that are in the cell. And I always point out the fact that what we see in the cell is evidence of forward thinking, which necessitates a forward thinker. So, but here's the thing. If RNA, is less stable than DNA, and DNA, right, this goes back to the chicken and egg problem with the enzymes, DNA requires many amazing DNA repair systems, as I just talked about. And this is required for survival over time, okay? So how on earth can, if we're looking at the RNA world, how can this RNA world be plausible? Because let's look at the building blocks of RNA. They're threefold. You got a sugar, a base, and a phosphate. And naturally, these things don't bind to form nucleotide bases that are actually needed for RNA. So right from the start, you've got a major issue even trying to get the building blocks for RNA because the building blocks themselves are incredibly unstable. This is why these hypotheses, they go untested and unverified. Now, here's an even bigger problem, this chicken and egg issue. Enzymes are now needed as a what? Well, they're needed as a catalyst in the cell. Okay, RNA, yes, can do this in a very, very limited extent. That's important, very limited extent. The reality, when we look at the reality, it's the fact that in living cells, protein-based enzymes do most of the work. So here's the question. How did life change from RNA enzymes, from which there are only limited support for, to these amazing protein enzymes? When did this occur? So here's the problem is we've got real chicken and egg problems on every single level because information in the DNA requires enzymes to read it. But then those instructions to build the enzymes are on the DNA, which cannot be read without the enzymes. Dr. Sarfati explained this in our interview with him, and he's a PhD chemist, and he goes over all these chicken and egg problems, right? What came first, the enzymes or the DNA? One thing Erica said was that with lots of time, right, we can't comprehend this massive amount of time for chemical evolution can now supposedly be more realistic with lots of time, when in fact, more time makes chemical evolution even less plausible. There's more problems given more time because real chemistry goes in the opposite direction than is required by the origin of life, which says life came from non-living chemicals. When it comes to water, if you're trying to explain the origin of life in some fancy pond, well, water tends to drive the reaction in the wrong direction. And primordial soups have lots of water in them, which means water destroys the bonds faster than they can form. So the whole point is, yeah, you can have just so stories, maybe this, maybe that. But the fact is they're going untested. And oftentimes, like Erica was talking about how lipids apparently can self-organize. John, I know I've been going on for a while, so maybe John can touch on that. But here's the thing. Oftentimes what you see from these little observations is an extrapolation fallacy, right? Maybe this small little observation can take non-life to life. So it's fallacy after fallacy. I mean, there's no plausible explanation for any origin of life scenario. And I think the naturalistic evolutionist just has to face that fact. John, if you wanted to say a few things, I know I went on for a while, but yeah, that's all I got to say.
Before I jump into all that, James, I think you had something you wanted to insert into the conversation, didn't you?
Yeah, just pretty briefly. So like I said, I'm not an expert about the hyper-technical aspects of abiogenesis and evolution. I'm not a biologist, and I do defer to people who know a lot more than me, a lot more than I'll ever know about that topic. And I'm pretty satisfied that the side of the evolution and the side of naturalism has the greater weight of the evidence. And but I'm certainly open and willing to look at any new evidence that comes up. But that's where I stand on that right now. So
I could, John, if I could say one, because I think that was directed at me. So I'll just say, based on everything we've discussed over the last 45 minutes or so, you saying that the side of evolution and the side of naturalism has the greater amount of evidence, I think it's absolutely clear that it's quite to the contrary, that the evidence is opposite of what is required for that pond scum to people evolution.
I mean, there's so
think that's been
many
demonstrated, so.
observations other than the hyper technical ways of this enzyme or that codon. Like for instance, when you look at the past, all the animals look, or most of the animals look vastly different than they do today. You don't find modern species when you look at really old rock. Species change over time. That's evident in the fossil record. Exactly how that happened, we can debate it, but to just say that no, God did it all 6,000 years ago is not, a very convincing hypothesis.
Yeah, the experts don't have anything for the origin of life. It's been failing for decades.
Would you agree that we are alive? It had to happen somehow, right?
That's not an answer. Yeah, we're here by design. You wouldn't agree with that.
We are here, but you haven't been able to show any evidence of this design. It's just an argument from incredulity that you don't understand.
Are you aware of RNA?
Okay, hang on.
Are you aware of RNA engineering and how it works in the lab with intelligent agency only?
No, I'm not.
Okay, hang on.
Then you don't know what you're talking about.
Hang on.
All I'm saying is you're saying an argument you don't understand how it happened. Therefore,
no, I'm saying we are showing.
Hang on. I'm gonna let Sal jump in on this one. But before we turn it over to Sal, James, that argument that you're making is literally requires a suspension of rationality based on knowledge which we have. And the entire point that's being made, which I'm sure Sal will expound upon in great detail here in a second when we turn it over to him, is we are not arguing from incredulity. We are arguing from what is known to be required in order to get molecules to do things which are not natural if you don't have all of these ridiculous amount of control mechanisms already in place, which is the entire point.
Exactly.
Anyway, I'm going to shut up now.
John, because
hang on, everybody, no, it's Sal's turn. Go ahead, Sal.
Well, wait a minute. James just made that comment to me, so I should be able to let me have a 10-second final response because James was responding to me. So my response to that would be the fact that historical reconstructions are only as good as what? The observations and the empirical data that we are discussing here. So like I said, we see shelf lives on genomes. We see genetic changes down, and the fossil record that James here is now pointing to, which is kind of a red herring in a debate, can be very deceiving. It's very indirect and low quality. The direct evidence is what? In chemistry and genetics. That's what we are discussing here, and the chemistry and the genetics points to James and his historical reconstructions being false. That's all I got to say.
Hey, John, can I have 10 seconds really fast too, just to say one thing, and then I swear I'll shut up.
Go ahead.
I was going to say the reason why this is occurring in labs in man-made conditions with highly sterilized environments that are fine-tuned is because there isn't anywhere in nature today that you would be able to observe abiogenesis happening for the reasons which I stated earlier. Nothing can come into existence when a niche is already occupied. That's why we don't see new abiogenesis events occurring. Okay, sorry, muting.
Right, but
we actually set up prebiotic conditions that fail every time, Erica. We are able to simulate early Earth conditions, and they never work.
Right. I'd love to respond to that, but it's Sal's turn. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Everybody be quiet. Sal, go ahead, man.
Oh, thank you. Argument from contradiction is not an argument from incredulity. If I said, if someone said they believe a tornado passing through a junkyard will build a 747, I'd say that doesn't make sense. That's not an argument from incredulity. That's an argument from contradiction from what we know of how physical objects behave. Engineering designs transcend physics, and I'll explain what that means. But I'd like to point out Richard Smalley, who was a Nobel Prize winner in chemistry. He's considered the father of modern nanotechnology. He was converted by James Tour and Hugh Ross. James Tour said origin of life research is retarded, and he was able to persuade Richard Smalley of that same view. So these aren't trivial chemists that are thinking this whole thing is a farce. Yes, they are in the minority, but the truth is, origin life research has not progressed. It's gotten worse. They're having more problems to face now than they ever did. I've heard a lot of talk about the RNA and DNA world. There is a serious problem with membranes that spontaneously form, which Erica referenced. There's a serious problem if we don't have transmembrane proteins. It's a great way to make a coffin that's sealed. It's a good way to kill the organism and ensure it never evolves. So without transmembrane proteins, it's going to die. And James Tour called out Jack Shostak for saying that, because it's misleading to suggest that just because we can get lipid bilayers to spontaneously form, that life can emerge. It's a really good way to kill life. So this is an example of some of like the self-delusion that's going on in the origin of life world. Same for Jeremy England, who said if you shine a light at something long enough, it's gonna turn into a plant, or something as equally ridiculous. The way that intelligent design, from human to human intelligent design, is conveyed is to use materials with many possible configurations, or we might call it Shannon entropy. I could take an exercise where I take coins and I'll just tell students, just arrange them in a way that'll convey intelligent design. Well, we could do that all the way down to the molecular level, where we can build structures that are engineered that will go against natural tendencies. The materials that life is made of, the four major components, the macromolecules, the nucleic acids, the proteins, the lipids, and the carbohydrates, those are exactly the sort of things that have very high Shannon entropy. There are many ways you could put it together. That's why in a random soup, it's like a tornado passing a junkyard. The tendency is not to self-organize, but to disorganize. And some of the machines that we could talk about are like transmembrane proteins that are multimeric. You need to have several copies just to work. And how can that happen unless you have a genome and a translation system? There's so many parts that have to be there. And so this whole thing of just saying, oh, we got some prebiotic things to spontaneously form in the lab. This is like taking a picture of Humpty Dumpty falling down off the wall and about to break his head open, and say, oh, we have progress to show he's going to survive just by taking a still photo of that egg flying. That's the state of origin of life research. I've talked to biochemists. I said, I would just show extant proteins that exist now in biology. And I'll say, if you didn't know how the sequence is written, could you from scratch build a protein this sophisticated? And some of the proteins I could list are the ones that I studied, like topoisomerase, but there are so many other proteins. I said, could you build an ATP synthase machine from scratch? Do you have the technology? Could you pool the best scientists and build this from scratch? They'll say no, because the protein problem is too difficult. So when they say there's no intelligent design, if you have technology that far exceeds all the sum total of all the best scientists and engineers on the planet, and you cannot exceed it, just not intelligently designed, I have a problem with that, because we can take coins, just random coins, and arrange them to make them all heads. That's trivial. We cannot build life, even if we had blueprints for everything. And that problem was very highlighted when Craig Ventnor tried to create synthetic life. And when he falsely claimed he invented life, he did not. He had to use templates that existed because he didn't have the technology to do it from scratch. So to say that that's not intelligently designed, it's like, okay, well, if it isn't, it's certainly better and more intelligently designed in terms of the technology than all the sum total that we have on the planet.
Can I go next, John, or am I in line?
Randolph, you've been quiet for a while. Do you have anything you want to insert, or Sunflower? And then Eric will come to you if they don't want to.
Totally.
Nothing at this point other than hello to Leophilius in the chat.
Right on. Sunflower,
I'd like to go, John, later if I can later.
Sunflower, anything you want to add?
I don't know if there's anything I was going to add.
Okay, just let me know if you want to jump back in for anything.
Yeah. Not right now. I'll defer.
Tony, do you have a quick insertion, or do you want some?
Yeah, no, I totally agree with Sal. We can give chemists everything they want and they still can't do it. And some of the things that they have been shown require lots of pre-existing stuff and templates and things that aren't available in just a random mixture of chemicals. So yes, can we do this in the lab? Absolutely. Could it ever happen out in nature anywhere? No, not even close.
Well, we can't do it in the lab.
So it's even worse.
We can't put together cells. We can't put together cells from scratch. Craig Bender did it from scratch. And then I forgot to mention, Steve Benner pointed out the asphalt paradox, the water paradox, the single biopolymer paradox. He published this in an Origin of Life journal. It's a peer-reviewed journal. And so this idea that things will spontaneously self-organize, that's refuted by, he said, even, everything we know, all the experiments, all the structure theory, chemistry, this is not where it's going to go.
And Shostak has to start.
Is the normal state. That's where naturalism ends.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be now, but if I can respond to Sal.
Okay, we're going to turn over to Erica in just a second. Before we do, in line with what you were just saying there, and this is Erica, this is a quick response to one of the things you talked about earlier.
Yeah, no problem.
So the whole organization, replication, and such, like with RNA, they think only things they've been able to get to self-replicate are artificially constructed strands. And as of this year, it is well admitted in the Origin of Life research community that even when they artificially create something that has the ability to replicate, it always shrinks. It does not, it degrades. It does not, like the literal sequence gets shorter. It does not get longer. So even if there is modification to it, it's a reductionist. It reduces the amount of information that's present. It does not increase. So even if you somehow manage to get to that point, you don't end up with a positive increase. You always, and it's accepted. I watched a whole lecture on this from researchers from the Chemical Evolution Institute in Atlanta from last month. They were talking about this whole problem. And then when you get into the catalytic ribozymes, they are in a 3D fold and they can't replicate. They can cause something, they can catalyze something, but they can't self-replicate themselves.
No,
so you have a ultimate conundrum of anyway, I'm gonna shut up now. Go ahead, and the floor is yours. And then I think Amy, did you say you had something you wanted to add?
Well, I've got the quickest analogy too.
Okay, quick analogy, and then Erica, and then we'll go to Amy. Go ahead.
Okay, so some of these things where they get like a couple proteins to form and stuff, it's sort of like finding a way to get silver or gold, something that's a good conductor, to like become a strand in a natural way, and then saying that a computer and an entire factory run by computers could evolve naturally because you got that little strand to form in some kind of semi-natural way.
Very true.
And the molecules they produce are always homochiral. They're not in the desired structure needed for life. So they have to run all these chemicals through purification processes using designed equipment. It's always interference by the intelligent chemist. Every single time. I can guarantee it.
That's very true. Okay, Erica, go ahead. Floor is yours.
Oh, yeah. So there's definitely a lot to cover there. I mean, a lot of you guys have said some really interesting things, and I think that they're fair criticisms. I don't agree with any of them, and I'm going to explain kind of in as best I can kind of why I don't agree with them. So the first one I want to talk about is that you can give chemists anything, as much money as you want, the best equipment in the world today, and they can't make life in a lab. No, they can't do it. There are a ton of different things, aspects of our world that we cannot create as humans but nature creates and maintains every single day. A really, really simple, idea of this would be we can design ecosystems that work, self-contained ecosystems that work within a zoo, so that animals feel more at home. You see this in most zoos, but we could not create from scratch, even if given all the money in the world. We couldn't replicate the ecosystem that you see in the simple forest that's been retaken over after a volcanic eruption. I mean, we see this occur: primary succession, secondary succession, new ecosystem builds up from the ground. And these are just continuations of existing processes of filling up niches and organisms doing their thing, and seizing new resources. So, to say that because we can't create something currently with all the money and all the best equipment in the world is to undermine not just what we see in nature, but also the entirety of scientific progress. Go back 20 years and you'll find just an uncountable number of things that we couldn't do that we do today all the time, even though they had the best equipment. So I think that that's a little bit of a bad argument to use, that just because we can't do it now means that it's impossible. When I say that there is nothing that precludes abiogenesis, and I heard nothing that anybody here in this recent kind of round of responses that precludes it. I heard a bunch of things, Sal mentioned several different paradoxes, and I was looking them up in the background as I could. And when they're, while they're colloquially called paradoxes, all they are is currently unanswered questions. They're not, this mechanism prevents something from occurring. Now, I want to say something as well about the tornado in the junkyard, because I think that's a good analysis or a good analogy to use, even though it gets kind of dumped on a lot. But we've been working on origin of life research for a decent amount of time, and we've been, increasing exponentially, so our progress goes. But the period of time that the Earth was kind of sitting here with chemicals and doing things and volcanic processes and hydrothermal vents stewing and stirring, and that we know they were doing this for quite a long period of time because of the geochemistry, which I've yet to meet a creationist who can kind of disrupt the geology that tells us that the Earth is indeed very ancient and has been doing this for quite some time. But they were working with billions, if not trillions, more time, I guess you would say, than what we've been working on origin of life research. Now, it's not just that. It's not just one tornado in one junkyard for billions of years. It's trillions upon trillions of tornadoes and trillions upon trillions of junkyards, if the hydrothermal vents are anything to go off of. I mean, we're talking so many trials you couldn't observe them with the best technology in the world all simultaneously.
Erica, time is the enemy of abiogenesis.
Oh, it's absolutely just not, though, Tony. I'm telling you,
Yeah.
it's really not. I heard Standing say that as well about the chemistry being that it degrades or
absolutely, and everything is breaking down, and all your amino acids are turning racemic. We have a great video on it.
Listen, though, Tony, I hear what you're saying, but I also heard you mention the chirality problem, which is kind of an older creationist talking point. The chirality problem is not a legitimate problem. The chirality problem has been dealt with for quite some time. No, I'm serious. This is in the literature. The chirality problem, now abiogenesis has problems for sure. Chirality is not one of them. So, and I'm telling you this, this is just factually the case.
No one's produced a protein, and no one's produced all left-handed amino acids under prebiotic conditions.
No, not in the lab. No one's produced a lot of things in the lab. That doesn't mean.
So where did it happen? In some imaginary fantasy land in another universe, right?
No, Tony. But the fact that
Erica, hang on. Okay, you don't. Number one, I really don't care about whether it's billions of years or not, because number one, in the context of reality, you don't have billions from your worldview. You don't have billions of years to work with. You have no more than, from your own timeline, you've got no more than 500 million and as few as 200 million to work with, correct?
It very much depends on whose work you're using, but I feel comfortable saying that, yes.
Okay, so you don't have billions of years to work with.
Yeah, it was my mistake, John. It was a slip of the tongue. What I was meaning to say.
My point is, it's a very significant factor in the context of whether or not abiogenesis is plausible. So, per what is observed from your timeline, not mine, from yours, you got like 200 to 500 million years to work with. Okay.
May I make a two-word assertion there? I'm not trying to make the case that abiogenesis happened or is even plausible. I'm trying to make the case that it is possible.
Right, but earlier tonight you admitted that from a probability perspective, it is very, very, very unlikely. However, now you're trying to claim that, oh, well, there's trillions of different instances going on, so it actually is something that can be considered plausible.
No, I didn't say plausible. I'm merely saying that it goes from being impossible, because or not impossible, statistically very, very unlikely, to being much more statistically possible within our observation.
What is the total number of seconds per your worldview? What's the total number of seconds that have existed from the Big Bang until now?
I literally couldn't tell you that, even if you gave me.
Okay, it's 10 to the 15th. The recognized probability for a functional protein to exist is 10 to the 80, 10 to the 7, 1 in 10 to the 77th.
Right, you're assuming a single trial, though. You're assuming a single trial every second. It wouldn't.
No. Okay, there's literally not enough time. There's literally not enough time, even if you have all these instances happening at the same time.
Wait, no,
Erica, hang on.
Incorrect.
Erica,
that was just an incorrect statement.
Erica, there haven't been enough particle actions in the entire history of the universe in order to account for the improbabilities that we're talking about. And you don't even have the total number of actions that are possible in terms of now in order for, from your worldview, life to exist.
I want you to clarify something for me, because what you just said was that given the total number of seconds and the given probability, by the way, I've seen that probability, that's a probability given by creationists. It's 10 to the 40th for secular science when you've actually boiled that down. So it's about half of what you gave.
So are you suggesting that the professor emeritus of chemistry, SoCal, biochemistry, I believe it is, who literally wrote the review on that aspect of probable functional protein formation, who literally stated that he found no flaw in the math?
Well, what I'm stating is that the...
No, answer the question. Are you debunking him publicly?
Well, John, it's more complicated than that.
How so? If somebody who is an expert and is not a creationist, actually is an atheist, admits that
John,
the math is correct,
I'm trying.
How are you trying to circumvent and claim that I'm making a false assertion?
John, I'm trying to do that. I literally keep trying to explain it, but you want a one-word answer. It's not a one-word answer.
Well, go ahead with your dodge, and then Sal can go ahead.
It's literally just the fact of the matter. The number that's been given by creationists, at least since I've been looking at all of this stuff, which maybe 2 to 3 years, at least in a serious fashion, is that the probability of life forming from non-life is 10 to the 83rd, as given by creationists. Now, when you actually get down and dirty where they get that number from, and I've got this pretty deep, and I see Sal shaking his head. I mean, you can correct me when, if you think I'm wrong, but, I very much would be interested to see why it is that you're saying that. But I'd have to dig through my sources here, because I've got, a decent amount of them. But when you actually dig into that 10 to the 83rd number, it's somewhat of a fallacious reasoning when you actually get down to the brass tacks of where they're getting their numbers from. And this isn't something that's wholly uncommon to see, at least from the creationist literature that I regularly consume. As Sal mentioned earlier, some of the creationist literature leaves a lot to be desired. But I'm not sure the specific professor that you're talking about, but it seems to me that it would be a viable reasoning from my part that you said 10 to the 80th. I've heard 10 to the 83rd.
I was talking about an individual. Okay, 1/77th. I was talking about an individual protein, and so why, if the probability that we're talking about is so just inferior from a creationist perspective, why does Eugene Koonin rely on the multiverse to be able to have any remotely plausible explanation for abiogenesis and probability?
I've heard Koonin's coverage, and I don't, as an individual, hold Koonin's reasoning of that to particularly high regard. Some people may, I don't. Okay. I think Koonin is unfounded in that assessment.
Okay, so Sal, go ahead and respond to this, because I know you've interacted with the instance in question. Go ahead, man, if you want to respond to this.
The 10 to the 83rd power only deals with the beta-lactamase protein. There are proteins that are way more complicated. The beta-lactamase proteins are only about 400 residues. Something like topoisomerase is probably going to be a lot more difficult. Same for helicases. They are far more essential to life, so the number could be understated. Not to mention, you probably a working cell would need something on that order of having at least those proteins. not to mention transmembrane proteins. So that probability number understates it. Eugene Koonen's figure was just dealing with RNA replicases, not even a full cell. And the number that he came up with was 10 to the 1 in 10 to the 1018th. So these aren't just, the abiogenesis proponents want to try to project this and say these are creationist numbers. These are not just creationist numbers. There's a reason that the multiverse is starting to be invoked and that there's some sympathy for it. So if we also talk about Seth Lloyd's universal probability bound, it's 500 bits. So what that means is if you had 500 fair coins, and you tried to flip them so that they're all heads, it would take more flips than there are not just atoms in the universe, but even all possible quantum interactions. So even something very small, you don't need something that is especially complex to be highly improbable that you would rule it out from practical standpoint in the observable universe. That's why Koonen is, as John pointed out, is appealing to these multiverses. So I just wanted to say, how do I say this without giving something away? Let's just suffice to say it's in the works to revise the numbers that Axe did for the beta lactamases, because that's a very primitive protein. And there's no reason to expect a primitive protein to evolve into another complex one like topoisomerase or helicase. And as I pointed out in Standing for Truth last week, evolutionists are finally admitting there's no universal common ancestry between proteins. There's a reason one protein can't evolve to another. So to invoke the probability of even some trivial protein evolving into something complex, that doesn't even agree with the phylogenetic analysis that even evolutionists accept. So even if we somehow cross the barrier of 10 to the 40th power for one protein, it doesn't imply that they're going to resolve proteins that are as complex or protein complexes like ATP synthase or homohexameric helicase. I'm sorry I'm having to throw out all these terms, but these are real problems.
May I ask you briefly, Sal, what sort
proteins? And I've actually been analyzing the interfaces with topoisomerase alone. There are 50 connection points. It's just
May I ask very briefly what source you're using for the non-universal common ancestry of proteins? Because I've been looking up kind of what you're saying, and so I can drum up my thoughts on the matter. And I want to make sure that I'm not misrepresenting you.
Okay, Sal, before you address,
It'd be news to biologists too.
Hang on. Sal, before you respond, Sunflower is getting ready to bounce out. I think he wanted to say bye to everybody. Sunflower, go ahead, and then we'll go back to Sal.
Okay, yeah. Just saying goodbye, but also wanted to just kind of reiterate, I know I'm not simping, but I have a girlfriend, but Erica, I feel like really is one of the most composed and just like rational and like not emotionally driven people that we have had the pleasure to sort of talk to and debate with.
Thank you, Sunflower. That's very kind.
I just feel that way. Like, I as my Twitter bio says, impeccable intuition and divine wit. So I would like to say this has been extremely productive. John, you've done a great job moderating, and really, I of all the people that of all the atheists create abiogenesis, I really do feel like Erica is one of the most informed and unbiased people. So I really appreciate having them back and forth. But that I also extend that to I think everyone in this chat, but also, and I love the conversation tonight. And with that, I'm gonna head out. But
supremely kind again. Thank you, Sunflower.
Appreciate it.
Well, I gotta say one thing. Erica,
Don't be gone
have a good night.
Standing, hang on. I know
you're
freaking out over there.
No, I was just gonna say, Erica, how much did you pay Sunflower to say all of those kind things?
No. What just happened was Sunflower heard that she is in the same building with her fiance and wanted to let him know that if he doesn't treat her right, she's got a fallback position to go to.
No.
And now we're putting one and one together.
That's what actually happened. Okay.
Oh man.
Well,
You're getting Sunflower in
I'm
trouble.
just impressed because I see so many people in that corner that are kind of like emotional and try to be kind of, pithy and whatever. Anyway, great conversation. I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna keep listening, but I'm gonna not be talking anymore. So good chat, guys, and
appreciate your
Good night,
Sunflower, man.
Sunflower.
Fun so far. Thank you for being here.
God bless.
Thanks for the
Okay.
input.
All right, now I got it.
Sunflower, do you
All right,
glance at
so
private
now we got to
chat
get
before you're
back
gone?
into mod
Love
mode.
you all.
Okay, so later, Sunflower. Okay, so Sal, go ahead and respond to Erica on the protein question, and then I believe Amy wants to hop in next, and then we'll go to SFT.
Yes. Thank you for asking, Erica. I provided 2 references in the chat. One to Honig and Petrie. It had some problems in the reference section, but it explains part of the problem, and it links to a paper by Wolf and Kunin, which I also described the title. It was Genomics of Bacteria and Archaea for the emerging dynamic view of the prokaryotic world. It points out that there's not a universal tree of life, at least that they can't reconstruct it. They're arguing for a web of life. Whether that means we're just unable to reconstruct it from extant data, or whether there is no single universal common ancestor, that can be certainly debated. I will point out your colleagues, like Speed of Sound, said, and Immutable Destiny agree that not all proteins or genes, protein/genes, descended from a single common ancestral gene. So I'll defer to your colleagues on that, because they seem to agree with me that not all genes, proteins could possibly descend from the same common ancestor. And one of the reasons for that would be, whether one's a creationist or an evolutionist, is that there has to be several simultaneous proteins in existence just to make the cell function, and they're radically different. So I just throw that on the table. So thank you very much for your interest in that. I would be interested to hear.
I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right thing.
All right, well, I appreciate y'all's back and forth on that. I'm sure we'll get back into it.
I'm sorry, just briefly. The reason I'd be interested for Erica's viewpoint is that would falsify common ancestry of all genes and proteins. That's a good start.
It's a well-accepted theory within science. They're not really challenging common ancestry, but you're welcome to.
So, Amy, did you listen to a word that Sal was just talking about?
Yeah,
literally talking about how it's being challenged.
I know what he said. I don't believe
that's
the problem.
And he put links to papers. So again,
link them. I want to see them.
They're already in the chat, I believe. Is that correct, Sal? Did you already put links? Okay, yes, you did. Okay,
and so can I ask my actual question? So Sal,
hang on, Amy. Before you ask your question,
okay,
I'm done with your snide little BS. If you're not going to pay attention to what people say, and then you're going to claim that what they just said is false, and you didn't listen to him talk about how he published links to papers, which is the whole point of what the question Erica was asking him. I mean, you got to pay attention. Go ahead.
I think that's an unfair assessment. I think that's
you literally just embodied what I just said. Now go ahead.
Okay, I disagree. Anyway, so Sal, you seem very educated, and you seem to have a high bar for abiogenesis. I want to know if you have a high bar for your God. Do you have some sort of mechanism by which this God creates life? Do you think that it will one day be replicatable, or is there anyone working on how God creates life?
I can only express my own personal beliefs for what they are worth, and I don't think we will ever know the mechanism.
That's a low bar. We're starting really low. What happened to this whole bar? You were all talking all this genetics and stuff.
Okay, Amy, I'm done. Nick,
you
have something you want to say, bro?
I want to hear.
I'll explain the reason why. Is that it would involve laws. It would involve principles that are not according to accepted chemistry and physics, both the ones that are accepted and also possibly in the future The reason for that, and it was published in Trevor's and Abel's paper, Chance and Necessity Do Not Necessitate the Origin of Life. It was in Cell Biology International. They pointed out that the design of life transcends physical laws and chemistry. If you were in another universe with different physical laws, you would still have the same problem, because Turing machines are not based, they're not the inevitable result of the laws of physics. It actually has to, there's an aspect of Turing machines or any self-replicating von Neumann automata that, as a matter of principle, has to be independent of the laws of physics. That's a principle that I think a lot of people don't realize. If you have a self-replicating automaton, a quantum computer, anything, or a Turing complete machine, it has to have an aspect that is highly improbable as a matter of principle. It doesn't matter what the law of physics is. So when you ask for mechanisms that cannot be resolved to any mechanism that can be expressed in algorithmically compressible laws like our accepted laws of physics, that is kind of very high-end computer science, but it's a discussion worth exploring. And I'm happy to put the paper written by Travers and Abel. Abel is probably an ID proponent. Travers, his co-author, is an atheist, but I felt he had enough intellectual honesty to talk about the problem of origin of life, and he said we probably will not be able to resolve the mechanism. It's what they call in mathematics a formally undecidable problem.
And I would like to mention this has come around full circle back to the intro that LPP and Smokey gave at the debate.
Well, 3.5 hours in is usually where that starts. Standing, you still there, man? You want to hop in? I know you've been waiting for a while patiently.
Yeah, no problem. No, this has been fun. This has been a great after show. Definitely, probably one of the best. So, Erica, thanks for joining as well. You've made it that much more fun. So I'll be quick, I guess, in my response, given that I have said a lot, and I believe that which I have pointed out goes unchallenged. Now, I'm not saying, just in this discussion, I'm saying in general. There's no real empirical answer for the numerous overwhelming problems for chemical and even biological evolution. I think in the nicest way possible, Erica proved my point that what we're looking at here is a lot of just so stories. Because here's the thing. There has been no solution to all of these large numbers of chicken and egg problems, one of which I went into incredible detail on with enzymes, for example. Look at all the different scenarios. You got metabolism first. Look at RNA world hypothesis. No matter what even the supposed origins from space, all of these have numerous unsolvable problems. And Erica once again appealed to time, when in fact I think Tony correctly pointed out that the time factor actually makes the problem worse, because real chemistry goes in the wrong direction. And that's what we've seen even in the Milli-Urey experiment. So my point is, without a working naturalistic origin of life scenario, and I think there's been a ton of good lines of evidence brought up in this after show, particles to people evolution, it's dead in the water. So what does the evidence indicate? Well, life did not arise by physics and chemistry. I think that's clear. Without intelligence, that is. The intelligence needed to create life, even say the simplest life, is far greater than that of humans. We are still literally in awe over just how incredibly complex even one single cell is. And we're still, I say this all the time, we're still at the infancy in understanding the DNA language. And the more, like Sal was talking about, the more we discover about the DNA language, the more we actually realize just how implausible any origin of life scenario is. Even just getting around to trying to fully understand how even the simplest life forms work. One last point that just came to mind I want to say before I forget. I want to point out the fact that, let's say the information in a book, okay, it's not only based on the properties of the ink molecules on the paper, and I think a lot of people forget this fact, but it comes down to the way they are arranged into letters, words, sentences, paragraphs, and ultimately books, right? Is a random ink spill, I would ask the naturalistic evolutionist, is a random ink spill going to create the Lord of the Rings trilogy? Of course not. So my final point would be the fact that even if you got the chemistry right and figured out how to solve all of these major chicken and egg problems, you still have the information and the programming problem. So there's another chicken and egg problem. So that's all I got to say.
I would love to go when given the opportunity, but I know we're going kind of in a line, so I don't want to cut anyone off here.
Okay, so let me see here. We've got are James or Randolph still in the are they still in the stream, or have they passed out?
I'm here.
James,
No, I'm here.
James, do you have anything you want to insert before we go back to Gutsick?
Not really. I kind of did want to hear what Erica had to say about that. She knows way more than I will ever know about that. So, yeah.
All right. Now, Erica, before you go, Tony, do you have anything you want to add real quick before we go turn it back over and give Erica some time?
Yeah, I'd love to see a rebuttal video of some of the SFT Abiogenesis vids. I'm in a couple of them. So, I mean, the origin of life field has been stagnant for decades. They're not making really any advancements. Everything they have shown is totally exaggerated. And as far as this RNA world, it's failing, it's highly unstable, and so on and so forth. It's really not going anywhere. So we're just going to hear a lot of storytelling at this point. Or maybe it happened, in another universe, on another planet.
True. Okay.
Maybe a magical deity.
Yeah, so they both be magic then. They're both unseen, untestable beliefs. Great.
Maybe.
Wow, okay.
Okay, Erica, go ahead if you want
to. Okay, cool. Okay, so I was trying to keep up while Sal was talking, and obviously I can't read the papers in like 2 seconds, so I have not gotten the opportunity to really read past even just some of the abstract on some of kind of what I'm looking at. But I want to first contest that no, the origin of life research is certainly not stagnant. Looking just in 2 or 3 categories that Sal mentioned just in the 2020 year, I get dozens upon dozens upon dozens of results. Now, obviously, I haven't had the opportunity to really look at them, but their publishing journals are quite nice. PNAS, Nature, quite a bit from fairly reputable journals. So I think that saying it's dead on arrival, what Standing said, dead on arrival because there are problems with it, I don't think that's a workable statement. I mean, now I'm not going to really get into this very much because I personally don't think that it's kind of a fair thing to do. But I could sit here and for 30 minutes talk about the actual data and facts that do indeed, in my opinion and in the opinion of conventional science, preclude young Earth creationism at the very least. And when I say preclude, I do mean preclude. But I obviously we're talking about abiogenesis, and I'm fine with trying, attempting to defend that. We can play those kinds of games, I suppose. I just don't think it's not something that I really want to do.
But Erica, these researchers aren't starting from scratch.
No. I'm totally with you. I don't. But again, in a prebiotic Earth, you're not really starting from scratch either. You're dealing with, what is essentially, intentionally or otherwise, a primed soup, as it were. But depending on where that is and the chemicals that would be involved.
Random chemicals.
Very quickly, Tony, let me continue on really fast. So very shortly, just on the looking into protein ancestry. Now, I do see this work by Eugene Koonin. I haven't actually obviously had the opportunity to read it, but I'm also finding papers published before it, like within the same 2 months, I should say, March 17th or March 27th in 2017, which discusses the structural reconstruction of protein ancestry and argues that simple folding can be essentially reconstructed all the way back to some of the very most ancient proteins and indeed create something of a tree. Now, I'm going to put all these in the chat after I'm done speaking so that everyone can access them. And hopefully, if they do contradict me, I'm sorry. Again, I haven't had the chance to read them. But kind of continuing on that, with regard to what was also spoken about earlier, I did have an opportunity to dig out some of the papers that I have on the evolution of communication, which is very key for the very basis of replication and reproduction, all from the past 3 years. So again, this is not if anything, this is one of the most booming fields of biology. Now, here's another paper that I have called Small Protein Folds at the Root of an Ancient Metabolic Network, which is from March 18th, 2020, Hagai Ranan. So while, Sal, I do entertain the idea because, again, I don't know that much enough about biochemistry to really contest it on the fly like this, but I don't think that I feel comfortable just agreeing with the idea that protein common ancestry is something that's being refuted. Let's play devil's advocate, though, and just say that you're right on that. Let's say that you are. Well, that doesn't really do anything necessarily against the concept of abiogenesis. I mean, what it does is it certainly complicates the situation. And when I say complicates, I don't necessarily means making it inherently more improbable. It's entirely dependent on the protein structure of the kind of prebiotic soup and the first cells.
So Erica, just to be nice, you are literally you're applying the premise that I put forth in my opening statement tonight of the debate, which is you don't want to look at all the different pieces of evidence from a macro view.
So, but here's the thing, though, John. Right? Like, essentially, the first challenge of abiogenesis, right, is what kind of machinery do you need? Can you show that machinery could exist in this prebiotic world? And as I mentioned in our debate many moons ago, this can be done in the case of lipids, RNA, and nucleic acids.
No, it can't. No, it can't, Erica.
Tony, again, I would love to have a conversation with you on another.
Yeah, we actually have a whole video on that, and it actually doesn't work on many different levels. And what they are engineering in the lab does not work in a cell. So you're wrong.
I get what you're saying, but that's not really
Erica,
applicable.
do nucleotides have to be activated in order to bind?
Do nucleotides have to be activated?
Yes.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
You know that's a chemical process, right?
Okay. No, I understand that. What I'm saying is, you do realize that all the experiments that are supposedly showing that this can happen are artificially activated?
Wait, guys, but you do realize that, like, saying that you have to make things work in a lab to show that they're possible is necessary first.
Okay, if it's recognized, no, Erica, the point I'm making is it's recognized from a physics and chemistry perspective. Would you agree or disagree that there are certain requirements that can be known from a physics and chemistry perspective that have to be in place in order for a chemical process to occur, right?
Yes, 100%. Can I say something on that?
Okay, so if we recognize fundamentals that are not explainable without either A, artificial modification by humans.
Well, I think that's a huge jump, though. Can I explain where I'm coming from?
It's not a huge jump. It's a recognized problem.
So can I explain where I'm coming from very briefly?
Erica, you have to get the desired molecules that are needed for life. And all you're basically saying is, well, all this stuff's going to be in the chemical soup. Come on, just believe us. No, it's stupidity.
I'm sorry. That's really not what I'm saying. But let me make my case for John very quickly. So when we were first trying to figure out how it was that lipids could actually form in this prebiotic Earth, right? Initially, they were found in the lab that it was found rather in a lab that they could self-assemble into spheres, because they're these hydrophilic pieces of cells. I'm sorry, it's getting kind of late where I am right now. But the problem with that was when they did it in a lab is they realized that these lipids destabilize in the presence of salt ions, right? So they did this in the lab and they were like, well, shoot, this doesn't work. What are we going to do? And it wasn't until they checked these metabolic hydrothermal vents that they figured out that these lipids were there and they were self-organizing and they weren't actually destabilizing. So what was the difference? Well, they took samples from around these hydrothermal vents and they realized that in the presence of carbon monoxide and hydrogen, they're heated and they essentially become more stabilized and they can then form these membranes. The point that I'm essentially trying to make here is that just because something doesn't work in a lab and requires human intervention to keep them to destabilize does not, just in this singular example, mean that in nature they cannot violate that rule. Because we were intervening to keep them stabilized in the lab. They were self-forming alone in the field. And then when we found that they were doing that, we figured out why. So I think that argument doesn't work, in my opinion.
Sal, do you want to, I know you've discussed that topic before. Do you want to address that one?
I was making all my responses in the chat and I was providing references. I pointed out the paper by Travers and Abel and also the book Godel, Escher, Bach that explored the aspects of computer science that I was talking about. The one in Travers and Abel, let's see if I could find it. And I'm sorry that the language is technical, but that's the nature of what we're talking about. This is where I was saying, going back to Amy's question, could we ever figure it out? Even if we found new laws of physics, I'm sorry, even if we found new laws of physics, this is the problem that Travers and Abel cited. Shannon uncertainty is a probability function, minus the log base 2 of p. When the probability of natural law events approaches 1.0, the Shannon uncertainty becomes minuscule. And they provide the formula. There is simply not enough Shannon uncertainty in cause-effect determinism and its reductionistic laws to retain instructions for life. This is a principle from information theory. Basically, if you have a chemical reaction that only goes one way, it's dead. It's just like salt crystals. What you need is a system that has many possibilities. That's what DNA provides. As you have a longer string of DNA, you have many more possibilities, but that also introduces the problem of improbability. So as a matter of principle, a replicating machine, such as one that does translation from blueprints, is going to be improbable as a matter of principle. And that's what really struck me. People are trying to solve this in terms of chemistry. It's going to fail as a matter of principle. So also maybe to Amy's question, maybe on a personal level, why would we believe in Christianity? Well, if we've experienced miracles in our lives, that counts for something. When I nearly left the Christian faith, I was seeing these posts, these little tracts about Charles Duke, and then I finally met him and I read his book. When he returned from the moon, his marriage was in shambles, and he became a Christian in the process to try, because he's looking for cures. Shortly, sometime thereafter, he prayed for a blind girl, and she was healed within a matter of minutes. So yes, I get it that maybe a lot of us don't experience miracles like that. And in the view of the non-believers, these are just stories, or to them, Christianity is not credible. But for Charles Duke, the astronaut, and that little girl who got healed, Christ is all that matters to them. And I'm not going to take that away. And I find their account credible. It kept me in there until I was just that little spark kept me in the Christian faith when I was about to leave. And then I started studying the science behind this, and it was a grueling experience to learn. So regarding those lipid bilayers, the problem is not that it's stable. The problem is if there's not a mechanism for mitosis, the thing's dead on arrival. How's there going to be a mechanism for mitosis when the cell splits and tries to reproduce if there's no genome? That proves nothing. It's a dead end. It's a coffin. And Jack Shostak and the Origin of Life community of saying this is a big chunk, this is an advancement. And it's like, well, experiment happened, but it's amazing that someone of James Tour's caliber would just view it totally different. Same with Rob Stadler. So it's not in agreement what the meaning of the experiment even means.
So briefly, just super briefly, and then I know Standing wants to talk, and probably a bunch of other people too. The whole reason that I was bringing up the lipids in that situation was to make an example of the fact that just because something doesn't work in a lab doesn't mean inherently that it doesn't work, period. In fact, sometimes you miss the forest for the trees. In the case of the lipids, they didn't work when we were doing them just in the lab. It wasn't until an observation, or in addition to rather, an observation of hydrothermal vents that we saw that in the presence of carbon monoxide and hydrogen, they were capable of stabilizing. So the only point that I was trying to make with that was that sometimes the observation of something in action in nature is superior to what we can do in a lab. Sometimes. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, sometimes.
Accepted.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Standing, you want to jump back in?
Yeah, my bad. I was just talking in the chat. Yeah, let me get my train of thought back, I guess, over all the things that have been discussed. Very good after show. Lots of things, lots of good topics discussed. Great points all around. So I guess based on a couple of the things, let me see here, that was said mainly by Erica. Okay, so I've already discussed genetic degeneration. Actually, we discussed this, I think, at the beginning, as well as the numerous numerical simulations that have confirmed the fact that man is not getting any better. And the fact that what we are looking at in terms of the genetic evidence, right, the direct lines of evidence is clear shelf lives on genomes. So given this evidence, my point would be that the very best conclusion is that an ape-like creature did not evolve into man through what? Through the slow accumulation of mutations with, of course, natural selection acting upon this random variation. So I want to point out to the audience that, remember, it's the evolutionist that explains the origin of all DNA differences and DNA variety as the result of mutations. We have a different starting point when it comes to the origin of genetic diversity. But here's the thing, given what we now know about the deleterious effects of these mutations, fish are not going to evolve into fishermen scientifically. This is why it typically comes down to storyboards with the evolutionists, and as James demonstrated earlier, historical reconstructions and storytelling through the fossil record. This is the place the evolutionist likes to hide out in, because it's where you can get the most assumptions, inferences, imagination, essentially. And then my last response to everything that has been said is simply that the direct lines of evidence, for example, found in genetics, demonstrates that what we are looking at is a young genome. And just like how Erica pointed out that she could spend 30 minutes to an hour going over all the numbers of lines of evidence that debunks a young Earth, apparently, I could spend 30 days going over the massive amounts of evidence confirming a young Earth. But most importantly, this does not take away from the massive amounts of evidence that confirms independent origins and refutes universal common ancestry, not to mention the chemistry that we've been discussing that makes any origin of life scenario essentially impossible. And that's it.
I appreciate that standing. And Erica, I gave you a wrench if you want to post the links to those papers you were
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
talking about.
I'm just trying to get in the queue when you have a chance.
Okay, Amy, you can come back in if we don't go into like full scale. What I just heard wasn't actually said. Go ahead.
Every time I say that, you say that.
I keep letting you in, and then you keep literally acting like whatever the previous person said that you're supposedly addressing didn't actually occur. You didn't do this at the beginning of the when you came in. You've been doing it for like the last 3 rounds. Go ahead.
Okay. So Sal, you were talking about miracles, and you said that you have seen miracles occur. Do you define the miracle as a once-off? Because by definition, that would mean that it's not empirical and it can't be tested. And you're a man of science. I mean, don't you think you should be able to test it and prove it? You're muted.
I'm sorry. That's a very good question, and I wanted to say it's very nice meeting you, Amy.
It was very nice meeting you, and you're a sweet guy. I'm sorry if my questions and all this, I don't want to come off.
Oh, you said I'm a... Oh, don't say that.
Oh, or curse. Should I not curse? I don't know.
Oh, I no. There's a thing, you know, I'm trying not to be a nice guy, but anyway. What you asked, it can't be empirically verified independently. It can only be something that I experienced. I saw a vision when I was 12, 13 years old, and it scared me. And then there were some things that were happening that I'm kind of ashamed of, because I got involved in astrology and some of what we call New Age now, but it's the occult and psychic phenomenon. I was able to look at bugs and just use telekinetic ability. And in the book of Acts, it says that probably comes from a demonic spirit. After I became a Christian, all that ended and a lot of the fear left. So You could say that was a hallucination, and I would respect. I would not be insulted. I mean, I've wondered, okay, was I just imagining this? So I totally respect that. But at some point, you know, because of those experiences, I began to be at least a little more open to looking at the problem of the origin of life and Noah's flood from a scientific standpoint. I'm more willing to postulate miracles. And so for the one with Charles Duke, who's way more respected than I am or ever will be, he was a national hero in the 70s for having walked on the moon. He would have no reason to fabricate stories that he became a Christian and was healing a little girl in the name of Jesus. I mean, that's something a televangelist might do, trying to draw funds, but not someone like Charles Duke. So I think it's a very noble thing that you would, for anyone seeking the Christian faith, that they would want more evidence. I don't fault anyone for wanting to see works of Jesus in their life powerfully, each and every moment of their life, but God has chosen to be hidden. So that aspect of my personal thing, personal experiences, I'm not going to try to represent that as evidence for anyone else. It's only evidence for me and not for anyone else. I'm not going to expect them to believe that it's credible. I'm not insulted if they think it was just some hallucination. That's fine. I never did drugs. But as I pointed out, and I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, I asked someone point blank on Matt Dillahunty's show, Tracy Harris. I said, okay, let's say you're that blind girl that was healed in the name of Jesus. I told her, I said, if that happened to me, I'd follow Jesus the rest of my life. I'd be curious what you would do. She said, no, she wouldn't. She'd say, well, I'd try to figure out a naturalistic explanation and try to get everyone healed. And I'm like, okay, that's where you are. Or she would ask the question, why doesn't Jesus heal everyone? I said, that's also a legitimate question. Each person has their threshold of what they would do in that circumstance. But if Jesus did that for me, I'd follow him the rest of my life. I would not be trying to say, hey, I'm going to try to figure out a naturalistic explanation. So, I mean, I understand where Tracy's coming from, because it seems kind of cruel that Jesus wouldn't heal every blind girl out there or heal every childhood cancer. So I totally get that. And having, as I shared some really personal things that happened with my aunt, real tragedies in her life, I can get that. So what it boils down to me is, what would I be willing to wager my soul on? I'm not going to wager it on abiogenesis or multiverses. And atheism is not, I mean, I respect the skepticism of atheists, but I ask, well, where's the meaning in life from this? And why does it give me a reason for living? Amy, you're muted if you're saying something.
I was just basically gesturing. It's all around. We make our meeting. As you do what our body, as long as you eat and you get rid of it and sometimes have sex. Those are our three things. Our body just lets us do what we want. We can find meaning. We can help people if we want. We can spend our whole lives just giving to charity.
And I will say this. I found the story of Andrew Carnegie. He was a pretty ruthless businessman, but toward the end of his life, he gave all of his money to charity. But he said he would never serve Jesus Christ. And there are people like that. So that's not for me. And the reasons that I cited is I think Noah's flood is real. The more I've studied it, and that's one of the reasons I went to study physics in graduate school, was to solve problems with radiometric dating and issues related to the creationist model. And to the extent that I said, even if there's a 1% chance that Noah's flood's real, that's enough to make me fear and tremble that the Christian God is real. But anyway, thank you for hearing me out. Thank you for asking me the questions.
Yeah, and thank you, Brandon.
All right, so I have now transitioned into a more comfortable position in which I'm now reposed, is I had to move my microphone. Is the audio still coming through okay?
Yeah, you sound good.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So I know Standing has to go. He's got to leave soon and convince his wife that he has not actually been on YouTube until 3:21 a.m. his time. Standing, before you have to head out, anything you want to bring into the stream before you go pretend like you've been in bed this whole time?
Yeah, as long as I hit the sack 5 minutes before she comes home and pretend I'm asleep, I should be good. No, I think I said everything that I felt the need to. Good points there from Sal. And yeah, no, it's been a good discussion. It's been a good after show. I am going to head out, even though I could probably still spend another couple hours here, but I'll be listening from the sidelines. So thank you, everybody. It's been a good talk. Time has flown by. Erica, thanks for sticking this out. It's been fun.
Yeah, absolutely, Standing. Hustle to bed. Don't get busted.
Have a good night. Thank you.
All right, guys. Okay, God bless. Talk later.
Take
Bye.
care. Hey, there's still 42 people, 41 people on the watching. See, Erica, you're just a great draw.
Yeah, this has been a
I don't think it's just
True,
me. I
it's
think
been a great
it's
stream.
the enjoyable conversation.
I'd like to say that my own failings and being rescued from that, so that I could finally have a real joy, thanks to Christ. You know, it happened literally in a single instant, and before that, I didn't want to acknowledge my failings. I had pride. But when my pride was broken, it was only a matter of a couple months, some bunch of weeks or whatever, before I was available to Christ. And then at that point, from then on, I've had peace and joy, even in the most stressful and scary and drastic, negatively drastic moments. And at that moment, I knew that it was so different and so real. And every day since then, that's been a testable prediction, and it has passed the testable prediction over and over and over again and never failed it. And, it's not the shallow sort of like, oh, I'm always happy. It's something much different and deeper. And so, yeah, that's a pretty decent explanation. I'd like to get better at wording it, but I didn't do too bad.
I appreciate that, Nicholas. Man, I think that Randolph woke up from his nap. Welcome back to the stream. You got anything you want to bring in? I know you've been. No, I appreciate you making it back. And I know you've been taking care of some personal stuff back at home. So hope everything's going okay with the family and such.
Everything's fine. You know how it is.
Welcome back. Anything you want to bring into the discussion?
Oh no, I just I think this was quite pleasant. These kinds of discussions very often don't go like this, where everybody's just willing to let everybody else talk and listen and try to share ideas. I thought this was very well run. So kudos to you.
Appreciate that.
And I'd like to say also that, even when I wasn't on the panel, nothing to do with me, I've actually only contributed a little bit, but this has been consistently, I noticed it very early on, and it continued the entire time, just consistently the best panel that I have ever seen in a live stream, as far as like the people and how they conducted and everything about the panel. It was just really, really awesome.
Well, I vented most of my frustration in the debate, so I was much more calm than usual, I guess.
I think you guys are awesome too.
Oh, thanks. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to get a lot of YouTube views. The screaming matches will probably get in modern day debate for flat Earth. That's where the
Yeah, such as how that goes.
Well, I mean,
like
LPT, it's been at like 50 and over a good amount of the time, and it's still, even at this hour, it's still at like over 40 or whatever. I mean, it seems to me that that's better than usual. So maybe there is demand for this. And I mean, not to be argumentative, Sal, but I think that's good news.
Well, you know, sometimes when they degenerate into madness, there is some good entertainment factor. And that's why I was at the beginning of the after show, I was joking that at least for now, we will have, you know, back and forth, but it may degenerate because I will freely admit that many of my, usually about this time, some of my after show streams have turned into chaos. But in fairness, some of my streams have also gone for like 10 hours. So it's reasonable that people will go mad at some point. And we've got somebody who may be off his rocker. We don't know what he's been doing. Brave I am that I am has joined us back. What's up, man? Welcome back.
What's up, everyone? Great show, and I appreciate the discussions. Yeah.
Well, before you go, Praise, if I can mention this real quick, side chat has also been like off the hook the entire time with people super engaged. It's been scrolling like as fast as MDD with far fewer people in it because people are so engaged. So just wanted to mention that too.
Is our friend Iron Charioteer out there?
I haven't seen him. I think I saw him maybe on MDD or on here for only a minute in this one, but maybe this is
Iron Charioteer has realized that their stupid trolling gets no recognition on my channel. But Praise, what's up, man? Welcome back. What do you have? Anything you want to add to the discussion?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to just pick on someone particular, but maybe I would like to talk to, maybe ask Amy a question about metaphysics. So maybe, Amy, you're not convinced about scientific arguments of God, but would metaphysical arguments work?
What metaphysical arguments work? I'd be open. Actually, I would say scientific arguments are better, but what kind of metaphysical arguments you got?
Well, I mean, there's ethical arguments out there that show free will. I mean, at least I can give you citations and things from philosophers. So the preconditions for epistemic, what is it? Hold on one sec. Epistemic.
I should maybe clarify. I don't quite believe in free will. I believe in will.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, I mean, I could give you some arguments that you might feel persuasive. If science, it doesn't work, then maybe metaphysics will. So if you look up in Stanford Encyclopedia, the epistemic conditions for moral responsibility, you'll see that it requires an ability to morally condemn and blame someone. But those conditions itself, by philosophers, they say you need to have the ability to introspect and have a will where you think within yourself and be able to think otherwise, the ability to, to think otherwise or change your decision or desire. So that's something to look into. And I mean, there's more where that came from. So maybe metaphysics might be more up your alley. That's all.
Okay, I will. I'm open to those type of arguments. I will say, even though it never seems to happen, that I do have a standing open. They always ask me what would change your mind, and my actual go-to evidence is empirical evidence, but they don't seem to like that. I mean, if you could just get God to come down here and we'll put him in an MRI machine, and then I would believe. I'd be forced to. I would literally have no choice. I would either, at that point, you would either have cognitive dissonance in which you deny it, or you accept the reality, and I have to accept reality.
So, Amy, do you not recognize like just God in an MRI machine?
Yeah.
So the entity that we're referring to would literally be the creator of the entire universe, including the MRI machine. And you think that we're going to be able to put that entity into the MRI machine?
Why wouldn't you? That seems kind of trivially like what?
Well, I think he's already there. Isn't he omnipresent? So he'd already be there. He just doesn't show up.
Make him come down human form. Do more things that Jesus did, and all. Do it so all the scientists, because if you get the 98% of scientists to agree with you, then it's insane. Then they're teaching it in high school.
Okay. Hang on. So you're missing the point. So you are claiming that if God came down and showed himself
in a form,
right, then you would believe.
Yeah, at least that you're getting me in the right direction. I believe empirical evidence,
Okay,
and that would be empirical evidence.
Okay, so if somebody appeared and was performing miracles, would you believe that person was God?
I would definitely believe that they can perform those miracles. I mean, God is just like, how powerful is it?
Okay. So if an entity if a person came to you and before your very eyes caused a person who had it caused Stephen Hawking to recover from whatever multiple sclerosis, and he hopped out of his wheelchair, would you think, and that person claimed to be God, and you watched in real time, you watched Stephen Hawking jump out of his wheelchair and like all of his muscles reform and whatnot, would you be like, holy crap, that's God?
I would be like, holy crap, this person seems to have at least one of the powers that they claim. You know, you just like I was pointing out in the opening, you could turn water into wine.
So what would you be looking for if they put that entity in the MRI machine?
Well, that would prove that they are a real person. But I mean, if you could get them in the MRI machine and they could do, I don't know, all sorts of interesting things. I'm trying to think of maybe other machines, but you could put them in ways to test it.
Okay, so if
you can watch the water molecules turn to wine.
Okay, so if you put them in the MRI machine and they were able to alter the magnetic field, would that prove to you that they are God?
See, that's going with the God label. It's proving that they have these powers that we cannot explain, and I would be. There would be no way to deny the powers.
So would you consider that supernatural?
I would not consider that supernatural.
Okay, then. So if somebody comes and is able to do something and manipulate the natural laws to their will, you're claiming that that wouldn't be supernatural.
No. How did they do it?
Okay, so hey, I have the conscious ability to manipulate what I created, and you watch them do it. And then you say, I still don't think that that's empirical evidence.
Well, how? But okay, if someone had powers in the opposite, you see no God in the sky. Does that mean there's no God, even though the stars arrange themselves in a way that says no God? So, I mean, it proves the thing.
No, Amy, what is being clearly showcased right now is the fact that you claim that you would only believe if you had empirical evidence. And yet, when things like empirical evidence that are being described right now and putting forth, well, I still don't know if I would believe that that is actually empirical evidence.
Because it's step one. Step one. It's a hard process.
Well, so what is step two?
Step two, well, I mean, what other powers they got? We got to prove, not only do we have to prove that they can do it, but we have to also prove that they're not I forget what the quote is, but if it's not just advanced technology, like we can put him in the MRI machine and he'd be like, my brain's gone. And we're like, oh my God, there's no brain in this guy. And he's like, yeah, and I'm still talking. Isn't that cool? I mean, at least it would actually be evidence. It would be.
Okay. So again, 2,000 years ago, do you think it's remotely plausible that there was technology that this son of a carpenter from Nazareth somehow had access to, which enabled him to turn water molecules into wine, to heal people, to duplicate matter, and all those other things? Do you think that the technology existed then to be able to pull that off?
Yeah, but that's a trick question. I don't believe he did either. I don't think he turned water into wine or water.
No, I'm saying
no, he didn't have the technology.
If he was able to do that
I know of.
Okay, so basically where we're going to all this stuff is you're going to say, oh, well, if they did it, then it must be technology we're unaware of.
I mean,
if they showed the ability to, right before your very eyes, manipulate matter, you'd be like, yeah, I don't know if that's enough evidence. Show me something else. Something else. So how many things would they have to show you?
It would be evidence they can
manipulate. So
if
they were able to, on command, alter biological material. Would that be enough?
So, if someone came to you and they were able to alter biological material, would you believe they were God?
I would, if they literally caused something to regrow before my very eyes, I would, and they claim to be God, I would have to be like, I'm gonna have to probably agree with you.
Yeah, I don't think that. I think that's a step in the right direction of trying to figure out what's actually going on.
So let's put this into context. So we are standing out in the middle of a gigantic field, and I say, bring me a bucket of water, and you do, and then I say, take a sip of it, and you're now chugging on a glass of champagne. And you're like, wow, that's a freaking awesome trick. And then I say, okay, bring somebody that is currently crippled. And you do. And I say, stand up and walk. And all the muscle fiber reconnects, the nerve endings, all those things happen in an instant. They stand up.
So,
what do you want to see to prove
this
that
is how
person
scams work? Like you have an illusion.
That's why we're standing in the middle of a field. So there is it's the aspect of we have removed all tricks up the sleeves. I'm standing there, but the person is standing there butt ass. They're standing butt ass naked. Would that be enough for you? That individual is butt naked. The individual who's being healed is butt naked. You're standing there and you watch in real time as the muscles in their legs reform before your very eyes, and now they can walk.
Yeah, it would be proof that they can heal people. It would not be proof of a God. Just like walking on water is not proof.
So you think it's natural?
A God.
So you think that being able to do that would just be
God
natural?
Would be natural. If we found a God, I don't believe the supernatural to me is a politically correct term. I know people hate that. If we found God, he would be natural, and this would be the world that he created, and he'd be able to be like, oh yeah, so cool. Look, you want to make another universe? Boo, zoom, and then he'd take us into another natural world. It'd be cool. But
paranormal.
So at this point, Amy, it is obvious that you have such a determined state of denial that there is literally nothing that would convince you.
The God concept just doesn't make sense.
When we started this most recent interaction, it was, why doesn't God come down and show me empirical evidence? And now you're still claiming that basically no matter what the entity that you're demanding come down and show you that they are God could do, would not convince you.
No, I mean, you're the tricks that Jesus does. Those are not things that a God does.
If God teleported you from here, and the next thing you know, you're standing on the top of Mount Everest.
Okay.
Would you say that, oh, I must be having an hallucination, or I'm in a VR headset?
Definite possibility. Both of those are definite possibilities.
Yeah. Okay. So again, we're standing in the middle of a field.
Okay.
Everybody's butt ass naked. We've all confirmed that everybody's butt ass naked. And now he says, I'm sending you to Mount Everest. Then we're going to teleport to freaking Mars. And then we're going to come back. Would that be enough?
That would once again be proof that he can teleport to Mars. And once again, we'd have to verify all of this and make it repeatable.
Okay, I'm done. Audience, I think it's rather obvious that the point I made in the debate with Amy tonight and have been making for the last 15 minutes just proves these debates are almost pointless. Amy, you live in a fantasy land where nothing could ever convince you. Okay. And then you act like you're somehow being rational.
For evidence.
I'm done.
If you believe a rabbi resurrected from the dead.
Praise, I think you wanted to. Amy, do you have a dead relative?
I do.
Okay. If that relative came back to life at the command of somebody who claimed to be God, and they came back to life after they'd been dead, would you think that person had control over life and death?
I would think they were a necromancer. Yes, they probably have. Or there's technology that can do that. Either there's technology. But you keep on going to God. These are not all. These are superheroes. These are superhero traits.
So it's all technology.
It's not all technology. I mean, there may be a way. They may be able to replicate it, and we're like, holy shit, we cannot figure this out at all. We don't see any technology. This guy is magic.
Praise, I think you were trying to get in here for a second.
Well, I was earlier.
I'm trying to answer honestly. I really am.
Go ahead, Nicholas.
Amy, nothing you're saying is remotely honest from an actual plausibility and a rational perspective. It's from your atheist denial fantasy land that you live in, which is not actually remotely rational.
Okay, there's no good.
Well,
there's literally no evidence that you would actually accept.
That's not true.
Because you don't actually think anything can be empirically verified.
Well, I would,
that God exists or does not exist. It's obvious from this conversation.
Like to
Good. Nicholas, go ahead and then praise.
Because I know for me, because there's warnings about people doing miracles like from evil and stuff, I would also be skeptical of a God claim. And that's because I think Jesus, the person, far beyond, as Amy refers to it as tricks, it's far beyond that. And if I may comment on that real quick, Amy, what you said about those being tricks that a god would not do, that they go into a lot of deep symbolism and stuff like that. And that's what makes it exactly what God would do. And the context is in the whole of Scripture. But also something that's important to note is like, God's not looking for people who, when something is factually obvious and they cannot deny it, then they accept that fact. That's not the healing process from spiritual deadness to spiritual life that makes one able to be compatible with eternity. So that's the thing, is that the process by which one comes to trust in God needs to be one that brings them into that regenerating process that results in compatibility with eternity. So other processes, they need to not be what causes it. So the hiddenness is important so that the revelation is in the person of Jesus, and that actually has that healing power.
But didn't he used to show himself more? Hasn't he been kind of slowly showing himself less and less?
Well, I don't feel like I see him any less than people who were there with him in person. That's my experience. And of course, that would be a whole long topic about my testimony or something. So that's a conversation I would sure enjoy, but I'm not looking to take over the stream with that right now. But I did give a glimpse of it earlier with what I said earlier.
Well,
and Nicholas,
no,
go ahead, Amy. Then
I just wanted to ask because. Oh no, were you going to say? I don't want to cut off. I feel.
You can go ahead. I'll go.
So Mannix, I want to ask you the same thing though. Is there anything what would it take for you to go, there is no God, to be like, oh shit, I was wrong? Like what is your defining moment, or what is your bar?
Is that to everyone?
Yes, sure. But I'll admit that I'm past the point of no return on that. I'll admit that. I'm also past the point of no return that 3 + 4 = 7. It's pretty similar for me.
So my bar would be if the origin of life problem were solved.
Right.
That would probably do it for me.
So as in if we could prove abiogenesis?
Yes.
Or okay.
Yeah.
Hey, that's an answer. That is an answer.
Yeah, I would have to agree with Sal on that one. If you figure out a way to, for me, it's abiogenesis in general, but I would go all the way down to the level of, if you can explain a purely undirected, natural only process by which a complete code base can create itself out of 3-dimensional structures that are assigned values. If that can occur through undirected process with literally zero intelligent agency, yeah, I'd probably, coinciding with what Sal's saying on abiogenesis, I'm saying if you get that one portion of it, that would probably do it for me.
Yeah, and the reason for that is, unlike personal experiences, like I said, is even I said, well, maybe my personal experiences could be hallucinations. Things like abiogenesis and these chemical arguments are to me much more forceful. So if abiogenesis was solved, that would do it for me. You did mention about God being hidden, and I totally respect that. The Bible does teach that he does hide. It says in the book of Isaiah, surely you are a God who hides himself. And there are also some disturbing passages where God actually sends people strong delusions. And the reason that he hides is that the people that really want to seek him will seek him, and they might be more willing to open their eyes to looking at evidence a certain way, like the problem of the origin of life. They're more willing to be convinced because they have a heart that's more inclined toward believing in God and trusting in him and serving him. I saw someone during your debate on the side chat, and I asked, I think his name was Dale Wilson or something. I said, okay, if God showed himself to you, would you serve him? He said, absolutely not. I served no one. Okay. So it's like, okay. So it's like, okay, that's your position. And I'd say that's the reason, one of the reasons that God hides, and there are various scriptures to this effect, is that it'll weed out people like that. The ones who really don't want anything to do with him, he'll make it really easy for them to reject him. Make it really easy.
Yeah, so I don't mean to be rude, but I think that's very foolish. When you subject God to a biological process, I think you're minimizing him. So if you're going to try to judge God or try to arbitrate whether a God exists, I certainly would not be through any type of science, because your misunderstanding could be an error there. But in the philosophical realm, God is a necessary being for even the preconditions for intelligibility itself. God is necessary for that. And without God, there is no coherency, rationality in the first place. So I disagree with LPP and respectively Sal as well. I think you might be subjecting God to that, and that might be a gross error there.
Well, I go a step further. I disagree with LPP and Sal more, but I also disagree with you, Praise. It is the person and character and beauty of Jesus Christ himself.
Well, yeah, that's God.
Be it.
That's what I mean. Yeah,
yeah. Well, philosophy is only one step removed, but it's still a step removed. It's Jesus himself.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, if I could comment real quick, I just want to say that the personal testimony from Nicholas and Sal, you could tell they're both very sincere and in their experience with God, and that's a powerful thing for people. I would say from the other side, it's kind of like what I said during the debate. It's believe first, ask questions later. You believe it, and you believe that it has to be true, and then afterwards you go through and work out all the details because it's got to work out somehow because you've already accepted the premise that it's true. And I guess for people like me and Amy, that's kind of a bridge too far. We want to make sure that the things we're believing in, are that there's a good reason to believe that without arbitrarily, going with the particular religion. But
well, if I may say,
hang on, Nicholas. So James, that standard atheist talking point is honestly hysterical, because you and Amy are both, per your own admission, you don't feel the necessity to go and challenge the talking points of the consensus in relation to what is required for your very existence, and then claim that you're not looking for things that validate your worldview.
He was responding to my testimony. That was a pretty intimate discussion. I'd really like to jump in here real quick.
Nicholas, I will give you the floor in just a second. The point I'm making in all of this is, and Praise, I'm also responding to Praise here too. Praise, I don't think you truly comprehend that I'm not reducing God in any way, shape, form, or fashion in terms of the Abiogenesis piece, and the assignment of data values. I am stating that something that in theory could be such a minuscule fraction of the requirement for the existence of the universe and everything else is so monumental to happen without God that it's like it's not even remotely plausible. And there's so many facets to it that make it like have no plausibility, but also showcase the exquisite power of God. And like there is no, I mean, I say this all the time. It does not require much faith if you actually open your mind and go down the rabbit holes and look at all of the aspects that are required for us to exist. It is not a leap of faith at all.
Right. That's my point.
To conclude that God exists and we exist at his whim. And like the level of blindness, and this coincides with what Sal was talking about the delusion. They don't even want to look at it. I mean, and I'm not going to bash Erica too much, but she admitted earlier tonight, well, I mostly focus on the very, very tail end of evolution with primates. I don't really look at the earlier stuff and abiogenesis and such. Yet she makes her entire existence on YouTube and the activism she's undertaking all about claiming that the end outcome is proven beyond all doubt without looking at the fruit of the poison tree argument. And same thing applies to the vast majority of the atheists that we interact with. It's like, I'm going to just completely ignore the fundamental requirements in order for huge portions of my worldview to even be remotely plausible, rational, and logical.
Hey there, John. Hey, I gotta bounce out of here really soon. So I just wanted to say thanks for having me on, and that I really enjoyed it, and that's pretty much it.
I appreciate it, Erica. Thanks as always.
Good night, Erica.
Thanks,
Erica,
guys. See you later.
check out that evil video.
Yeah, we'll do. Praise. Thank you. Bye bye.
All right, man. Later.
All right. Okay, Nicholas, you go ahead.
Okay.
That's Amy.
Iger, can you mute? Someone's talking. Thank you. And I just need a moment, Iger. But and yeah, I don't. Well, what I disagreed with is the foundation of the trust. I wasn't trying to say that there was a belittling of who we are proclaiming God to be. But back to what James was.
Yeah, that's why you were trying to.
Back to what James was saying about my trust. Because we use the word belief a lot, but trust is the full definition of the word and more exact. And the thing is that it came from just a whole epic lifetime of it's very hard to explain, but when I was 13, I went agnostic and I told God that I don't know that you exist, so I can't believe in you. And I was about 13, something like that. And I was 33 just a few years ago when finally I was able to give in to reality. And the thing is also that it took a lot of skepticism to be skeptical of everything the world was convincing me of that was contrary. So, yeah, this idea that I like, and it wasn't a choice either. It was something that came to me and suddenly took me captive. And so this idea that like, well, I believe and then justify afterward, that's all very much a mischaracterization. And of course, that's a huge topic. It would take a long time to explain. And I could debate it sometime, James W. And actually, that would be a very fun and deep and fascinating debate to do. So we could arrange that or something. But for now, all I can do is just state it, that like the way you described it, James W., that's an assumption from what you've experienced in life and what you think is possible. And before I was here, I had no way of thinking that this was possible. So it is just extremely different from what you characterized and what you said. I really got to put that out there.
James, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I did want to give a brief response, and that's just my characterization of how it sounds to me. obviously you probably have different thoughts and feelings about that, and I respect those. You're a very sincere person. Um, but I would say when I lost faith in the Christian God, when I came to that realization, I then I didn't feel the need to look up every other possible God claim out there and falsify each one of them. I didn't let me look at the Norse gods and see if there's anything there. Let me look at the Hindu pantheon, maybe something's there. When I lost faith in the Christian God and I came to believe that he is not doesn't exist, then all these kind of deistic arguments that you use to prop that belief up, they all kind of fall by the wayside, and they're really not convincing when you're not trying to use them to prop up, your worldview that you base your entire belief system on. So they're neat, philosophical quirks, but they're
So, James,
and not
we now may have reached an interesting point in all this. So, what is the foundation of your loss of faith or belief in a god?
Well, it was a convergence of things. Like I said, looking at the Bible and everything, if the whole thing was straightforward and there were just a couple areas where things didn't seem to add up and you needed kind of rescuing devices and complicated theology, but you literally have almost on every page things jumping out at you that really, don't make a lot of sense. And you have to ask yourself, is it more logical that this book, this faith, is really the pinnacle of truth in the whole universe, or is it more likely that it's just the writings of ancient man just trying to make sense of things, trying to put forward, an explanation? And I mean, we could go through issue by issue, doctrine by doctrine, the things that I had issues with, but it's just, the walls are closing in from every direction. And it was just a process where you start questioning things, and then you look for answers, and I looked for a lot of answers. I looked for a long time, and I was just not finding anything. And that's from someone I was 32, 33 years old. I'd always been a Christian, but it's a complicated process, but it's just asking questions, not finding answers, and
Okay, so
eventually you have to be
follow
honest
up.
with yourself and move forward, right?
Okay, so follow-up question. So, if you looked at the evidence and came to the conclusion that abiogenesis is not a remotely rational conclusion without an intelligent agent, and evolution is also not plausible from the macro level, would that dramatically impact your conclusion of whether or not a god exists?
I mean, that's definitely something to consider. Now, I don't agree that either one of those have been demonstrated, but purely hypothetically, if it turned out that evolution was disproven and it was the origin of life that was disproven, that would certainly weigh towards the side of that, an outside cause. It wouldn't be definitive, but it would definitely be something to consider towards that side of things.
Okay, so the might not be the be all end all, but it would dramatically alter your perception. Is that fair?
Absolutely. I'm open-minded. I look at things as objectively as I can.
Okay, so then if that is the case, and that's good, hypothetically, why then do you rely on consensus?
Well, like I said, we're all not experts on everything. We all can't study every single field about everything. So we all rely on people who know more than us for something.
Right.
No one's an expert on everything.
Right.
So.
Well, no, I totally understand that. But in the context of your very existence, do you not think that that's an important enough concept to maybe go beyond the top level talking points and go see for yourself that if something that you just admitted would dramatically alter your perception or it would weaken your worldview. Let's put it that way. You don't think that your very existence is important enough to go and maybe, hey, I'm going to do a little bit of research for myself?
Well, I didn't say I've done no research. It's not like I haven't looked into it at all, but I don't have anywhere near the expertise that I would need to even hold a candle next to the the PhDs, the professors, the scientists who will always know more than me. So it's not that I haven't looked into it at all. It's just a lot of very complicated, very detailed data that I just am not equipped to make rational judgments on. But it's not like I haven't looked at all. So.
Oh, okay. Well, earlier you were kind of like acting like you didn't think you needed to because of the consensus of the experts. So what research have you done? What have you gone and looked at for yourself?
I mean, I've read articles, I've watched debates, I've looked up, all the different arguments for evolution. And actually, I became a theistic evolutionist long before I lost my faith, because as soon as I started looking into it, I mean, I grew up in a fundamentalist Christian Baptist evangelical household, and we were always, went to church. Parents always believe, yeah, the Earth's 6,000 years old. Dinosaurs live with humans, and so on. And then don't believe it when they tell you in school. That's just lies of the devil. And but when you actually go a little bit beyond that, and you say, okay, why do the scientists believe these things? And you start to look at things like the evidence for the old Earth, and you slowly move to, well, I don't want to give up my belief in God, but this absolute literal biblical story isn't really adding up. So you apply these devices and these workarounds like theistic evolution, day age creationism, gap theory, and you just try to make it work as best you can.
There's something that I need to say in response, James W. real quick.
Go ahead.
Because you mentioned these deistic arguments and stuff, seemingly in response to what I said. But while I did name some scientific bits here and there during that part of the discussion, I would like to put up a notice that when I came in, my disappointment in the debate was that it was not enough about Jesus Christ. When I said my reason, had a lot to do with the beauty of Jesus Christ. When I said like the way that we would come to trusting and why would have to be for that spiritual process, like you were taking a bunch of people and a bunch of things people said and responding to me with that. And that was just really off a base as far as responding to me. So I just wanted to straighten that up. For me, it's so much, so much about the person of Jesus Christ and so much less about everything else. I just wanted to clear that up.
No, I don't think I was addressing that specifically to you, because I do remember you did make that comment. And I would just say that, in terms of like the deistic arguments, if you find things that are fundamentally wrong with Christianity, if you find poison pills, blatant falsehoods woven in with the doctrines, okay, that basically falsify the religion, then you don't have to then go, well, I've got all these arguments for a God. Do I look for another God? Do I, what do I do? And, like the Syllogism is one God further, you just make that leap and you don't have to reevaluate all the previously rejected God claims. You're just rejecting one more that you find not plausible.
Okay, I mean, I would have liked to be used I words. I felt very much like putting a lot, I mean, maybe I just have too much of listening skills and stuff from my past, but that's okay. I don't feel like I was heard very well in what I was saying. I feel like it was more about how am I a piece that fits into James's puzzle of his mind and stuff. And I get that ultimately that's where it goes, but I would like to have felt heard first.
Well, no, like I said, I hear your testimony and I hear what you're saying, and I know that you sincerely believe in your heart that what you're saying is true to you, and I respect that. I would never want to take that away from you. You know, I'm not. You know, that's not what I meant.
That's okay. I appreciate that.
All right, so very rare occurrence. Speed of Pudding has been allowed into the stream because it's an open mic.
Welcome, Speed. Welcome, Mike.
Shalom, Speed.
Speed.
Maybe he's
You're
not here
on
with us.
mute. You might not know.
I had myself on mute. I just not exactly focused. So,
So you guys done it 10 times.
So you guys are talking about what? Is my mic okay?
Yeah,
sounds good.
Okay. So you guys are talking about what would make you believe in God? Was that the topic in the last 5 minutes?
Yeah, so we were going through what would convince the atheists of God's existence.
Yeah. I've thought a lot about this, and I think it would be something. Well, if there was a let's see, an embodied form of God like Jesus, and he hung out with me for a period of time, maybe even a night, I suspect that during that night there would be a conversion. You know, that I would respond to that. And I don't think, like, I've had experiences like Nicholas, you mentioned an experience. I think you had a momentary experience where you kind of came to God. Is that what you've said, Nicholas? I think you're frozen. Anyway, I have had these experiences, but I did it in a context. The thing is, when you come to believe something, you come to believe it in a context of other beliefs. You know, prior beliefs. You kind of know where you are in the world, and you know what's going on. And then something happens. Sometimes something very profound happens. And I think Nicholas was talking about what I would call a spiritual conversion or experience. And I have had those, but I was in a different context. So I remained in atheism. So that's thing you understand. These experiences happen to people in other contexts, and they go away with other beliefs. And that's why you got Muslims, and that's why you got atheists, and that's why you got Christians, and that's why you got Christians of different denominations that are very powerfully attached to whatever it was that was in their context of belief prior to them having some profound conversion or even a minor conversion experience. And then, of course, there are other people who grew up in the context. And if you grow up in the context, then that's kind of your reality, you know? So that's kind of how I see it. There are things that would change that reality for me, but it would not happen with, you know, one event or one. It most certainly would not happen with a rationalization where I sat around and thought, oh, abiogenesis or evolution is impossible. And then suddenly I believe that. It wouldn't work like that. It wouldn't be from a rationalization. It would be from a combination of a lived experience in the God that was very clearly showing me the reality of that God. Okay? So that's kind of my take on it.
Interesting.
Yeah. I'm a little depressed, and I'm up in the middle of the night, and I have nobody to talk to right now, and I just kind of appreciate you guys letting me in the room. So
I'm here for you, brother.
Yeah.
Did you get to see the debate, or?
No, I caught part of it, but I was kind of engaged in something else. So
Well, thanks for hanging out with us, Speed.
yeah, needed some company. You guys are the only thing available. This was the only bar that was open. Thanks, John.
Yeah, thanks, John.
I can always make exceptions to the rule.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
I don't know, Speed. I guess I had some inkling that maybe you needed to talk, but I guess that was just purely coincidental.
Or instinct, good instinct, or good orderly direction, or God. You know, whatever you want. Doesn't matter.
Why would you not want to let Speed on normally?
Me and John.
I haven't let Speed on in like 6 months.
I mean, me and John have had
so making the point of, oh, it's just total coincidence that I violate a standard which pretty much everybody in this stream knows about this. And I decided, you know what? I think tonight I should alter that, and I do. And then it turns out that Speed needed to have somebody to talk to. But no, it's pure coincidence, folks.
It's God.
I don't believe in
chemicals are a bitch at night. Later we stay up.
Yeah, I believe in synchronicity, not coincidence. Synchronicity is a wonderful thing. So we gotta get together and chat about this protein thing. It's driving me crazy.
I do have a quick question, Speed.
Yeah.
Atheist spirituality. How does a spiritual atheist pray? I mean, what do you pray to?
You don't pray to. You get the me out of the equation on both sides, and you just pray. It's just an act of. I've been doing a fuck of a lot of it in the last few days.
They pray to the Big Bang and
if it's not too much to,
evolution and Bill Nye and the grass. That's
anything you can,
bro. Love it all. Love. They pray to love, bro. That's who they pray to. It's the New Age movement. Sorry. Go ahead, guy.
All right, go ahead, so.
Yeah, no, I just want. I mean, some people have asked, and I was actually curious, Speed. And I mean, do you articulate anything? I mean, do you say, or is it?
I articulate usually what's bothering me or what I need to let go of. Sometimes I will just pray for guidance, and that's as close. That's about the only thing. Guidance or acceptance is what I pray for. I pray to accept what is happening, and those of you who know me and heard it know something is happening to me right now, and I pray for acceptance of what is happening to me, what the situation I've been dealt is. But I don't pray to anything. I do it as an act of changing my soul, myself.
I mean, Speed, I
pray to
I don't know how personal Trump. Is it public knowledge what's going on with you?
It's fine. Yeah, I don't care how personal we get it. It's the circumstances of her death were such that I'm going to have to make this a public. I think I made it clear that I was going to be doing a little bit of activism because I think some laws need to change in order to prevent this from happening again. So it's going to be public. So.
Oh, okay, all right.
But who do you pray to, Speed of Sound? That was the question. I'm kind of interesting. Like, who do you pray to?
Who, excuse me again?
Well, if you don't believe in God or Jesus, like, or Buddha, or like, who do you pray to?
Okay, I've worked for many years to practice to not pray to anything. I guess if I were to visualize something, I'd be visualizing all of life, the universe, and everything. And I just usually I do a bodily form of prayer where I use my arms and I open them up and spread them out and let go of things. And there's only certain things that I can pray about. And those would be acceptance. It would be guidance. It would be, I don't know what the hell's going on. Tell me, give me a clue. And then I'll look for synchronicity somewhere that will usually it will trip my brain.
Synchronicity. You
What's
pray
that?
to the you're praying to synchronicity.
Kind of.
Who do you pray to, bro? You do pray, but who do you pray to? Is it Lucifer? Is it the devil? Is it a demon? Who do you pray to?
No, you don't have to have anybody to pray to. You
Praise
can.
honestly, it sounds like to me, honestly.
Have any of you guys ever taken martial arts?
I take Brazilian jiu-jitsu.
Okay. Well, there's a point in martial arts where you do things fluidly without thought, and you're able to modify how you think in terms of what your body is doing and what your mind is doing. And
Right. That's why I asked, like, who do you pray to? Is it
Yin and the yang, baby.
It's not
Yeah,
God. It's not Jesus. It's not Yahweh. It's not Joshua. Who are you
certainly
praying
it's Satan.
to? Just the chi. You're praying to the chi and the atmosphere, I guess. You're praying to the womb, some fallen angel, deity, a demon, or something like that.
The quality of your prayer is in how you can release yourself from praying for things and to things, and making it an outside object, and you become kind of one with the act of praying in the same way you do when you do a karate move.
So you're not praying for anybody then when you pray.
I don't
You're
pray
praying to
for other
yourself. You're praying to yourself, basically.
No, Speed said
It
he's
sure as
not
hell doesn't seem
praying
that
to
way.
himself.
It's like
It's sort of-
meditation. Similar to
Speed,
meditation.
May I say that when you came in here and you were talking about, I don't know if you were listening to my testimony, but when you were talking about how a conversion would happen, would be like maybe you spent some time with Jesus and then a conversion would happen, and then my internet cut out. But it was so beautiful. It was touching my heart, and it felt like you heard everything that I was expressing earlier, like where I said that with James. I mean, no offense here, James, but I felt like it wasn't really being heard for what I was saying. What you said about how it would be if it did happen sounded like so spot on, And then, I have a question. If you would classify your prayer as maybe the Tao, then maybe it would be a prayer.
Yeah, I've read some of that stuff.
The Tao is not a thing like in other things. Would you think that maybe it would be something similar to praying to the Tao?
Or yin and the yang.
Well, no, not the yin and the yang so much praise. I'm trying to ask Speed a question.
I do
Tao.
think he's praying to Buddha because
I'm trying to ask Speed a question, guys. Let us have a quick turn
sir,
and
sorry
I'll
about
lay
that.
off. Well, how about the Tao? I mean, does that sound like apt to you, Speed?
Yeah, I've read certain things about it that that synchronized or that had what's the word I want, that harmonized with how it feels and how I think. But I don't read a hell of a lot of Buddhist doctrine. I stay away from the doctrine and primarily stick to. I read a little Zen stuff like that, but it's kind of like prayer is kind of like going out and doing a dance.
You know what's funny about Buddha? That even he went to pray under a tree and he saw God and the devil, and it's kind of funny. But go ahead, bro.
The yin and the yang sort of thing, yeah.
No. He actually called the devil by a name, and he called God by a name, and whatever.
I'd call it yin yang.
They don't believe in, like you're an atheist, but you believe in like this karate, taekwondo, jujitsu, or whatever. This spiritualism or whatnot. But even they have a God and a devil. They have a heaven and an underworld.
I wouldn't characterize it that way, I guess.
I would, because I was with a Buddhist girl for like 5 years, so I would say that.
Yeah, I've met a lot of
I would sure like to have a one-on-one with you sometime on this topic. Like,
spiritual
it
experience.
could be publicly on my channel or something, but maybe more privately.
Yeah, I could tell you.
Not even about experience, but just about the honesty, Like, yeah, I don't have a problem with what you're talking about your type of prayer. In your position, I think that's the best type of prayer one could do. So, Yeah, I'd
Yeah.
like to talk about that, and maybe it would be praying together with the words. I know that's not your usual way, but
Bro,
that's
you,
what I would like to do
according
with you.
to Buddhism, he went up to heaven. He literally, a doorway opened up to heaven for Buddha when he went up to heaven. So it's crazy.
Well, sometimes I say the Lord's Prayer at the end of an AA meeting, and in that, and sometimes it is a powerful thing. Sometimes I'm actually there, and I'm actually actually involved in the prayer. And but you know, they're just words. And there have been some other words. There's some other words in that big blue book that we use that, you know, involves prayers. And I think my sponsor did one with me. It's called the Third Step Prayer or whatever. And it had a powerful experience. I had a powerful experience as a result of that. So, I mean, that does happen. The thing is, whether you're an atheist or a Muslim or a Buddhist or a Christian, pray, because it works.
God is real. Jesus is real. So was Buddha. So was Muhammad. They all existed. Atheism is the dumbest religion in the history of the world.
Yoga is good too.
I don't know what exists anymore.
Yogurt's really good.
Well, that Logos is the person of Jesus.
Yeah.
So he is the light of the world.
Yeah, and he does love Speed very much. I want to let Speed know that.
I know that. I mean, I have lived a charmed life. I had a friend the other day say, your life is so tragic. It's like, no, it fucking ain't. I'm sorry, I swore. I said, you know, no, it ain't. I have so much to be grateful for. I had this conversion experience about 14 years ago when I was stuck in the mud, you know, when I was right down in the mud of, I guess you guys would call it sin, though I was too drunk to actually do anything sinful of any, you know, that was interesting to anybody. And I climbed out of that within, I think it was within an hour, there was a transformation that has lasted for 14 years for me. And it is an incredible feeling. And when you get that feeling, if I had been a Christian at the time, I would have been powerfully attached to Christianity. But for me, I don't get it.
That would have been even more beneficial for you, I think. And I would like to unpack sometime why I think that.
I disagree with you so much on that.
Yeah, but we could hash it out. You know, we could do it in private, or we could do it on we could record it in private and then decide if we want to post it on my channel or not. So we could just do a private StreamYard and
we could do that.
Record while we go.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. I'd probably have an apology or two to make to you too.
So Nicholas racking up the debates.
Well, this wouldn't be a debate at all. But what'd you say there, Speed? It kind of I couldn't make out what the words were.
Oh, you want me to say it again?
Kind of like you said, you'd have something with me or two.
I have an apology or two to make with you, and you know, some fences to mend. You know?
And I wasn't trying to get you to say it again. I literally the separation of words. I didn't know where the words separated, so it just I didn't hear what it was.
I'm up in the middle of the night. I have a little respite here from the thing that's going on in my life. So,
well, I'll email you, and then maybe as soon as tomorrow, even or something. I'd really like that.
I would like to say something to speed of sound, bro. You know, the speed of sound is relative, like everything else, the speed of light and everything else. But
we live in a flat Earth, everyone.
We do. Yeah. We honestly do. The water doesn't curve. If you ever watch a sunset, you're not gonna see the light, the shadow of the light cast upon your ceiling because the sun's not actually setting. And I heard that. Thank you, Praise, because I kept watching that debate because you brought it up the other day. The one with Nathan Thompson and Aaron Ra. At one point, Nathan Thompson said, "This is one of the simplest proofs. You can watch the sunset, and when you're watching the sunset, the light from the sunset is not going to cast a shadow up above on the top of your torch. So the sun's not setting. It's not setting. Anyways, that's besides the point. But the other thing was back to speed of sound. Here, you can pray to Buddha, but he's not gonna offer you salvation. You can pray to Muhammad. He's not gonna offer you any salvation. The only one that offers Jesus Christ. So I want to say that Jesus Christ is the ultimate truth, and all these other people exist. So I'm not denying the existence of Buddha or Muhammad or whatever they said, or even Harry Potter at that point. These things exist, but they're not gonna offer you salvation when you die. Your soul needs some substance. It's either gonna go up or down. Your soul has to wait, and I just wanted to say that to you, Speed of Sound. I hope that made sense. That your soul has to wait, and if your soul is so dark and heavy, it's gonna go down to hell. If your soul is not that dark and heavy, it's gonna go up to judgment or whatever. And I'm not sure how all that works up there on top of the firmament. Yeah, I'm not sure how it all works up above the firmament. I've never been there, so but one day I will. And when Judgment Day comes, we're all going to be standing on top of a glass ceiling, and that's what the Revelation says. We're all the martyrs of this world, and we're all going to be on top of a glass ceiling, and we're going to be awaiting our day for Judgment Day. And Jesus loves you, bro. Accept into your heart right now. If you want, I can say a little sinner's prayer for you, but I'll let you on continue with your conversation, and I'll do that when I bounce. God bless you. Speed of sound.
Thank you.
So,
Yeah, I think,
Nicholas, if I could pose a question real quick, just to clarify what you said before.
Sure.
You would say that the most important proof for you of God's existence is the spirituality you feel. Is that am I saying that right, or is that what you were trying to communicate?
No, that's a common misconception, and I sure appreciate the effort at the moment. I appreciate that. The thing is, such a drastic change, such a drastic difference is felt at the time, but it's not about the feeling. Like peace and joy is not a feeling. Like I can be in moments of intense what's the word I'm looking for?
Ecstasy.
No. It's a negative-ish kind of a thing. Apprehensive or one of those sorts of words, right? So like negative nervousness. I don't know why I'm not coming up with the right word right now. Because there is a specific word for it. But so that feeling... Angst is a very good word, yeah. So even if I'm in extreme angst, I'm still at peace and joy. So it's not a matter of feelings. And when I was a different man, I had an issue where I was in an abusive relationship, and eventually I had to take a nonviolence communication class over that. And we learned to take in our bodily emotions as communication to us, and then to hear that communication and take it into account and respond effectively, not to just act on how our body feels. So I think of feelings much more as bodily. I'm having a lot of feelings right now, with all the different intimacy where we've been talking about Jesus, and it's been expressing a lot. And then with Speed coming in, and especially what he said about his theory about what it might be like to, that was an awesome steel man of my position, Speed, when you first came in and we're talking about if you met Jesus for a night, maybe that's instead of the straw man, that was the ultimate steel man, but it's not about feelings. And the person, Jesus Christ, really understood. That's really what expresses what I'm trying to say. So it might sound like a cop-out to just keep saying the person Jesus Christ, but that's what it comes down to. And he was a person who walked the earth, and he is God, and he is a person at the right hand, in the sky somewhere, bodily even, which is pretty incredible and awesome. It's about that person and about having communion with that. So an important friend, but who's better than any other friend could ever be. you know, and then knowing they always have your back kind of a thing. Maybe there's a lot to it, but it does not have to do with feelings, though. It's a true security.
It would be kind of like if the feelings were the water in a river, and the riverbed was what you're talking about, basically the thing that the feelings run through, and how you respond to it, basically. So it's somewhat underneath, huh?
Maybe the opposite, like you know, the edge gets eroded by it on occasions, and sometimes maybe it's not really getting eroded, so that would be feeling the river, but the river's always there.
Yeah.
But it's just like yeah, feeling, I mean, like I said, when it was such a difference, I felt it was drastic for about 3 weeks. I felt like John Travolta's character in
Yep.
Phenomenon.
Exactly.
There was so much freedom of honest thought that had never been there before, that it was overwhelming for about 3 weeks. But now it's like, it's more often a lack of feeling when I would have had feeling when I was the previous person, but more often I have lack of feeling. It's just acknowledgement of truth has a lot more to do with that than it has to do with feeling or experiencing things, you know?
I've had about 3 or 4 of those experiences in my life, and it was very much like the John Travolta thing, sort of, where one time for an entire week, it was like I was standing above my life and I could see everything that I was doing. And it went on and on. And that turned out to be, spiritual experience is very interesting because you can put it down and you can lose it in a flash, and you can either use what was given to you. It's kind of like a gift that's given to you. And if you don't, sometimes you only get an hour, sometimes you get 3 days. My first one, I got 3 days, and I used that gift. And the second one was 1 week, but I was not in a position in my life where I could use it. I didn't have the structure, so I ended up going off on the search again for a long time. And you know, I got a long life. Most recently, 14 years ago, was a somewhat gradual experience. You know, that took place probably over a period of 3 months while I came back to consciousness from drug abuse and alcohol abuse. And at the end of it, I was sort of on this road, but I've been building on it for 14 years. So, and
well, if I may parse things out some from my perspective, when Smokey explained Gnosticism in his words, I was suddenly like, oh, so if when I had that experience, if I had trusted in that experience instead of trusting in the person of Jesus and eventually getting to scripture and learning the path I'm on now, if I had instead trusted that experience, and instead of filtering my experience through Jesus and scripture, I had instead filtered scripture, even if I had filtered scripture through my experience, that would be like Gnosticism. And that's the thing, is like Gnosticism comes and goes, and like you're looking for it again and stuff, you know, but Jesus is always the same, Mike. Jesus is always the same.
Yeah, you have to be anchored in some sort of structure, or of course you could end up batshit crazy. Yeah, you know, if you're not anchored in some sort of doctrine, you're probably going to be just wandering around out there, or maybe not. You know, depends on who you are and how it happens. So,
you know, I appreciate that you're definitely hearing me. You're disagreeing, but you're definitely hearing me.
Yeah.
And I bet James is hearing better too now. I was just about to mention that, and you're ready to talk again, James.
Well, yeah. And only you know your true feelings, and feelings don't always lend themselves to be easily described in language. So you're doing the best you can to communicate your beliefs, your feelings. And when I say feelings, I know you said it wasn't feelings, but
I even know how to fix that.
Maybe it's not the right word.
If you were to change it to awareness, but then if you want to be skeptical, you could say perspective instead of awareness, because awareness sounds like you must agree with me, you know? I would call it
So
awareness, but
yeah.
you could call it perspective, and that would probably be a better way to put it than feelings.
So it's being aware of the person of Jesus and how that affects you in your life. Yeah. So if I could ask, be it from scripture or not, or just from your personal experience, what to you is the most compelling thing about Jesus that draws you into him? Is it his act of redemption?
It's that he loved me by going to the cross. If we're to take one moment that's more precious than any of them, it's when he went on the cross for me.
So the sacrifice, that act of redemption, is what you find most compelling about him and his life and what he did.
Yeah, and it's kind of amazing because when I first started the show, I don't know if you were here, James, yet, or if you heard it from the audience. Or yeah, I think you got to speak before I did, so you must have heard me say it.
I was here, yeah.
Yeah, and Smokey described like God participating with the day-to-day stuff, and that's beautiful. But then, and I said that it's a shadow of Christ on the cross. But then I also expressed the visceral experience of the animal dying as I would deserve to die. And then I've never experienced that. I've never done an animal sacrifice, but we don't need that. You know, the book of Hebrews is all about this, and I guess you'd remember that, James, from when you were a Christian, the book of Hebrews being all about not needing animal sacrifices because his sacrifice is so sufficient. But then
yeah, I understand the theology.
Yeah, knowing that I deserve death, and then that without my deserving it, that he loved me first and reconciled me all the way unto his ultimate perfection, you know? I mean, and then the power expressed in the resurrection and the confidence and all that, that's all very good. But the ultimate thing is that the love that is love unto grace, in the fact that through his perfection and success, it's even just. Even though I don't deserve it, he reconciles it even unto it being justice instead of a defiance of justice for me. It actually still somehow is justice. And there's something so incredible about the cross and everything that it says. Everything that he said by doing that is how I should put it.
Amy.
Yeah. How are you?
I'm good. I emailed you a whole while back. I wanted to have a conversation with you on my channel, but you're not good at responding to emails.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. A whole bunch of crazy things happen.
Yep.
I said to the interlocutors at the beginning, I'm actually, though I tested negative, I'm actually quarantining for COVID.
Oh, you are?
So it's been a crazy time. But I'm sorry, by the way. That shouldn't happen. And now I'm going to go back and find your email.
Well, reach out to me. We'll have a conversation. But I'm going through some crazy shit too. Do you have any questions about that, Sal?
No.
I for a minute. I just came back.
I mean, just as a friend, I'm always concerned. I mean, anything you want to talk about.
Well, I lost my daughter last Wednesday to there was a mentally ill person, and he shot her and killed her.
Yeah. So I didn't know that, man. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry to hear that, bro. I'm really sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
You
didn't know anything about it. I thought I put a video out and I talked about it. But it was an ongoing thing. It was about a year of stalking and trying to get the help and trying to get, help for this person who was clearly so mentally ill that he shouldn't have been living alone. And it turns out, that he had a gun, and he came out Wednesday night and there was an altercation and just ended her life. So I'm going to a funeral home in about 6 hours to figure out how to bury her. So
Nature.
that's kind of what I've been doing and I'm in and out of grief. Is it comes in waves, and you get these respites from it where it's like there's plastic between you and what happened. And then all of a sudden you think, you're going to call the person that died and talk to them about it. And you realize that they're no longer there. And it's been a pretty strange. What day is it today?
Yeah.
It's Sunday night, Monday morning, I think.
Yeah, it hasn't been that long, and it seems like it's been weeks. So I've been going through some shit, but how to you've got to have a lot of faith in order to handle shit that happens in your life like that without going down some dark hole and giving it up. But I have two other children. Faye was 52, and my other boys are 40. So we're all there for each other. It's been a week, but anyway, I'm probably not going to be as active as I was on YouTube for about a week or so. So I'll be back. I don't know.
Eventually, we're all going to see each other on top of the glass ceiling. I wish I had that Bible passage to say, but not for real. Eventually,
we're all going to die. We're all going to die.
You're all going to die.
Day.
Yeah.
We're all going to die. We're all going to be there for Judgment Day. We're all going to see each other.
Well,
whether you get burnt up for eternal fire or whatnot, or you get to continue on living, whether it's on the new earth or in heaven.
Come on.
That's up to God, Jesus, to judge. And but again, God bless you, brother. And I had to step out. My kid woke up, and I had to go feed him. But I just wanted to throw that out there. God bless y'all. I'm gonna mute myself again. Let's continue on, bro. I'm gonna sign off soon here.
I look at it as kind of like we're on this party bus, and we all got to get off the bus at some point. And some of us get off the bus early, and we don't want that person to get off the bus early. But fuck, they got to go. They got to go.
I think it's more like by the end of the party, everyone's feeling sick and has done things they regret and stuff. But then, I've gotten off the bus already, and now I see the destination is home. And I'm hopeful for y'all to come home too.
Yeah, I'm. To make matters worse, I'm a gun nut. But I've been trying to get these red flag laws. I get not trying a lot, but trying to get red flag laws going so that we can basically deal with mentally ill people. They have all these rights now, but the rights are preventing them from being treated. And so for the next probably year or two, there's going to be a lot of lawsuits and a lot of stuff with the Minnesota Congress where I'm going to try to do something about this. I should have actually done more when she was still alive. But like I say,
you're fighting for her now.
Huh?
But you're fighting right now.
Yeah, like I told the detective, who the police screwed up so badly. They had seen this guy, I think, 20 times, and they kept saying, "Well, nothing we can do." And he was talking to me, and I said, "You don't get a do-over, but you do get a do better next time, sir." And I said, "Do you hear me?" And he says, "Yeah, I do, but I don't think he did." I think he's too, weighed down on his job, and they're all just, doing their job, doing my job. But it's, it's shit. It happens. I don't know.
Can I ask? I have, especially prison reform and all sorts of other things related. I'm very interested in. Tell me if this is a good idea. It would be a unit that is half policeman, half therapist, to which they are actually trained to handle mentally ill people and won't react. Will not only not react in a way, but then they still have the authority to take them and get them to a place.
They're doing that. I live in Minneapolis, just 14 miles south of where George Floyd was killed, and Richfield, one of the little towns, they adopted this new thing in their police department, where their police are trained by psychologists, and they're trying to do it. They're trying to do it differently, but it's something like that. But we need to be able to, if 2 or 3 people come forward and say this person is a danger, then the government needs to at least interview them and look into it and assess them. But I mean, the guy that killed her would call the police up and say, Faye was my daughter's name. Faye is making my floors wave up and down. He would say, she's making my floors go up and down. Now, this guy was clearly a schizophrenic, and he clearly thought my daughter was in charge of his floors, turning into waves. You know what I mean? This was a crazy person, and they couldn't do anything. And it's and I have a file folder here that she put together in the last year and a half of all the incidents she had with that man, and I've been reading it, and it's mind-numbing how she tried to to get herself out of danger. But then the night it happened, it was God, I wish I could call her and yell at her and tell her to stay in her goddamn apartment instead of going out there, but she was a scrapper. So yeah, anyway, life is, I've seen death, and I've seen a lot of life in 69 years, and
His daughter getting killed. Fucking transvestite.
All right, guys, I'm about to bounce. Here's the Revelation. It's Revelation 15. And I saw another sign in heaven, great and marvelous, 7 angels having the 7 last plagues in them is filled up the wrath of God. And I saw it were as the sea of glass mingled with fire, then that had gotten the victory over the beast, and over his image, and over his mark, and over his number of his name, and stand on the sea of glass, having the harps of God. So here's the serenity prayer for anybody that doesn't know it. But I do like to point that out. We're all gonna end up there. We're all gonna say God is Jesus Christ's name is higher than the other. So but anyways, here's the sinner's prayers. God, please grant us the serenity to accept the things we cannot change, the strength to change the things we can, and the wisdom to know the difference. And for any atheists in the chat and also in the stream, dear Lord Jesus, I know that I'm a sinner and I ask for your forgiveness. I believe you died for my sins and rose from the dead. I turn from my sins and invite you to come into my heart and life. I want to trust you and follow you as my Lord and Savior. In your name, amen. So anyways, guys, I got to go. Good night. God bless you all. And Jesus loves you. And, there's a lot of bad things happening left and right nowadays. And
hey, thank you for that.
Turn to the Bible. It's all there. It was written a long time ago. So God bless y'all.
Yeah.
Well, if I could say something real quick, it's hard as an atheist being in this position because guys like Sal and Nicholas, you guys can speak about your faith and give these heartfelt testimonies from the heart, these emotional, spilling your heart out for everybody to hear. We can't really do that. We have to make a case using cold, unfeeling reality. And that's it's just not the same. It doesn't come across with the same effect. And then we have to listen to people give these heartfelt testimonies, and we don't try to act like we're dismissing them, but we have to fit that within our worldview, and that can be a bit of a struggle sometimes because you don't want to come across condescending or as if you're just dismissing somebody's heartfelt beliefs.
When I get in these situations, I try to I deal with Christians by taking the spirit of it. to heart, because if you extend naturalism to its logical conclusion, and you understand what we are and what life is, in what I think is a rational way, it all adds up to the same thing anyway. There's ways to understand what we are that illuminate that thing that the common man calls ego, and to understand how it is a problem. And it's as you would put it, Sal, random chemicals or whatever. When you realize that you have a little bit of control in how you move through your life, this very short life that we atheists have. And when you come to terms with all that, it is fucking beautiful. I mean, it is a beautiful gift to be here at all for this period of time.
Oh, if I may mention, when Jesus spoke to the woman at the well, and she said, and actually I would sort of like to be saying this rather to you, especially Mike. And she said to him that our elders say that we should worship on this mountain, but y'all say that in Jerusalem, the city of peace, is what Jerusalem means, city of peace, that in Jerusalem is where men ought to worship. And he said, woman, I tell you, the time is coming and now is, when neither on that mountain nor in Jerusalem will they worship. But God is spirit, and those who worship him must worship in spirit and in truth. And I know I'm paraphrasing and getting things a little out of order, but he also said to her that he seeks those to worship him, who will worship him in spirit and in truth. And then I have a question for you, James, because what you just said about heartfelt testimony and this and that you can't because you're atheist. I mean, how are you accounting for Mike now then, or speed of sound at this moment?
Speed of sound is an insane atheist who has these heartfelt feelings.
And if in real life, I'd hug you right now.
What's that?
I would be hugging you right now in real life.
Yeah. Socially distanced hugs.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And
that makes the hug not better saying here. That,
oh, please, James.
Atheists don't have any type of warm or heartfelt feelings, but just in terms of the God discussion, obviously there's a lot of things I do have heartfelt feelings on and could give testimony on. But as it goes to this God claim, I have to approach it from a very cold, take it a very cold, matter-of-fact position, and that doesn't really always come across very warm, and it doesn't put a good feeling in your heart, dealing with reality on its own terms. And when I first became an atheist, I wouldn't compare it to how you felt, Nicholas, becoming a Christian. I wouldn't say it was maybe that profound, but it was kind of almost like waking up, and you want to help others kind of see the flaws in their faith, because they believe a lot of things you did, so you want them to understand what you now know. But moving forward, that was years ago. But moving forward, what I'll tell people is, if you're really happy as a Christian and you go to church and you love it and it's a core part of your life, then just do that, and don't spend too much time looking at the at the
dogma,
the evidence and the minutia of it, because you might come across an answer that you don't like, and that could profoundly affect your worldview, and it could be harmful to some people who do find such great meaning in their religious faith, and they do have that personal connection to Jesus, and I wouldn't want to take that away from somebody who needs that. But
well, if it wasn't real, I would want it taken away from me, and if I can discover that it's not real, then I'd be glad to. But like I said, I mean, that would be like discovering 3 + 4 doesn't equal 7, you know, and I'm past the point of no return, and I have that confidence. But James, I do think that any sort of I was a false Christian, you know. I mean, I talked about the 20 years agnostic to when I had my rebirth, but I was about 26, or well, that's a very rough guess. I guess maybe I started getting into it earlier than that, so I don't remember when I started getting into my false Christianity, but that was extremely damaging. That was a lot worse for me than being an agnostic ever was. When I was a false Christian, I was really into the Book of Revelation, and
oh God,
yeah, specifically into that. And I wasn't really into being corrected and saved from my failures and stuff, you know. So it was all the wrong Christianity for all the wrong reasons. And I'm not assuming that yours was anything like that bad, James, but a false Christianity is not the same thing, and being set free from that would definitely be a good thing. It would, you'd have to be, it'd be best to be set free from it into real Christianity like I was here, but being set free from that falseness one way or another is definitely a necessary step towards truth. You can't get to truth while still being false, you know?
If the Christians weren't in the room right now, I'd tell you guys what's really up with all this. The three of you.
Well,
James,
I mean, what I would say
thanks
is
for your thoughts, James.
I
Just
don't
wanted
want
to.
appreciate it. I would just say, you know, I know in my heart, and I know that there was a point where I was absolutely certain of my faith, and it felt unshakable because I knew and I felt a lot of those feelings. I felt a connection with God, and you know, I know in my heart that I believed 100%. I mean, I could go through the whole history, but there was actually a time when I became convinced that the Torah applied to Christians today, and then we should try to follow a lot of those
you became a Jew for Jesus.
commandments. It wasn't that. It was Messianic Judaism,
Oh,
where
yeah.
you basically believe that you believe in Jesus, Yeshua. You know, they have different names for him, but you follow the Jewish laws because,
Well, I think that's
according to
exactly
that,
what Amy was talking about, unless I'm mistaken.
what's that? Jews for Jesus?
Yeah, they're a real group.
Yeah, they are.
So Amy was being more specific. Okay.
That's people who are born Jewish like you, and then they accept Jesus as the Messiah. Whereas a Messianic Jew would be somebody who comes from a typical Christian background, but then becomes convinced that they should be following the Jewish traditions and laws outlined in the Torah.
Well, here, like there it is, right there. I'm a Torah keeper.
Yeah, I know. You've talked about that a lot.
Oh yeah.
You know, I can relate to that because there was actually several years where I became convinced that was true.
And when the woman with a condition of blood touched the border of his garments or the hem of his garments, it is very well known. It's not disputed among scholars that what that's actually talking about was his tassels, like what I just showed. Is she and the tassel were to wear them to remind us to be obedient to the Torah. So the symbolism there is that she was touching his obedience to the Torah, and that's what she was touching for healing in that specific case. That's the specific symbolism of that one.
But James, the thing that I've learned is that, you know, you have that strong belief and that strong faith and that strong feeling of spiritual connection when you really believe in this dogma. I found out that when you just give up the dogma part, then you're into something called, which is what Zen Buddhism is really all about. And there's a lot of Hollywood Buddhists that kind of screw it up, but Zen Buddhism is about no dogma, no belief, and yet you retain all of that fundamental spiritual connection to life and what you are basically as an organism. And that is a very powerful thing you can learn as an atheist. And someday I hope the Christians give up their dogma and stop trying to prove their religion with evolution. Sell. None of that stuff is necessary in order to make that connection that you guys would call a personal connection with God. That is available to every human being, unless you screw it up by believing in believing in the wrong dogma that takes you down the wrong road. So,
Well, it's a stumbling block that, if it can be pulled aside, can help people be open to the reality that they've been deceived out of. So for me, all that is a stumbling block that can be moved away, but only the person of Jesus and the trusting in him because of who he is really does the saving.
Yeah, you do it in levels.
I see Sal unmuted for this topic, so
you Christians ought to cover your ears when I talk.
So if I could ask Nicholas, so now you believe that there was a time where you were, I think you said, a fake Christian, you weren't a true Christian. What was it about your theology at the time that you now believe made it invalid or fake, as you said?
It's about, you see, theology is not really that important, and why I say that is like that's why I'm saying the word belief so much, because in Greek it's the word trust, and if you trust a certain idea, then you're believing the idea, or if you're trusting a person, you'll believe what they say. But the reason I say that is because after I will say I traumatized myself to like reading scripture and stuff. So when I was first reborn, it was probably about 6 months before I really opened a Bible, and I trusted Jesus and stuff. And one thing that happened was there was a boy who was like a son to me, and I didn't want him to see my Iron Maiden shirts or even my Super Mario Brothers shirts, because even the Mario Brothers shirt is like a childish example. It's not a good example for a man to set for a child, and the monsters on the Iron Maiden shirts. And then it occurred to me, like, if I don't want him to see this, I don't actually value this. So I was like, okay, I want to value the true and right things. And so things like that were happening before I even jumped back into scripture. And my theology was a mess, I mean, I was like as much New Age theologically as I was Christian, but ultimately, like, there was nothing the world could offer me, and it was Christ who I trusted, and I followed that. In my theology, like, I've benefited so much from better theology and better understanding of truth. But that fundamental difference is trusting him. The fundamental difference is not having the right belief set or something.
So it's just how it's hard to put into words, but
and then trust in what you think is him, but is not actually him, is not the same thing. So, but yeah, trust in him, really in him.
So it's not any type of doctrine
Messiah.
issues. It's just maybe the state of your heart was not as pure as you would think it is now. Is that maybe?
Well, I was
close?
terrible. I mean, I was really terrible. Like, yeah, not everyone has been like as bad as I was. I mean, completely.
You were terrible from New Age stuff?
No, not from the New Age stuff. Before that, you see, one thing was like Saul mentioned that being aware of reality of demonic experience, he knew that the spirit reality was like real, and then that like put him into checking out the potential reality of other things we were convinced couldn't be real. So it's one of those things that moves away a stumbling block, like the idea that the supernatural certainly is not real. That's a stumbling block. And will completely get in the way. And so it was, there wasn't anything in Christianity that was making spirituality real for me. So in the months before I became Christian, maybe about a year and a half before that, up to, a few months before that, I was losing interest in it. But I was checking out a lot of New Age and stuff like that. And I wasn't trusting it or believing it. I was just like
Doing
getting
the
to the point
motions.
that I could be open to the possibility of spirit things being real and stuff. And I think that was an important piece, because if spirit things can't be real, then obviously Christianity can't be real. So, yeah. But no, when I was really bad, it was, the abusive relationship, and there was a good side to the relationship that was super good. Otherwise, we wouldn't have held on to it. But then the bad side was really bad. And, yeah, so, but yeah, like I mean, I spent 45 days in jail over it. And actually, what I did that time was more an accident than anything. But there were times that were much less on accident. I was literally body chemistry addicted to anger. So I guess that's the best way to describe how bad I was. So
Which is funny
just like
to me
being
because of who
addicted to
you
a
are right
drug.
now. You're such a calm, nice guy.
Yeah, but I was literally addicted to the body chemistry of anger, and like doing any other drug. And then when the relationship ended, there was a slow decrease in that because I didn't have someone to target that towards. So I had a lot of really drastic depression in place of that, and a lot of stuff like that. And my whole ego was crushed because, I mean, we had a successful music act. It wasn't financially successful yet, but it certainly would have been eventually. And, she was like extremely beautiful and talented and smart and took really good care of me. And I just like didn't do, well, I mean, I guess I did do some stuff for her, loving her and stuff, but not the responsibilities of a man. And then, so, well, the anger was gradual. So then my ego broke down so much. I actually got to the point that my ego was so ground to dust. There's a scripture that says, whosoever falls on this rock, or some people have described it as tripping over, but whosoever falls on this rock, it will break him. But whosoever this rock falls upon, it will grind him to powder. And I think I was ground to powder. There was nothing of my ego at all, so that I could not be depressed. I could not despair. I also could not hope. And in a spiritual or like a psychological sense, I could not have like effort. Of course, I mean, I was able to like go to work and stuff, and but so I could do physical effort, but it's like I didn't care anything about it. And I was a passionate person back then, and I'm a passionate person now. But for this time, passion was absolutely impossible for me. I mean, I was brought to nothing. And then when my rebirth happened, and since then, I've been healed of rage, and like I've experienced about 1 second of anger per year on average, so literally there was a time when someone was mistreating me and I came into my bedroom and I went, "Arr!" Except I was serious about it. And then I just thought like, that's not me. And it just went away. So like that would happen maybe like once a year. But then there was an occasion where, well, I mean, I'll just say it, that movie Cuties came out, and there was someone that I considered them to be promoting it. And then I was angry, and, I kept it cool and stuff, but it was like I wanted to have like these hateful, mean thoughts, and I had to fight that. And that went on for 2 or 3 hours straight. And it was a pretty big experience for me because for like more than 3 years, I'd basically not been angry at all whatsoever. So, I mean, there's a lot of real transformation and stuff in it. And that explains how I was so terrible when I was terrible. Because, I mean,
Makes sense.
it's like,
Yeah, your experience.
Being back and forth on anger, but being back and forth on rage, but every single day. And after I got out of jail, I mean, I was bitter about that, and it really just made the whole thing worse. And yeah, one night she was like throwing a tantrum, and I didn't know what to do about it. And so I just like, and I didn't want to rage or anything, you know. So instead, like, she said something about like leaving or something, and I was like, well, leave then, or something like that. And then she just left. And the next time she came back, it was just to like get me out of there, you know. And that was the end of it.
So what was it about? Because you mentioned the Book of Revelation. So what did you think about Revelation at the time that you no longer think?
Yeah, because that's the crazy book, just for atheists.
Yeah, well, actually, no, I don't think I really think all that much differently about the Book of Revelation. You know, the evil of this world and what's really going on is so intense that, like, for me to be as real as I am about things like, you know, the murder of the preborn, this movie Cuties, like a lot of people won't acknowledge the darkness that's going on in the schemes of like the global banking conspiracy, the global deep state and stuff. I mean, because one thing that happened was when I was 18, so half my life ago now, I'm 36 now, my brother died suddenly in a car crash, and I still remember hearing the sound, and just to me, something like that wasn't real. So one of our friends said Phil, that was his name, and to me, I just like didn't even think of that as a possibility, you know. So I was just happy-go-lucky, well, we'll drive down the street and make sure it's not. And then that was all changed when I saw his car upside down against a telephone pole. And so then I realized that death's real, that each one person who dies in war, you know, like for instance, and then it can be 100,000, or it was 100,000, or is 100,000 per year up to 1 million, you know, talking about the Iraq war here. So whatever it is, each one of them is just as real a person and valuable as my brother was. So that burden was, I mean, we don't know, but there's no reason for the car accident to have happened. He was in a lot of angst that night, and he was, he might have been essentially a suicide. It's possible. I don't know. And, but whatever the case, it's like him and I were so much the same, and he was the one who left and didn't suffer it, and I'm the one who stayed and did suffer it all. And yeah, it's only with Christ that I can like fully accept all those things, and they're all on the cross, and the trust in his reconciliation of all things, that I don't have to have any apathy, and I don't have to lessen what it is, and I don't have to resist any of those hard truths. I can really it's a very powerful thing, you know. Like from the outside, it just looks like maybe there's things about my personality that people notice or something. That's all it looks like. But on the inside of the difference in my humanity as a new creation, like it's like a whole universe of able to carry what other people can't carry, so that then I can use that to speak words of truth and proclaim him.
Yeah. So you know the suddenness of death. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I know, Mike.
I got to get out of here and go to sleep. I gotta figure out how to bury my daughter in 5 hours. So, Sal, I would love to have a conversation with you about this protein thing at some point.
Anything I could do for you, brother?
Huh? Yeah.
Anything I could do for you, bro?
Oh, I got a lot of people helping me, and I've been reaching out to people because I really fucking need help right now. This is the worst thing that's ever happened in my entire life. And
Speedy, either this week or next week, if you want, we can do something like a stream or something, or just talk.
Yeah, probably next week. If you reach out to me, this week is going to be crazy ups and downs, and I'm in and out of these. I call them grief waves. I shouldn't be up right now. I should be sleeping, but I will be okay. I know I will be okay.
Hey, it means a lot you came out to see us.
Yeah, I need to talk to somebody tonight. And you guys, like I said, you're the only bar open, so thank you guys for being here. But I got to go get some sleep.
Yeah, you take care.
And I dare say we hit the spot better than. I dare say we hit the spot better than just being the only option. This was a really good talk, Mike.
No, yeah, you guys were good tonight. Thank you. Thank you.
Getting to know you like this has been.
I did that video. There's
open
nothing,
bar, right?
Huh? Yeah, I did
open
that video.
bar, free drinks.
Yeah, I did a video about there's nothing less fun than a parent of a dead kid, and it's all I want to talk about. And I'm open and honest with my entire life. And I wasn't sure about this, but I'm gonna be me. So
well, I'll tell you what, Mike. Like for me, like I don't care about quote unquote entertainment. Like real things are what interest me and how I'd want to spend my time. And maybe fun's not the right word for it, but I want to have that prayer kind of talk with you while it seems like an opportune time while we're able to connect intimately like this. You mentioned it before wanting to talk about spirituality, and I saw it more as like you trying to convince me that my spirituality is fake or something. But now I see it as a chance to honestly commune and talk with you.
Maybe build a bridge. There is a bridge, for all of us. So anyway, guys, I'm going to get to sleep. Thank you for having me. Okay.
Shalom, Mike. Shalom.
Got it, Speed.
Bye. All.
You take care.
Bye, Speed.
Bye.
Well, it was nice having company while I was finishing up a paper, finishing my project for my boss. So I really was playing hooky so I could hang out with you all.
Woohoo!
I mean, did you actually get work
I
done?
appreciated hearing from you. You had a lot of heartfelt testimony.
Yeah, well, thank you. It's been very nice meeting you, and I think I'm probably a lot more empathetic to people on the other side, especially atheists and agnostics, especially because about 20 years ago I nearly left the Christian faith. The church is sometimes pretty cruel to people who ask legitimate questions, and I didn't like the treatment I went through, and it can be a very lonely experience, and not feel appreciated when legitimate questions and doubts are raised. And so I am kind of sensitive when I see some of the points that you all were putting on the table and you're just getting insulted. That's just kind of hard for me to watch. I couldn't listen to the debate.
See, I'm so torn.
Right, and I knew going into it, it could have gotten a little contentious like that because that's just how Smokey is. Anybody who knows Smokey gonna be Smokey. So, I understood that going.
I just,
I was pretty disappointed that
your sentiment.
He was acting like it was his channel. So I think it's been too long for him since like public debates, and he's just used to it like being about people wanting to hear what he has to say or something. So yeah, Sal, because you made that comment to you about ad hom, and it's like that wasn't your point at all. It had nothing to do with like if it made the argument less valid logically. So he totally missed
And I don't know why
there.
he went to the racism angle, and nothing I said in any way I don't think communicates hatred for any one group of people based on their race or whatnot. It's not about that,
And I don't hate my parents.
I respect all peoples.
And then when he made the self-hating Jew comment right after the racism accusation, and like that's a stereotype, and he shot himself right in the foot. So
I don't know. It's
I had nothing to do
complicated.
with Smokey Bash. Him and I are good friends, but that's the thing is people think
No,
like
I
I'm afraid
like
of him,
Smokey.
or I won't say things about him, and like That's actually the opposite of what it's like. Him and I have all the ice broken and stuff, and like all of that is allowed. We have a lot of trust built together and stuff. So
I'm not gonna
that's cool.
trash talk him as a, I try to avoid trash. I try to avoid trash talking, and I was just saying I really could not listen to the debate. I did not, and I'm sure you're making fine points, but I just I was just hanging out in the chat, and then I was also trying to do some of my work.
I mean, you were being productive. Is that what you're trying to tell us?
Well, actually, when I have to do something unpleasant, I need a little bit of entertainment just to keep me going, because
modern day debate.
There's a lot of stuff that is just pure tedium, and but I appreciated having the chance to interact with you all in this after show, and I'm especially glad you all were here, because then Speed of Sound had some other friends too besides the rest of the gang.
This whole after show has just been really ideal, and getting to know you better, Sal, in a less academic way and a more personal way has been very nice. Like,
I mean,
real
I really think
friendship.
you needed to have us to have some people to talk to, and I'm glad we were here for him. I don't know if you knew. I mean, Speed of Sound was kind of my chemistry tutor over the summer. Even though I published in chemistry, there are a few spots, like I've studied biochemistry, I've published in biochemistry, but I actually haven't had any organic, and Speed of Sound was my organic chemistry teacher. Just very generous of him to spend time with me. So that was very kind of him, because I'm from the other side. I'm kind of technically his enemy, but he reached out to me on emails and said, let's hang out and I'll teach you some chemistry. So I respected him a lot for that.
That's how you know he's a real mensch.
A real
mensch. That's Yiddish. He's a real good guy.
Like an upstanding
He's a good
upstanding guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So anyway, James, it was a real pleasure meeting you.
Nice to hear from you.
And likewise, Amy. So
nice.
I probably will have to sign off now, because it is getting late even for me. So perhaps we'll see each other again.
I don't think we're going to be on a whole lot longer. So
I think it's coming to an end.
The last words round that goes on.
Yeah. So you all take care. Yeah. God bless.
Shalom,
have a good night. Thank you. Well, what I was saying before is in regards to Smokey, and I was going to mention it during the debate, but we kind of got drifted off, and he has a tendency of doing this, and I think he learned it from Maddox, because Maddox does it too, but he does it a lot more subtly. But when you challenge Smokey on something he doesn't really have a good answer to, what he does is he'll offer like a very short cursory refutation, like a half refutation, and then he'll just go and start berating you and saying, oh, you haven't done the research, what are you doing, you don't know anything, you could have gone on Wikipedia. And I guess that's his way of making the person, let me kind of intimidating the person not to continue raising the point, as opposed to refuting it. But I know that's just Smokey. So
yeah, and it's like they know their stuff, but then articulating it in the moment might be a bit different. But I do think Maddox only does that to bridge the gap of articulation, whereas the scripture doesn't tell us that these genocides have to do with the Nephilim, so it seems like that's just an excuse. I'm not going to justify that excuse. And then same thing with the racism thing. But I think besides that, Smokey was very much using things that were genuine and legitimate. I don't know if they were really meeting the positive burden of proof the way they should have. But yeah, Amy, I thought you used a lot of like good tactics in your opening. I actually thought Maddox, you know, 'cause
Thank you.
Amy wasn't here at the time, but I did think that Maddox and Smokey had really good openings to disarm you guys, and then that kind of did the job for your openings. So then afterwards, I thought they were going to go back and focus more on their positive burden after they sort of disarmed your openings in advance, but they didn't really do that. So then,
It went back to deism. James called it, I think. Were you? I think you were the one who called it. That was gonna happen, or maybe.
I told you about that, you know, when we were first planning for the debate, how we were going to try to prevent that from happening. They went there anyway, but
oh, that's almost like you're helping them out. And then that's what I was thinking, like when Amy was like saying like that's just deism, like go to this, you know, it's like
I know.
to me that's not a hard spot, and I feel like either of them supplemented with someone more like me or someone more like Chris Keith. Like Chris Keith likes to do the prophecies of Messiah, you know. I really like to go the spiritual route and what the cross has done in history as a historical event. This concept that the only reason to discredit that history would be to presuppose naturalism in the debate. So then if you can't justify that naturalism, you're just like pretty much like Seitenbruggenkate at that point, being a presuppositionalist if you're being, or a history denier or something. And then the spiritual reality and the beauty of it and stuff like
But how do you know that?
himself, you know, that's more my approach to argument, which is why, James, when you responded to because I was even sort of like I don't remember what it was, but I was clarifying something between our communication, and then your response to that included like going to deism and stuff, and I'm like, that's just not my thing, you know. So that's what I eventually came back and tried to clarify later.
I think what I said was you were doing the what I said in the debate, the believe first, ask questions later. I think.
Yeah. So
that
then when
was
I
what
sort of
tripped him up.
corrected that, and Maddox is like, do you want to respond to that, James? And then when you did, you mentioned deism in that. And yeah, I see how you weren't like directly responding to me, but I'm like, I really want to get my point across. I think it's a good point. But with speed coming in, it became really easy for me. Like I wasn't asking to get to give all this testimony and stuff. People were asking me for it. And yeah, I really enjoyed it. Like, this is the most I can be myself, is like if people want to know about my relationship with Jesus, that's like the most me part of me. And then to get to talk about that a lot tonight, I really enjoyed.
Well, yeah, that's why I asked you about it, because I felt like you had something to say about it.
Yeah, I sure did. And yeah, I came out pretty good, because it's like I'm not prepared to say this stuff. It's not really practiced too much. I've talked about these things before, but just sort of going on about
Well,
things,
society
going on
says
honestly, it comes out, you know.
no religion, no politics. They're like, don't talk about religion. Everything that it has broken in the past few years. Now we're all religion and politics.
Yeah, and you know, I think religion sometimes references more the socio-politics and the beliefs and this and that. That's why people will say, well, I'm not religious, I'm spiritual, you know. But I do think like Jesus gives me religion that is right for my spirituality, like Torah keeping, you know, the Day of Atonement, Sukkot, Passover, all that, you know, Sabbath every week. But then I'm also that true religion is to visit
You obey the Sabbath?
the widows. Yeah, I keep Sabbath, but Sabbath, you know what it is for me is it's a day off from any sorts of pressures, and I make sure not to require work of anyone else. And I don't like take on any of like the obligation to do my daily work and stuff that I would normally do, you know. But
Do
then
you do it Friday to Saturday?
Friday night to Saturday night, yeah.
Yeah.
But then
You do Sabbath.
then if I want to like do something like prepare myself some food or something, then I don't withhold that from myself, you know. Now the reason they weren't even allowed to keep a fire back then was because they couldn't be trusted And if in general people were allowed to fudge it and this and that, then men would have been having their wives or their slaves like work on that day that's supposed to be their day off and this and that, and they just would have abused it and stuff. So they have these hard rules, even to the extent of like death penalty, to ensure that people were not worked 7 days a week, you know? And but now we keep it in spirit for spiritual reasons, and so we can be trusted to, like, you know, I can spark my stove and get a tortilla hot and microwave my burrito ingredients and roll them together, you know. And the Sabbath is made for man, not man for the Sabbath. So for me, it's not like a burden to test myself and stuff. And the only thing I really put on myself is I really make sure not to give in to temptation or sin, even more so on the Sabbath than other days. And that becomes the training, so that I should be able to do really even better on the Sabbath, and then I can expand that to the rest of the week later. But even that turns out to be a relief, you know? It's like, it's not like a burden. Like, if anything, it condemns that I give in to sin sometimes other days, because on the Sabbath, it's so easy to, like, you know, obviously I might accidentally make mistakes and stuff, but yeah, so there's a lot of beauty there. So yeah, the religious stuff, it's like I have nothing against the religious, but
Can I ask, have you ever heard, it's off topic, but it's only because you kind of mentioned something similar. Have you ever heard of the Jeffersonian Bible?
oh, I've heard about it, how he like ripped out parts that he disagreed with and stuff.
He took out all of, he called it the moral teachings of Jesus of Nazareth. So he took out all of the miracles and he just left his teachings.
And then the miracles are so symbolic and important and stuff, and especially in expressing salvation. But like, yeah, so it's kind of crazy. But I think that's what I mentioned earlier. Like, if you come to knowledge, but then you're gonna filter Christ through your experience, then that's so totally backwards. And that's what Jefferson was doing, literally like filtering the Bible through it. His knowledge was, you know, so taking out parts of the Bible, like,
See,
you
I'd
know,
say
way of
his
filtering it.
defense.
It should be the other way around, right? Like, my experience filters through the Bible, and I become this different thing. Then, you know, because I started out as an infant, right? I was newly born at 33 years old. I was newly born. I was a newborn. And like newborns, you know, they poop their diaper and pee themselves, and they can't even walk, and they're useless and stuff. And then like, it's not acceptable to be that way when you grow up more, you know? So
I
it's
agree.
all a process.
So backing on, because it's the only form that I could say of spiritual that I would say, is that I have had an ego death and a rebirth from ayahuasca. And so that is my attachment to anything.
I'd love to talk with you about that sometime.
Really?
I'm
Oh, man. Hey,
curious
up for
about
it.
that. Yeah.
I've too much DMT and ayahuasca. That was 10 years ago. But after, what's that?
Oh, no, go ahead.
It's weird because it really is like a completely pivotal moment. Like, I learned something so trivial. As my roommate, who was a DMT cook, she was complaining most of the time that she was not tripping. That I was going out of my mind. I tugged a chair. I cried. I just cried and cried and cried, hugging this chair, realizing that every single object around me and in our society was created by someone, and it really takes all of us to even function and all of that. And I know it sounds even stupid when I say it out loud, but I'm using the word literally. I can't think any differently. I ever since that day, I still think that way. Like, I go out, I am humanity's biggest cheerleader because I just love everyone. It's hard.
And that's the thing is, in order to not accept the truth, we have to have these structures that prevent it. Even our brains themselves, as babies, there's intuition. The eyes start blurry, then they see clearly as the brain, and the brain is a harmonic device. And so it's not a computer, it's a harmonic device. It's like what's going on in here is dancing and music. It's not a single linear program that's extreme like in a computer. It's not a computer, it's a harmonic device. And reality has to harmonize or it would not exist. Like this atom has to let this atom exist and stuff. They have to harmonize together or else I guess, nuclear weapons like break that harmony, but even then there's like a reconciliation that somehow occurs and all that release of plasma and stuff so that the harmony of the overall system can continue. So reality is harmonic, truth is harmonic, the brain's a harmonic device, And so when you have an experience that takes you out of the way your brain works, that has all these deceiving limits, that's what's called an ego death. But
Exactly.
not
And
all of that. Those are not the same thing as like coming to the truth in Jesus. Like it doesn't mean every wall was torn down. It doesn't mean, you see what I mean? So when you have that
and
experience
it's
where
still
you're set
an ego. Like it
from
doesn't completely get rid of it.
what?
It's weird. It's like even though you have an ego death, it's almost like instead of the ego going away, it's like you just become hyper aware of it. And so it's not like I don't have an ego. It's just like you start to realize it and you're like, oh, I'm really being douchey. You should just stop this. It's hard. Does that even make sense? It's almost like you have a little meter and it almost burns when your ego gets it. It's almost like it sounds egotistical to even say this statement. But does that even make sense?
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. I had a very sudden ego death, but for me, I did have Christ there at the ready. And so for me, what it was suddenly not having those deceptions convince me that Jesus the Christ is not true. And that was what made that big difference. And it began with the promise of eternal life. And at that moment, I said, like, from the universe, because in my honesty, I was like being open about sort of not knowing. And, but it was very immediate that I was like, Jesus is legit. But I was also considering other religious ideas as if they might marry together or something. And I found out later that, like, really, they don't. And then I found out how that works is other religions are like the stars that you see at night, but then Jesus is like the sun and you can't even see the stars. But so what you're saying about being hyper aware of your ego and then it almost burns when it happens, and that is interesting because like there is a very positive spirit about you, Amy. But the truth is very important. And so the whole thing is when I went through my ego death experience, I had all that trust in Jesus and I trusted that what happened was real. And so for a long time, I thought I had no more ego on a spiritual level. Now it existed in my flesh on a spiritual, and I guess that still is what's true. But the way I equated it, I really for a long time thought I had no ego because it was such a sudden drastic difference. And then over time, like I no longer could put trust in this concept that I don't have any interference of ego or anything, but the trust had to only be in Jesus. And I realized that no, it was just such a drastic lessening of interacting with that it seemed like nothing by comparison. But then I realized that there is still something of it that lingers in my flesh. Now, that's not merely physical flesh, but it's also symbolic of spiritually infrastructure, I guess is the way I could put it. Spiritual infrastructure would be like spiritual flesh. but then there's like spiritual spirit, if that makes any sense. And when I really, the moment I remember really noticing to the full extent the difference in ego was there was a friend of mine who was a whitewater guide. He's like, why don't you try being a whitewater guide? And like, that's just a stupid idea, right? Especially the river was running hard that year, and it's a pretty crazy river. Now I'll just say I never became a whitewater guide, but I did do some whitewater guiding, and I did it on a stretch called the Lickety, which is the easiest stretch of the Kern River. It was an intense year though, and there's a hole there called Ewing's, and it's like an extremely crazy hole, and I've been through it failing. I've been through it successfully. You know, it's awesome, and it's only class 3 because they class them by the danger of death, and when you mess it up afterwards, you're in a spot where it's not that likely for people to die. But the way it was really intense and crazy is more like a class 4, class 5 style hole, you know, so it's a perfect training spot too, because it's like a safe place to learn intense rivering, you know. But so just the fact that I was willing to go, and that it wasn't about whether or not I was cool or whether or not I'd prove something to myself, there was nothing like that. I was just like, well, I'll give it a shot. I don't have any fear of death right now, and there's no one depending on me, so I'm not concerned if I die, and I may as well just give it a shot and see how I can do. And you know, if I fail, I fail, and then I just won't be doing it, you know. So I was just like, okay, I'll give it a try. And then but when I actually was in control of the boat and I was in charge, and there was nothing going through my head like, oh, this is so cool, I'm a whitewater guide. And there was nothing going through my head like, will I do well, or what do people think of me? There was just nothing except like my honesty, doing my best with the river, with the paddle in the back. Like, you know, I'm a musician, so I was like the music of it, the timing of it, you know, having like my body in it. So I had all of my mind free to do my best at what I was doing. And before my rebirth, there's no way I could have done anything like that. But then at this point, like it was silent so that I could be there. And that was when I realized, like, I don't know if it was more when I thought about it afterwards, because at the time I probably just noticed it for a moment and really noticed it, but then got back to what I was doing and then later thought about it, you know. But it was just that silence showed me how loud my ego had been my whole life. And I think I was far more egotistical and bigger egoed than most people, even though I channeled it into a lot of what people thought was positiveness and stuff, you know, and they wouldn't have thought of me as an egomaniac. But I absolutely was.
Well, sometimes you need a little bit to like get things. I don't know. It makes you feel badass, and you get things done. But then other times it's too, you know, it goes too big, and then you know someone's crying.
Well, it's different when we're one with Jesus, because then we always know it's Him, and even if there's temptation to feel badass in some way, like for me anyway. Because it was so important that I not get in the way of Jesus, my main focus for about 3 years straight, so that only ended like half a year ago, my focus every moment was, okay, don't let your ego get in the way. Jesus will take care of the rest, you know, just be honest. Don't let ego corrupt anything. And now I don't have to focus on it like that. But for a long time, I kept that focus to make sure I didn't mess it up. So then if I feel really good about an accomplishment or something, then, you know, there might be a momentary temptation to feel badass. But then I remember to that it's actually Him and it's all a gift. And then to put that credit where it really belongs in God, and to be grateful instead of feeling accomplished.
Well, didn't you did a stream about that the other day on Smokey's channel about managing your ego, and I think that was the gist of it.
Yeah, I think I probably gave about the same testimony. And it's funny because I keep so busy with all this, like talking to so many people and stuff. I was like, I know I've said this part of it recently, but I didn't know if I said it in public or if I said it behind the scenes with Smokey, because him and I have had a couple good conversations lately in private. So you just answered that question for me.
The stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was during the stream. I remember you saying a lot of the similar things.
Yeah,
as
and
you're
that's the
now
thing
saying.
is like, yeah, when it's really
That's
true
okay. My
and it's
first
really
time.
significant, then it'll come out sort of exactly the same every time, you know? So honesty is cool like that. You never have to worry about like messing up honesty and truth. It's just always
Exactly.
the same.
And once you start telling lies, then you need lies to support those lies, and pretty soon you don't even know what's true or not true because you're so into, the web of deception that you've spun.
Yeah, but if you believe your own lies and you're delusional, then I guess it kind of works. But that's
When you
not
get to a
good.
certain point, I mean, where you've lied so much, you don't even know what's true anymore.
Well, swear that's what's the worst about a bullshitter to me. And someone wrote a book on it, but I'm quoting mostly Sam Harris. The difference between a liar and a bullshitter is that a liar knows that they're lying, and they have to keep in their head the lies so that they can organize themselves. They can't be like, I said I was gone all day, and then you're like, it turns out that you were on TV or something. And so a bullshitter doesn't have to worry about that. A bullshitter is not caring about what the actual reality is. They are just spewing. And it doesn't matter if they contradict themselves, if like they take different sides, because it doesn't matter. If you push them on it, they'll just make up something new.
And then Jeremy, hello, shalom, brother. So then yeah, well there's a third type too, and that's the delusional. Everyone who is not yet a reborn, regenerate Christian is delusional. And the thing is that that's the opposite order. It's not you lie so much that you believe it. It's that what you believe is not true, and it turns you into a liar without knowing it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the same end result, but in a reverse order.
Yeah. Wrong, different intent to get to the same path.
Yeah, so
Well, I know Amy.
But
I was just gonna say, I know Amy. One of the things we talked about is we didn't get to talk about it in the debate, but she wanted to question why Smokey and Maddox, like specifically, what was it that compelled them to believe? And similar to the testimony you gave, but we didn't get to hear it from them. But
especially
it was
Smokey,
still good to hear it from you,
because I think I know Maddox generally gives me, which is funny. We have two totally opposite things in that, his is because of an accident with his brain, and then I have epilepsy, and I'm obsessed with consciousness. So we both have our things.
And then Smokey's like the counterpart to me in that he went through like a slow process and never had that instant moment and stuff. And yet Smokey and I are very much at the same truth. And then obviously there's a lot of differences in how we approach it and stuff. At the same time, there's a lot of parallels. Like we both hate what God hates and love what God loves. And so we both are polemicists and like, warrior shepherds to want to defend anyone who are the sheep of Christ from that which is false. He might be more of a teacher than I am, at least so far, in that, like, when he defends against what is false, he really wants the audience to have opportunity to understand why this isn't Christian and to be emboldened in their own Christianity in the right way, so that what he has freely received, he can freely give, And my whole thing is like all the way down to the spiritual level. That's why like he'll be furious about people's doctrines, and I'll be like the whole thing about what motivated them and that they're doing things out of pride motive and stuff. And I'm like, I hope that pride's in their flesh and not in who they are. As Paul says, now I would not do, sin. He says, but I do it. So if, and what I would do that is good, I do not do it. And so if I do the sin, but I will to not do it, then it's no longer I who do it, but sin dwelling in my flesh. That's not an excuse to sin, but what it is we've got to know who we are. If we trust that we are the identity of not being a sinner and the oneness in Christ, that we're not the sinner, but we are the oneness in Christ, then trusting in who we are and knowing that, it's natural to go in that direction. But if we're doubtful and we think like we are a sinner, then we could naturally go in that direction, which is why when, regenerate believers say like, I'm a sinner, it's like, I get that we still have sin and that we were sinners, but we are new creations and that's not our identity anymore. So it's all in context, just like James said, therefore justification is not only by faith, but also by works. Well, that's not a contradiction to justification being only by faith. It's just really necessary for the whole clarity of the big picture and for everything that's going on. So when someone who's a regenerate and born again says they're a sinner, or if I say that, well, when we're regenerated, we're not a sinner, where we're not saying contradictions, but it definitely expresses a different context each time.
Nicholas, can I ask, what denomination are you? Or do you not have,
I abominate denominations because there's a universal church, the one body of Christ, So
Okay.
abominations have, denominations have their use in that if you want to have fellowship and there's certain doctrines you definitely do want in, certain doctrines you definitely don't want in, you want to be able to trust people for certain things, and stuff like that, then a denomination can help you be sure of that. But when it becomes a socio-political structure and it becomes what's trusted is that socio-political structure and that dogma set, and that's not the same thing as trusting the person Jesus Christ. So I definitely, there's no denomination perfect enough for me. And that doesn't mean I couldn't, I used to go to the Seventh-day Adventist church up the hill, and it became Christmas time, and they do Christmas and stuff, and that's pagan for me, so I refused to do it. So I stopped going. And then I don't know if I went maybe a couple times.
I'd love to see you debate Christians with that.
Yeah, that'd be a good one. And then coronavirus hits, and so I haven't found a place to go to. But it's like I could. The problem is going to, like, let's say I go to a place that's really good, but they don't believe in Torah keeping, and or at least they say they don't, but probably in some sense they do. But then they say they don't, and they don't keep Sabbath. And it's like, if I were to encourage people, well, Jesus keeps Sabbath. And I say these things present tense because he's still alive, and I'm sure he's still wearing zeets, he's still wearing his tassels. And so it's like the idea that he would take off his tassels to sit at his father's right hand is kind of absurd. But then the idea that Jesus is still wearing the tassels to remind him to keep Torah, because Paul is very clear, the law is spiritual, but I am carnal, sold under sin. And then he even gets to the point of saying, therefore, and it might have been the exact same passage I was just quoting about sin dwelling in the flesh. If I remember right, I think it is. And he says, therefore, it is no longer, he says, therefore it is no long, therefore I consent unto the Torah that it is good. So he says it's spiritual, but I'm carnal, sold under sin. And eventually gets to therefore I consent unto the Torah that it is good. Then it is no longer I who do it, but sin dwelling in my flesh. There's literally a I consent to the Torah that it is good. Then it is no longer I who do it, but sin dwelling in my flesh. So what happens if someone's not consenting that the Torah is good? Do they still get the then? You know what I mean? So it's like, and yeah, there's instead of oldness of letter, it's newness of spirit. And so I'm a worrier. Hopefully that was a typo and he meant warrior. But yeah, so yeah, I've never regretted keeping Torah ever. It's never been a burden or anything. I like it. And I think generally we all agree that it's good to do the law, but we do it according to spirit and not to letter. Then we have to parse it out. And I often explain this when I bring up my Torah keeping, because then Christians could be watching and getting the wrong idea. We are saved by grace through faith, that is through trust, unto good works which were before ordained so that we may walk in them. Well, where were they before ordained? That was in the scriptures. And so yeah, so there's no changing of the order for me where I'm saved by works or something. And it's really annoying when I explain it to people because it's really simple. We're just disagreeing about what good works are. But then they try to keep insisting that I'm talking about salvation by works. And I'm like, no, we all agree we're saved unto good works. So it gets pretty annoying. But anyway, I'm not sure what I was ranting about, but there we go.
That's so interesting.
Yeah,
I like
know,
learning about
I
Christianity.
know it began with a question, and I don't remember what the question was because I like to know. You know, I'm getting tired now because I like to know
denominations, but you answered the question,
yeah.
so it's okay. You
Yeah.
answered. The
Well, then I like to come back to it though, and bring it full circle. So the denominations, yeah. So we have to follow the Lamb wheresoever he goes. So if I could go to a place that disagrees with me but lets me fully speak my stuff without being like, you got to stop bringing up that Sabbath stuff, you're trying to put people under the law or something, it's like you can't repress my honesty. I'm a Christian, I have to speak the truth. So that's what made this debate community perfect, is like we can disagree and debate things. So this debate community became the perfect denomination for me. And I know it's not in person, but it's like it's as real a spiritual fellowship as it can get. So
and
this
hey,
idea,
right now this is as real as we can get next to each other.
yeah, and that's even with you guys, so who are not of the same faith. But then yeah, so the idea that it's a black and white line, that nothing on the line could be sufficient, I don't think that that's true. When we talk about spiritual communion and then trying to draw an earthly line, that's kind of a silly way to go about it.
So has it changed? Because you said social political. Now I'm interested. Did it change when you converted? Did you do a 180 on all of your politics, or was it more of like an adjustment?
I was referring to denominations themselves being socio-political structures.
I know, but I'm just interested.
So, okay, well, it wasn't a 180 on my politics, but I had come to...
And that's true, you don't have to answer now.
In my attempt for righteousness, I'd come to the point of being an anarcho-capitalist libertarian, Or,
interesting.
Maybe the best way to put it is voluntarist. So, the NAP, the non-aggression principle.
Mm-hmm.
And then... but according to the Bible, the government is the sword to execute evil against those who do evil. And that's its main purpose. And so, that doesn't really go with the non-aggression principle, which says, how the government has a monopoly on violence. Well, I learned in my non-violence communication class, that's what I call it, because anger management is not as accurate for what the class was. It's to communicate non-violently and then get through everything without violence, And I learned what violence is. It's violating someone. So, like, if you were to call your wife or girlfriend baby, then you're like minimizing like who they are and speaking of them in a way that's like less power for them. So that could be a subtle form of like violating them. So like we got really extreme about like nitpicking every little possible violence, So and that's what I was saying, James, about how maybe I became too good a listener, and I'm like, I wasn't feeling validated with how you were responding, but I've just learned too much about doing that stuff too well. But actually, that class is like, that's stuff that everyone should learn. Like that should be like standard school curriculum or whatever, you know, to get through communication without violence. So
I
like
agree.
the idea that we wait until someone's gotten in such a bad place that hopefully it'll help them at least curb it enough or whatever. Like, why aren't we just like learning the truth of treating each other right from the ground up, you know? And Christianity has its way of teaching that. And if it's about the person of Jesus and not about religion or sociopolitics or whatever, because there's two different ways to like be a conservative fundamental Christian or whatever, right? You can be conforming to the people in your situation, and then that's not the same thing as following the shepherd. So they can look so much the same on the outside, but if the trust is in the social conformity, that is not trust in the person of Jesus. So despite how much they look the same on the outside, those are two different things.
Makes sense.
And what was the question there? Oh, my political change. So then, so it says the government's the sword, and that it has.
But it also says Jesus don't. Wow, I'm losing the quote now. I am not here for the.
He is not here to condemn the world, but so that through him the world may be saved.
That sounds nice.
Maybe it's
mine wasn't as nice. I am not here to.
I'm not here to bring peace, but a sword.
Yeah, there you go.
That's a sword to divide. That's not for physical violence. That's for spiritual battle and stuff. But it's also a sword a blade to split something. So to divide. So yeah, I mean that's what's been going on in the community a lot. Is where people are mad at Smokey for like calling people out, and then if everyone's not doing the division that we're supposed to do, because we have to divide what's, you know, like it says, cut off your hand if you have to, so that you don't get entirely cast to hell. Like if there's someone who's being supposedly united with us, but they're really like causing it to not be the actual unity, we got to like separate that so that the unity is then real. So yeah, that's much more a spiritual thing he's talking about when he says they came not to bring peace but to bring a sword. And
well, you know, I think
so my politics. Well, I'll just mention real quick. So my politics definitely did change a lot. That I was no longer anarchist and stuff, but instead, I believe government should be done very right and very justly. And I don't expect to get that in this time because God's condescending himself to humanity. So that like,
so you're no longer an anarchist.
Yeah, I'm no longer an anarchist. Definitely not. Yeah.
You know, when I deconverted, some of my views changed politically, but actually I held on to a lot of them. I just was justifying some of them a little differently, you know, because I wasn't, you know, going with the God hypothesis. So the ones that I kept were the ones that I could find secular support for, secular logic, that they make sense even if there is no God. But some of them, you know, I had to abandon because I couldn't sustain them anymore.
I was going to say, aren't you kind of conservative, or do you consider yourself more centrist?
I'm more conservative on a lot of social issues. I'm more liberal towards the economic issues.
Really?
But that's not 100%.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I know most people go the other way, but you know,
that's
I'm the oddball.
Okay, what does liberal to economic issues mean exactly?
Like I support things like a living wage. I support universal health care for all. I support tuition-free college.
Okay, because those are so like social in a sense, but I get what you're saying.
Well, it's more fiscal. You know, it's spending money.
Like you're not about to fall for critical race theory or something like that.
You mean on the social side?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if
Critical
you know
race
what
theory. What is that?
Well, in a lot of the church, Marxism has been coming in. So critical race theory is it has to do with like oppressed and oppressor, and so like one of the aspects of critical race theory as it's being taught is that there's a Gnosticism that comes with being a racial minority and having dark skin, and so then what like if someone were to like see me at the grocery store, then like if they for some reason got the idea that I was having racist thoughts about them or something and they thought I was being racist, well, they're the brown person. They're the one with the Gnostic ability, with the insight from their lived experience to judge whether or not I'm being racist. So even in my own mind, me literally knowing that like their race didn't cross my mind in any such way, I would be mistaken and they would be the one to know whether or not I'm racist. So that's like one of these really weird details about critical race theory. This is real life stuff. So in the church, there's like they're making this stuff is counter to the Bible, and then people are trying to mix the two. So there's effort in the overall church, to prevent these things from mixing. Now, in our debate community, we don't really have these problems because when you mix Christianity with debate, there's not really room for these things to get in. But yeah, so and then so that's what white privilege is all about, is that sort of thing. Or yeah, then if I were to claim I'm not being racist, then it's like I would be denying their lived experience or something. Or if I'm trying to think of this good example that's on the tip of my mind. So I'll wrap up soon doing all this.
Okay. My brain is failing me.
Yeah, so saying it's so counter to the Bible.
No, I wouldn't subscribe to critical race theory. I mean, the race issue is pretty complex. I'm not going to say there's no element of racism in society. There is, but I think a lot of it's exaggerated. I don't think it's nearly as many people as
well, it was
it's
all
portrayed.
getting better, and then suddenly they made a big fuss about it. Now it's division again, and it's like the progress that was in the right direction. And something I say about Christianity, it's the way, and you have to repent, which literally means to turn around. And it's like Christianity is not about how close you are to the destination. It's about if you're facing the destination and moving that way, So someone could like be closer so that it's like they're, quote, a better person. But if they're going the wrong way, they're not Christian. If you're Christian, then you're following the Lamb and you're definitely going to be going the right direction. You're on that trajectory. And trajectory is fitting too, because that fits with the word sin means to miss the mark, But so there's other issue about critical race theory that will bring it all into perspective. I'm trying to remember this one because it will be good.
It's like the opposite of a race realist, even though I guess technically they both believe in race.
Well, I mean, I would say, like I said, I'm not going to say there's no racism in society. There is some. I think it's overblown, but I think even once you get it down to a absolute minimum level, there's always going to be something there. But it's
and then
just part of
also
life.
The idea of systemic racism is really big in critical race theory. So that white supremacy, that's what I wanted to get about, right? So white supremacist, and this is what this is I'm being just dead honest with you. This is why Trump, because he's really blatantly condemned like straight KKK, nationalist style, like white supremacy, like really easily. And even when he said there was good people on both sides, he was
I'm going
saying,
to warn you, Nicholas. Half of the people you're talking to agree with you. Only half, though. So I'm just going to warn you.
That's fine. I'm just going to say what's
I love James.
I'm just going to
He's an
say
awesome
what's
guy.
true. And I don't know, Because it sounds like James didn't really know anything about critical race theory. I don't know if you know about it specifically, Amy, or if you're just getting stuff from osmosis. But even in that exact speech, he was literally condemned the white supremacists in that exact talk. Near that same moment of the talk. I don't remember if it was before or after. I think it must have been before. But when he said there's good people on both sides, well, he's talking about how, like, on the conservative side, there's these white supremacists, but there's plenty of, like, good people. And then on the Black Lives Matter side, there's all this rioting and stuff, but there's also
he agrees with
plenty
you.
of good people. So when he was saying there's good people on both sides, like, I mean, he was also talking about how there's bad people on both sides. That's the flip side of what he was talking about at that moment. And then, I mean, if you look into the full context of what he said, I don't have it like ready for me, but it is true. But not only that, but then during the debate, when they were asking him, about condemning white supremacy, he didn't want to just give in to the critical race theory stuff all of a sudden, but he did want to condemn white supremacy by the old definition the definition a year ago, but that's not the definition of white supremacy anymore. So white supremacy used to be if you were a neo-Nazi and you hated black people, you were a white supremacist. If you thought white people should have supremacy, if you honestly thought that, you were a white supremacist. In critical race theory, in Black Lives Matter, but the Marxism of it in the actual philosophy, if you actually learn it, white supremacy is systemic racism, where I am a white supremacist because my skin is white, because I've supposedly benefited from it. And I'm like a poor person in a sense, but also, my parents are not poor and they're kind enough to support me while I rebuild my life from my breakdown, And so, the thing is like a black person might be statistically likely to have parents who only had an apartment and didn't have their mortgage paid off, and then rent would have to be paid, and then it would be like a different circumstance, like living with them and stuff. So therefore, I'm a white supremacist because even as a poor white person, I'm having this advantage. That's the new definition of white supremacy. So the Democrats, they know this, and Trump knows that a lot of the conservatives watching know the new definition and stuff. And it's literally a word with two definitions. And he was in a really tough spot because Marxism needs to be resisted or there's going to be mass murder like Stalinist Russia. And Trump's voters know that. They know Marxism needs to be resisted or else there's going to be blood and more blood. And so they're putting him in this position of you either look like a racist or you look like you're going to let Stalinist Russia happen. And so he was actually in a tough spot, and people who don't understand that he was in a tough spot don't know why he didn't just answer the question easily. And then they try to use that against him. So yeah, this is critical race theory stuff, and there you go. So hopefully that helps you get what I'm saying.
I think we'll calm down. It's going to take a while, but I think it's like a trend, and every once in a while it dips, but it's generally trending upward. And I think that's generally, every once in a while we have dips, but I think generally speaking, I think that the melting pot works. I think that the people do melt here, and I think we're going to continue to do so until hopefully we sex out our problems here. And
I mean, I get what you're saying, and the problem is that a minority of people, and when I say a minority in this case, I mean people who are trying to have a Marxist revolution, if they can make themselves a larger minority and get people to sympathize with them and have other people who don't even know what's going on, and they can play all these games and stuff. Marxism is scheming. Marxism is conspiracy, but then it's a social idea and a philosophy. So it's a loose conspiracy. And then ultimately, Marx himself said that you need to, anything that tears down the current establishment needs to be fed into. That way, things can be torn down to make room for Marxism to rise. And so that's the thing, is this whole thing can be really loosey-goosey, and then once it's broken down enough, if there's people to scheme it, and then Marxism and fascism are the two ways to bring in totalitarianism according to modern economic circumstance. So it's sort of like a response to nature and a perspective on the nature of sociopolitics. So it's not just like Marx's own ideas. It's like, no, it's like something about reality that Marx tapped into, and it's a horrible thing. And so the global deep state, they want totalitarianism. They don't want like this whole thing that was established with the Constitution and stuff. They for American sovereignty and all that, the global deep state does not want that. And so yeah, that's why the global deep state wants Marxism, and that explains a
I'm
lot
optimistic. I don't think they're going to give up their cell phones. Once they had to give up their private property, that would end.
Well, you just don't.
I have to give up my laptop.
Well, you don't. You just don't own it. You're renting it, or they're letting you use it, or whatever. So, it's not that you don't have a cell phone. It's not like you're not looking at a cell phone, and it's just that you don't own it. And there's a lot of ways we could like there's taxation on your house, right, and on your property. Then if you don't pay that tax, they take it away. Well, then who actually owns the property? So it's like, in a sense, it's already happening, And these are things that are not allowed according to God's law. Like a good example in God's law, it's mundane, but it's just an example. Like it says you have to have a fence around your roof. Well, skyscrapers where the flat top roof, where you can it's possible to go through a door and go on the roof. It's going to have like a wall that's like up to the chest, so that people don't accidentally fall off. But here at our house, our roofs are slanted just to let rain off, and no one hangs out on our roofs, so there's no wall up there. Are we breaking Torah by not having a fence around our roof? Well, no, that's not the purpose of the Torah saying that. But we do have a little balcony out front. It's only about 2.5 feet up, and we have a rail around that. Now, here's the thing: is in the United States, you get fined if you don't have those things safely done. And one could make an argument that that's in the spirit of the law because it wants to keep people safe. But really, the way it's written in Torah is that you're required to have a fence, but there's no penalty for not having a fence. So you could have a fence, but not have a ladder and not have anyone ever go on your roof, and you'd be fine. But then if someone were to fall off your roof and they were injured, you would have to reimburse them, restitution. But if they were to die, then it would be the death penalty. So you're not allowed to do fines, but it does establish liability. And so then I would even argue that our culture would be better and more responsible if instead of having fines and all this, if those things were never established, but liability was always a thing. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the fact that people are kept safe by fines. The problem is here is actually why there's no fines allowed, because then government corruption is going to purposely get people to have to pay fines so that they can make money. And then they do things like you have to get permits for things, and you have to pay money for that. And they start doing all these things to take money from people unfairly. And so that's why it sets up liability instead of a fine according to Torah. So that's sort of the same kind of thing with property tax. There's nothing in Torah that allows property tax. The government is the sword to punish evil. They're not the babysitter to make sure no one hurts themselves, And they're not the property owner to then decide whether or not you get to keep your property, that kind of thing. So there's a lot that goes into all of it when you start parsing everything out,
Yeah.
So that kind of brings together all my beliefs of politics and stuff. And yeah, I appreciate you guys being so interested in stuff I have to say, because it's been really fun talking a lot,
Yeah, it's been good to have nice interlocutors.
I think understanding other people is so crucial, and even though I disagree with you about a lot, I'm able to empathize with your position, and I know that you believe your position just as much as I believe mine, and you're going to advocate for that as best you can do. You're being true to your conscience.
Yeah, and then I haven't learned as much about Amy, but I think I kind of learned a good amount about you. And then talking with the Speed about his spirituality, it's like I said before when he brought it up, it seemed sort of like he's like, oh, you had that experience? Well, I've had ego-death experiences too, so now I'll kind of prove to you that it's not actually Christianity like it was going to be his way to get me, But then here in this situation, It was much more honest both ways. And I got to know him a lot better. And I don't know. I don't know if that's really what he was going to do to me, or if he wanted to just have an interesting discussion. Because, man, when he came in here and said that, like, what it would be like to become Christian, if that's a real thing, would be like to hang out with Jesus for a night and then a conversion would happen, kind of a thing. And then my internet stopped. So that's the first thing I'll do after this is I'll rewind it back to when he first came in the room and see what I missed. But I was just like, wow, that could totally hit my heart,
Hey, I think me and James are both open-minded.
I say, well, it's good to see that you and him have kind of maybe buried that hatchet from the whole cuties thing, and can come to an understanding, I guess.
Yeah, it'll be very. I mean, yeah, I'm very interested to see what he has to say on it. Now that he has said that he wants to apologize, I'm like, I am interested to hear the apology, and then yeah, it's you see, it's such the place to come from as a Christian is like we are not any better, but we have the truth and we don't pretend equality, So it's like I've been in the world, and the world seems like it's a bunch of stuff, but it's really all one thing. And it's like even a lot of Christianity is the world, And there's the world, and then there's the person of Jesus. I'm like bugging my eyes as I'm like falling asleep. I was trying to open them, but anyway. There's the world, and then there's the person of Jesus. And it's like he says, like, I give peace not as the world gives, or John says, do not love the world or that which is in the world. Whosoever loves the world, the love of the Father is not in him. Like, we got this whole thing. So it's like, it's not that we're holier than thou, but it's like we know who is, and we're going to be really straight up about that. So I think that's one reason why, I know for me as a Christian, it's easy for me to want to be the one to talk a lot and to want to preach rather than to want to listen as much, because I had 33 years in the world, and what I want to share is this for others to benefit. It's not like I don't understand the world and different things about it. So
well, what I've always said is I'm not any smarter right now than I was when I was a Christian. I'm not better. I'm still the same person. I just have, come to accept a somewhat different set of facts. But it's not that I was dumb or stupid when I was a Christian. I just, don't see things quite the way I see now. But
well, let me ask you, James.
It's not objectively. Go ahead.
When you were a Christian, did you ever have a born again experience, or even a gradual concept that you went from being one person to a new creation?
Well, I mean, that's hard to say because I was raised in a Christian household, so I mean, my mom was taking me to church, from the youngest age, 3-4 years old. I went to a Christian school down in Miami, a private school, for a few years, and my mom is still to this day, a devout Christian. So I was being preached to and hearing that from a young age. So I wouldn't say it was like a gradual um, process. I would say, I was always there, but you reach a certain point where you're thinking for yourself. You're not just going based, well, this is what my mom and dad say. You kind of cultivate what you feel is that relationship with God on your own terms, with your own feelings. So I guess it's a complicated thing, but I wouldn't say it was like a gradual thing, and I wouldn't say it was like immediate jump from not believing to believing, if that makes sense.
It wasn't like an overnight thing.
And I wasn't.
No, not at all.
I wasn't laughing at you. There's a couple funny things inside chat, but I still don't
Yeah.
exactly follow.
Are people
James.
still inside chat?
They are, which is
Well,
crazy.
Maynard Saves just
Wow.
showed up, and he likes to troll, so I'm not going to go there.
Who's that?
Maynard Saves. But let me ask you, James. Like, I mean, was there a difference when you were a sinner younger, and then you were that new creation? Like you said, it wasn't gradual or sudden. I mean, is it that, like, in your case, you were just raised into being a new creation? I mean, in theory here, hypothetically speaking, kind of a thing.
Well, I mean, I did have that time where you, once you're old enough to understand things, where you do have that moment where you, on your own, accept Christ as your Savior and, ask for forgiveness for your sins and, kind of that, what most people would consider part of the salvation doctrine, I guess you could say. So
And then
there was a time where I became aware of that and
let me ask,
had that experience.
Would your
but it was a little
progress
different.
after that be based on following Christ then, as opposed to having other things as your guide? Is that sort of what makes that a shift, that you were guided by Christ in the Scripture?
Well, I definitely believed in Christ. I loved Christ. I studied the scriptures. I went to church. I went to different, Christian groups, and I wanted to believe the most true things possible about Jesus. And I did feel like I had that connection with him. I would pray, and it did feel like he was up there.
Like he was your standard to know what's right, kind of a thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I
that makes
at the
sense.
time I really believe I loved God. I was absolutely certain he was real. I was waiting any moment for the rapture or the tribulation, whichever one of those happens first, I guess, where I was just anticipating that. And yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not one who assumes that a rebirth has to be all of a sudden like mine was. Though it does say you have to be born again, but these are spiritual matters, so they can transcend time, But he also says you have to lose your life to gain it. If you save your life, you'll lose it. But if you lose your life for my sake, you will gain it. And do you think it's possible that, like, it was more an intellectual thing and you never had the identity change?
I don't think so, but again, that's we can deceive ourselves. We don't always know our own subconscious thoughts, but I don't think so. But I'm not saying it's absolutely impossible. I mean, I remember
just
coming
think
of age and wanting to be baptized. Wanting to follow the example of Jesus. And
so what is it that you don't think? You don't think that there was some kind of death and newness, or you don't think that was missing from it?
no, I think it was real. I truly believe that. And, like I said before, feelings and emotions and convictions can be complicated things. They don't always lend themselves easily to being described in words, but, I did have feelings like that.
Yes, well, one thing I emphasize is, you know, when I trusted, like for instance, I talked about how I purged things, you know, because of the Iron Maiden shirts and stuff, but that went through everything, you know. And then I got back into reading the Bible eventually, and I read where Paul wrote, "Do you not know that whosoever was baptized into Christ has been baptized into his death?" And I was like, that's what happened to me. I died. It's like well, here's another thing, right? I didn't know what a born again Christian was. I didn't know there was such a thing as a born again Christian when I had my rebirth. So for me, it was extremely surprising because I had no idea that such a thing existed. The last time I had heard about born again, I saw it on the sign at the SDA church up the hill, right? But I'd never been to the church at the time, but I just asked, I was maybe like 11 years old, maybe 14, I just don't remember. But I asked my mom, what's a born again Christian? And she said like something about like, well, they're eccentric Christians or like, you know, people like kind of like off or whatever, you know, because there are people who take it too seriously or something kind of a thing. Was like, she didn't even give me like a real answer. She just gave me an impression of her impression of what a born again Christian is. And so I was like, okay, you know, and her ex-husband, you know, I have brothers who that's their father. He's Jehovah's Witness. And so maybe I think I kind of thought it was another thing like Jehovah's Witness. So it was another weird denomination, you know. So like the ones that people say aren't legitimate, maybe like, you know, I didn't know anything about it really, but like Jehovah's Witness, Mormons, born agains, you know, that was how I categorized it. And so, yeah, that's another thing is someone might think, well, you're expecting to someday have a born again experience. So then you imagine it someday. I actually had no clue about it. And so to suddenly go through something like that was the most surprising thing that ever could have happened to me. But yeah, and then I started learning in scripture about things I already experienced. And for me, I'm a skeptic by nature and I couldn't trust myself, but I could trust Christ. So to like experience it first, then read about it and know I wasn't imagining it because I had no clue to imagine it, that was really helpful for me. But the point I'm getting at, this will be my wrap up, my final word. The point is that being a new creation and a new person was such a real thing for me. Like, I don't feel guilt now for what I did as the previous person. And there was some gradualness to that. Like, she eventually reached out to me through a later ex-girlfriend of mine. So they got to talking on Facebook or something. And so then she wanted to like talk to me just to like closure, that kind of a thing. So this was a few years after so it was like a year, so it must have been like 2.5, almost 3 years ago, that kind of a thing, because I remember it was like a year after my rebirth. And I didn't tell her about my rebirth or anything because I didn't want to like do any kind of slight to her closure and be like, well, now it's this, so you know what I mean. So I just didn't even tell her about it. But man, I just told her how like I was evil, you know, because she asked me like, was it really that crazy, or like, you know, like looking back on it, she was telling me now, basically like looking back on it now, it just seems like it was so messed up, and it's like, I mean, am I crazy here, or was it so messed up, or like, because we had such a good side to it and such a bad side to it, and the good side of it was actually good. There was a lot of real love there. And so what I told her was I was just like, I was evil and I didn't know how to not be evil, and I didn't want to be evil, but I was, and I couldn't stop, and I'm sorry, but I was just tears during that conversation. And yeah, but that was a
You're
different
not
person.
evil.
That's not me, so I don't feel the guilt for that. But there are some things I did, especially when I was a brand new believer, that I have to live with that guilt. That was me. I was already the new person, and I was young, and I have my excuse that I was an infant or whatever, but the fact is like I was an adult infant, you know, and I knew better, and I did it anyway. And I have to live with that. That was me. And the word person means sound forth. or fourth sound more exactly. Per is fourth. Like perpetuate or a permit lets you go forth with something, or a spear pierces. So, you know, and son is like sound, sonic, song. So it's literally fourth sound. So the easiest way to explain me being a new person is I used to sound fourth sin, but now I sound fourth Jesus. And yeah, so I literally am a new creation. It's like I have the same body and the same brain and the same memories, but that the fourth sounding, the being a person, is literally a new creation. It's awesome. So that's a perfect place for me to wrap up.
Woohoo. Well, I'm glad you're happy
Thank you
and not
for
evil.
sharing with us. And I'm sure I'll run into both you guys at some point in the near future.
Yeah, and James, thank you so much for being a debate partner.
Oh, thank you. I think I was very happy with the choice I made.
Okay, I'm glad you chose me. And Nicholas, it was nice meeting and talking with you.
Yeah, it's nice getting to know you, Amy.
I think
And
we're all going to bed.
yeah, we are. So
Yeah, I'm about
well, I
to
don't know if
pass
anyone
out.
else is
I
going to
think
get
we're all
on
ready to
camera and
sleep.
wave to everyone, but we could, if you are available to be on camera, we can all wave to them at once and then leave at once. Good night, anyone who might still be in the audience. And
Have a good night, guys.
I'll
Thanks
say
for
what I
listening
always
to
say: just trust
us.
Messiah.
Woohoo.
Amen.
I'm going to leave with that sound said, which is we can't do over, but we can definitely do better.
All right. Sounds good, Amy.
Night.
Have a good night, or morning, guys.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.